Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome. This channel is all about powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker secrets of the wizarding world. Today's topic is super exciting as you saw in the title. What if Harry Potter said no to the Triwizard tournament? An oath that stole a wizard's magic. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story here is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe. Now, let's begin.
The parchment sat on the rough wood of the Gryffindor table like a living thing. It hummed with a low, insistent magic, a thrum Harry felt in his back teeth. The great hall was a storm of noise, a cacophony of cheers and shouts and pounding fists on oak, but around him, the world had narrowed to the single sheet bearing his name. Harry Potter. The ink wasn't ink. It looked like molten gold, like a brand. It burned his retinas. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice boomed again, not through the enchanted ceiling, but from his own throat, raw and stretched thin. The headmaster's eyes, usually twinkling with secret amusement, were chips of blue ice. "I must ask you to come forward, please." Ron was staring at him, mouth agape, a slow grin fighting with confusion on his freckled face. "Blimey, Harry, you did it." Hermione's hand was a vice on his forearm. "No," she whispered, her voice a sharp, urgent hiss. "No, he couldn't have. It's not possible. Harry, tell them you didn't." Didn't. The word echoed. He hadn't. The idea was laughable. He wanted a quiet year. A year without mortal peril. He'd had enough for a lifetime, crammed into 3. He looked past Ron's exhilaration, past Hermione's fear, and met the eyes of the other champions. Fleur Delacour, exquisite and haughty, her silver blonde hair seeming to crackle with affronted energy. Victor Crumb, hunched and glowering, his brow a thundercloud. Cedric Diggory, handsome, honest Cedric, who looked not triumphant, but profoundly bewildered, his gaze flicking from Harry to the parchment and back again. They were all waiting. The entire school was waiting. The teachers, stiff and silent on the dais. Snape's lip was curled, a silent sermon on Potter's inevitable rule-breaking. McGonagall's face was parchment white, her knuckles bone-white where she gripped the staff table. Moody's magical eye was whizzing, fixing on him, through him. "Come forward." Asterisk. His legs were lead. The roar of the hall pressed in, a physical weight. Cheating. He could see the word forming on 100 lips. Attention seeker. Liar. The Dursleys' favorite insults, given magical form. A hot, sharp shame prickled behind his eyes, followed by a colder, harder spike of anger. This wasn't his choice. This was being done to him. Again. He stood. The movement felt robotic. The noise swelled, a wave of Gryffindor support, Slytherin jeers, Hufflepuff betrayal. He walked down the aisle between the tables, a walk he'd taken to face a basilisk, to receive a verdict from the Wizengamot. Each step echoed. His heart was a frantic bird against his ribs. He reached the stone steps before the staff table. Dumbledore descended to meet him, his robes whispering. Up close, Harry saw no twinkle, no grandfatherly warmth. There was only a deep, troubled gravity. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the hall fell so silent Harry could hear the torches guttering. "Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" The question hung there. Simple. Direct. Harry's throat was dry. "No, sir." His voice sounded small, young. "Did you ask an older student to put it into the goblet for you?" "No, sir." "You are absolutely certain?" "Yes." The word was firmer now, edged with the frustration boiling inside him. Dumbledore studied him for a long, endless moment. Then he turned to the other champions. "The goblet has spoken. The rules, as set down by the Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards, are absolute. A magical contract has been formed. Mr. Potter is, like it or not, the 4th champion. Like it or not." The phrase was a stone in Harry's gut. "This is outrageous." The voice was sharp, French, furious. Madame Maxime had risen to her full, magnificent height. "Ziz is a trick. A boy of 14. He cannot compete." Karkaroff's oily snarl followed. "Clearly, someone is hoping to give Hogwarts 2 bites at the apple, Dumbledore. This is not equitable. I must protest." The argument erupted around him, a tempest of adult anger and political posturing. Harry stood in the eye of it. He saw Cedric looking at him, not with anger, but with a dawning pity. That pity was worse than any Slytherin taunt. And then he saw Bagman, pink-faced and excited, and Crouch, stern and unyielding, and the finality in their expressions. A magical contract. Binding. The words formed in his mind, cold and clear. I didn't ask for this. I don't want this. They were the same words he'd thought 100 times facing Quirrell, facing the Basilisk, facing the Dementors. They had never mattered before. He'd always been swept along, a piece in a game he didn't understand. But this was different. This was a piece of parchment, a goblet of fire, a set of rules. A contract. He was being told he had no choice. That his will was irrelevant. The anger, simmering all year at the injustice of the world, at the secrets kept from him, at the constant danger he never chose, finally found a shape. It wasn't a hot rage. It was a cold, solid, immovable thing. A wall. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing the heads and the judges. His eyes returned to Harry. Harry, he said, and his voice was softer now, meant for him alone, though the entire hall heard. You will need to come through this door behind us. The first briefing for the champions is about to begin. It was not a request. It was an instruction. The next step in the path laid out for him. Harry looked at the door, a small, ordinary oak door beside the staff table. The path to more instructions, more expectations, more danger he hadn't earned and didn't want. He looked at the faces, Dumbledore's weary expectation, McGonagall's anxious pride, Snape's disdain, the champions' mixed hostility and confusion. He thought of the graveyard in his dreams. The cold voice. The green light. He was being pushed toward a shadow he could feel but not see. His breath steadied. The noise of the hall was a distant roar. The cold wall inside him crystallized into a decision. He looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes. No. The word dropped into the silence like a stone into a still pond. Dumbledore blinked, slowly. I beg your pardon. I said no, Harry repeated, his voice stronger, clearer. It carried to the very back of the hall. I didn't enter. I don't consent. I won't compete. A gasp rippled through the students, a collective inhalation of shock. Ron's face was a mask of pure stupefaction. Hermione had both hands clamped over her mouth. Harry, Dumbledore said, a warning note entering his tone. This is not a matter of choice. The goblet is a thing. Harry cut him off, and the sheer audacity of interrupting Albus Dumbledore sent another shockwave through the room. It's not a person. It can't make choices for me. I didn't sign anything. I didn't make any vow. The magic is binding, Mr. Potter, Bartemius Crouch stated, stepping forward, his face rigid. The rules are clear. By the magical contract, you are obligated. What happens, Harry asked, turning his gaze to Crouch, if I break it? The question hung in the air, stark and challenging. No one had asked it. No one had even considered it. Crouch's mouth tightened. The consequences of breaking a magically binding contract are severe. They are not undertaken lightly. What happens? Harry pressed, each word deliberate. Crouch glanced at Dumbledore, then back. The magic will seek recompense. It will extract a price for the broken oath. What price? A beat of silence. Then Dumbledore answered, his voice heavy. It is not specified. The magic of the goblet is ancient and punitive. It could be a physical toll. It could be a loss of reputation, of standing. In the most severe cases of broken magical oaths, it can be a loss of ability. You mean my magic, Harry said, and the hall was so quiet now his whisper was a shout. Dumbledore did not nod. He did not need to. A loss of magic. To be made a squib. To be made like Ariana. To be less than whole. It was the ultimate threat, the unthinkable consequence. Harry felt the weight of it. The terrible, yawning void of that possibility. Magic was his identity, his escape, his life. It was the warmth of his Patronus. The thrill of flight. The very air in his lungs. He looked at their faces. He saw the trap, glittering and inescapable. Compete, or be destroyed. The cold wall inside him didn't waver. It grew. It became a cliff face. He had spent his life having choices taken from him. His parents' lives. His home. His safety. His truth. Now they were taking his will and calling it a contract. He thought of Sirius, locked in a damp cave, living on rats, for the crime of wanting to protect him. He thought of Hermione, petrified in a hospital bed. Of Cedric's confused, pitying gaze. Of the green light he knew was waiting. He was tired of being a pawn. He drew himself up to his full height, which wasn't much, but in that moment, he felt taller than the enchanted ceiling. "Then let it take its price," Harry said, and his voice rang out, clear and final, across the stunned silence of the Great Hall. "I swear an oath of my own. I will not compete in this tournament. I will not be your fourth champion. My magic is my own. And my choice is my own." He didn't shout. He didn't gesture. He simply stated it, as a fact of the world. And as the last word left his lips, the golden parchment on the table erupted in a silent, blinding column of white flame. It wasn't the cheerful fire of the goblet. It was cold, searing, and final. It consumed the parchment in an instant, leaving not ash, but a shimmering, ghostly afterimage in the air, the shape of his name, hanging for a heartbeat, before it too winked out. From the cup itself, still sitting in the antechamber, a deep, dissonant chime echoed through the castle, a sound of shattered agreement. A wave of force, invisible but palpable, rolled out from Harry. It didn't knock anyone over, but every witch and wizard in the hall felt it, a shudder in the very fabric of the magic around them, a wrongness, like a chord resolving in a terrible, broken key. Harry staggered. A sensation of violent, inner tearing ripped through his core, a pain so profound it was beyond screaming. It was as if a root, deep and fundamental, was being wrenched from his soul. The world grayed at the edges. The sounds of the hall became muffled, distant. He clutched at the edge of the Gryffindor table to keep upright. He saw Dumbledore lunging forward, a cry on his lips that Harry couldn't hear. He saw Snape's sneer vanish into stark, uncomprehending shock. He saw Hermione, tears streaming down her face, shoving her way toward him through the frozen crowd. He looked down at his own hands. They looked the same. But the familiar, humming current of magic that had always been there, the subconscious awareness of the flow network, the whispers of portraits, the life in the castle stones, it was gone. A perfect, sterile silence echoed inside him where his magic had been. The last thing he saw before the darkness at the edges of his vision swallowed everything was the look on Albus Dumbledore's face. It wasn't anger. It wasn't disappointment. It was fear. And then the world fell away into a silence so complete, it was the loudest sound Harry Potter had ever heard. The silence was not empty. It was a presence. A thick, suffocating wool packed into his ears, his skull, the very marrow of his bones. Harry came back to consciousness not with a gasp, but with a slow, dreadful dawning. He was lying on something soft, a mattress. The familiar, slightly dusty scent of the Gryffindor four-poster curtains told him he was in the hospital wing. But the usual background hum of the castle was absent. The gentle, magical warmth of the blankets was just warmth. The light filtering through the high windows was just light. It held no whisper of the sun's journey across the sky, no soft pulse of ancient enchantments. He was blind to a layer of the world. He moved his fingers. The sensation was grotesquely normal. Skin on cotton. He could feel his own heartbeat, a frantic, animal thrumming in his chest and throat. But the internal river, the current that had flowed through him since his first accidental magic, the thing that made spells work, it was a dry riverbed. A hollow place. A soft, choked sound to his left. He turned his head. It felt heavy. Hermione was slumped in a chair beside his bed, her face pale and puffy, her eyes fixed on him with a kind of terrified intensity. Ron stood behind her, his hand on her shoulder, his own face a battlefield of confusion and fear. They were both still in their school robes, rumpled as if they'd been there all night. "Harry." Hermione's voice was a rasp. She leaned forward, her hand hovering near his arm as if afraid to touch him. "Can you hear me?" He tried to speak. His tongue was a lump of clay. He managed a nod. The movement seemed to break a dam. Ron let out a shaky breath. "Blimey, Harry. You really did it. How do you feel?" Hermione's questions came in a rushed whisper. Can you feel your magic? Try. Just a little. Try to feel the sheet, or the light, or... Hermione, Ron muttered, a warning. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't need to try. The absence was a screaming thing. He focused inward, the way he did when casting a spell without a wand, the way he'd summoned the Patronus. He reached for the well of power, the happy thought, the intent. Nothing. Not a spark. Not a flicker. A door in his mind had been slammed shut and bricked over. He opened his eyes and shook his head, once. A minute, hopeless gesture. Hermione's face crumpled. She pressed her knuckles to her mouth. The door at the far end of the hospital wing opened with a decisive click. Madame Pomfrey bustled in, her expression professionally neutral, but her eyes were red-rimmed. Behind her, gliding like a tall, grim shadow, was Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said, her voice brisk but strained. "You're awake. Good. Lie still." She waved her wand over him in a series of complex motions. Harry watched the tip. It glowed with a soft, blue light. He felt nothing. No diagnostic tingle, no warmth. He was an object being scanned. Madame Pomfrey's lips pressed into a thin, white line. She lowered her wand. "Well." McGonagall's voice was tight. "Physically, he is perfectly fine. Exhausted, malnourished if you ask me, but otherwise unharmed. Magically," she hesitated, looking at Harry with a pity that made him want to vanish. "There is no magical core to scan, Minerva. It's as if he was born a squib. The pathways are atrophied. Gone." The word hung in the sterile air. Squib. It wasn't a word whispered with pity in the Gryffindor common room. It was a curse, a punchline from Draco Malfoy. Filthy little squib. He felt a hot wave of shame, immediately followed by a colder fury. He hadn't done anything wrong. "Thank you, Poppy," McGonagall said quietly. She stepped closer to the bed. Her face, usually so stern and controlled, was etched with deep lines of distress. "Mr. Potter. Ronald, Miss Granger. You may stay, but be silent." She took a deep breath. "What you did was arguably the most reckless, foolish, and catastrophic act of self-sabotage I have ever witnessed in all my years of teaching." Harry met her gaze. His voice, when it came, was a dry croak. "I didn't put my name in, Professor." "That," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "is not the point. The Goblet of Fire creates a binding magical contract. It is not a suggestion. The consequences were known, or should have been known. They were known," Harry said. The croak was gaining strength, fueled by that cold fury. "He told me. Loss of magic. So I made my choice. You threw away your birthright." McGonagall's composure cracked. "You threw away your future. For what? For pride. For stubbornness. For choice." The words tore from him, and he pushed himself up on his elbows, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's cluck of disapproval. "Everyone always chooses for me. The Dursleys chose to lock me up. The wizarding world chose to make me a symbol. You and Dumbledore choose what to tell me and when. The goblet chose me. When do I get to choose? When do I get to say no?" His chest was heaving. The outburst left him dizzy. Ron was staring at the floor, his ears bright red. Hermione was crying silently, tears tracking through the dust on her cheeks. McGonagall looked as though he'd struck her. She took a step back, her hand going to the base of her throat. For a long moment, she said nothing. The only sound was Harry's ragged breathing and the distant, meaningless chirp of a bird outside the window. "The headmaster," she said finally, her voice hushed, "wishes to see you. When you are able." "Now," Harry said. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. The world tilted. Ron jumped forward to steady him, but Harry shook him off. His legs felt like they belonged to someone else, but they held. He stood, in his hospital pajamas, facing his head of house. "I'm able now." The walk to the headmaster's office was the longest and shortest of Harry's life. McGonagall marched ahead, her back ramrod straight. Ron and Hermione flanked him, silent sentinels. They passed students in the corridors. Whispers trailed them like poison ivy. "That's him. Potter, the oath. Squib, they're saying. Mad, just like they said." A group of Slytherin fourth years, led by a preening Draco Malfoy, blocked the entrance to the grand staircase. Malfoy's pale eyes gleamed with unholy delight. Well, he drawled, his voice carrying. "If it isn't the savior. Or should I say, the former savior. Heard you've decided to go Muggle, Potter. Wise choice. You were always a fraud. A bit of magic, less filth, just like your mudblood friend." Ron lunged. "You shut your mouth, Malfoy." But it was Hermione who moved. She stepped in front of Harry, her wand out, her face white with a rage Harry had never seen. Levicorpus. Nothing happened. Her wand remained inert. A faint, pink flush of effort appeared on her cheeks, but no spell erupted. Malfoy's laugh was a sharp, barking sound. His cronies joined in, trying to defend her pet squib, Granger. "How touching. You'll have to do it the Muggle way now. Want to have a go? My father always said physical violence is so common." The humiliation was a physical burn. Not for himself, but for Hermione, standing there with her useless wand, for Ron, quivering with ineffectual rage. Harry met Malfoy's gaze. He had no magic, no wand, no threat. He took a step forward, putting himself beside Hermione. He felt naked, defenseless. But he'd faced a basilisk without a wand, too. "Get out of the way, Malfoy," he said, his voice flat. Something in his face, the utter lack of fear, the cold certainty, made Malfoy's smirk falter for a second. He wasn't looking at the boy who lived. He was looking at someone who had just lost everything and had nothing left to lose. Malfoy hesitated, then gave a theatrical shrug and stepped aside, his laughter a little forced. "Enjoy your visit to the headmaster, Squib," he called after them. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office leapt aside at a sharp word from McGonagall. The spiral staircase carried them upward. The usual gentle, floating sensation was gone for Harry. It was just a moving staircase, clanking and impersonal. The office was as cluttered as ever, but the usual soothing whirs and clicks of the silver instruments seemed accusatory. Fawkes was not on his perch. The portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses were not pretending to sleep. They were all awake, watching with unblinking eyes as Harry entered. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk. He looked old. Not wise old, or powerful old, but frail old. The shock of the previous night seemed to have settled into his bones. His hands were steepled before him, the fingers long and pale. "Thank you, Minerva. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, you may wait outside," Dumbledore said, his voice quiet. "Headmaster, I really think," Hermione began. "Outside, please." They went, casting desperate, helpless looks at Harry. The door clicked shut. Silence stretched. Dumbledore examined Harry over his half-moon spectacles. "Please, sit, Harry." Harry remained standing. "I'd rather not." A flicker of something, pain, perhaps, crossed Dumbledore's face. "Very well. How are you feeling? How do you think?" Dumbledore sighed, a long, weary exhalation. "The path you have chosen is a dark and lonely one. The magic of the goblet is not lightly defied. It has taken from you that which it deemed equivalent to the oath you broke." "It didn't take it," Harry corrected, the cold fury still there, a solid lump in his throat. "I gave it. I chose." "Did you?" Dumbledore's blue gaze was piercing. "Or were you pushed to a choice no young man should have to make?" "I bear a great deal of responsibility for that. I believed the protections were sufficient. I believed the rules would hold. I failed to see the trap for what it was." "Trap." The word cut through Harry's anger. "Your name did not come from the goblet by chance, Harry. Someone of great power, with a deep, twisted desire to see you in that tournament, placed it there. They confounded a very powerful, very ancient object. They meant for you to compete. They meant for you to be in mortal danger." The truth of it settled over Harry, colder than the loss of magic. "Of course. It was never chance. It was always him. Who? I have my suspicions. But without proof." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Their plan, however, has gone catastrophically awry. They did not anticipate your refusal. They did not anticipate the price. So they wanted me dead in the tournament, and instead, they've made me a squib." Harry gave a short, bitter laugh. "Maybe they'll be satisfied." "No," Dumbledore said, and the word was heavy with certainty. "Whoever did this does not want you merely dead, Harry. They want you broken before the world. They want a spectacle. Your condition is a complication. It may make you seem less of a threat. Or it may make you a different kind of target altogether." Harry absorbed this. A target without defenses. A symbol rendered inert. What use was a chosen one who couldn't cast a single spell? "What happens to me now?" he asked, the practical question pushing through the storm in his head. "I can't do magic. I can't attend classes. What am I supposed to do? Go back to the Dursleys? Live as a muggle? You will remain at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said firmly. "You are under my protection. Your education will adapt. Professor McGonagall and I will arrange for independent study in non-magical subjects. History, theory, perhaps even Muggle studies from a new perspective. You will have access to the library. You will remain with your friends, in Gryffindor Tower." The generosity of it, the sheer accommodation, was a new kind of humiliation. He was to be a permanent guest, a pet project. The boy who lived, now the boy who watched. And what about everyone else? Harry gestured vaguely toward the door, to the castle beyond. They all think I'm a cheat who got what he deserved. Or a madman. Or both. Public opinion, Dumbledore said with a trace of his old dryness, is a fickle and often cruel beast. You have, for the first time, acted in a way that was entirely, unequivocally Harry Potter. Not the symbol, not the survivor. The boy. That will confuse people. Some will despise you for it. Others may come to understand. Harry said nothing. He didn't want understanding. He wanted his magic back. He wanted the world to make sense again. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said, his voice dropping. The oath you swore. My magic is my own. And my choice is my own. Do you remember? Yes. The magic of such oaths is potent. The goblet took your power as recompense for breaking its contract. But your own oath, it may have a power of its own. A different kind of magic. Harry stared at him. What are you saying? I am saying that the magic we wield with wands and words is not the only kind. There is older magic. Magic of intent. Of sacrifice. Of choice. Dumbledore's eyes held his. You have made a sacrifice of unimaginable scale. You have asserted a choice with terrible finality. Do not assume, because you cannot cast a lumos, that you are now powerless. Nature abhors a vacuum, Harry. Something has been removed. Something else may yet grow in its place. It felt like a fairy tale. A consolation prize for the terminally ill. Harry didn't believe it. A knock sounded at the door. Professor Snape entered without waiting for an answer. His black eyes swept over Harry, from his hospital pajamas to his bare feet, taking in his powerless state with a slow, comprehensive glance. His lip did not curl. His expression was one of profound, clinical disdain. Headmaster. The situation is causing disruptions in my classes. The Slytherins are celebratory. It is affecting discipline. Thank you, Severus. I will address the school shortly, Dumbledore said. For now, Professor McGonagall will escort Mr. Potter back to Gryffindor Tower. He is to be afforded every courtesy. Courtesy, Snape repeated, as if the word tasted foul. His gaze settled on Harry again. Then I shall curb my celebrations, Headmaster. I imagine the courtesy of silence will be burden enough. He swept out. Harry was dismissed. The interview was over. He had his answer. He was to stay, a ghost in the machine, a living reminder of his own failure. McGonagall reappeared and led him, Ron, and Hermione back through the castle. The whispers were louder now, more brazen. They reached the fat lady's portrait. Password. She chirped, then her eyes widened as she saw Harry. Oh, goodness. Is it true? The poor dear. Caput Draconis, McGonagall said sharply, and the portrait swung open. The Gryffindor common room, usually a bastion of noisy, welcoming chaos, fell silent as they entered. Every face turned toward them. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were huddled together, staring with wide, horrified eyes. Seamus Finnegan looked away, ashamed. Dean Thomas offered a weak, sympathetic smile that was worse than a glare. Neville Longbottom met Harry's eyes for a second, his own full of a terrified empathy, before looking down at his hands. It was Fred and George who broke the tension. They were standing by the fire, their usual grins absent. George gave a slow, deliberate nod. Fred said, loud enough for everyone to hear, bold move, Harry. Gutsy. Welcome back. It wasn't acceptance. It was acknowledgement. It was enough to make the walls of the tower feel slightly less like a prison. McGonagall left them with strict instructions to let Harry rest. The moment she was gone, Ron and Hermione steered him toward the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Their own dorm room was empty, the other fourth-year boys apparently finding reasons to be elsewhere. The moment the door closed, Ron exploded. He can't make you stay here like this. It's mental. You're a sitting duck. Ron, quiet. Hermione hissed, but she was wringing her hands. Harry, Dumbledore's right about one thing. You're safer here than anywhere. But your studies, we'll help. We'll bring you notes, we'll explain everything. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. The bed where he'd read his first spellbook. Where he'd hidden under the covers with a lit wand. He looked at his trunk, at the schoolbooks inside. The standard book of spells, grade 4. A useless brick of paper. I don't want notes, Hermione, he said, his voice hollow. What's the point? The point is you're still you. She said fiercely, tears welling again. You're still Harry. Magic or no magic. We'll figure this out. There has to be a way to reverse it. There are books, ancient rituals. It was an ancient ritual, Hermione. The hollow feeling filled with a sudden, sharp despair. The goblet. I broke it. There's no take-backs. The finality of it crashed down on all three of them. Ron sat heavily on his own bed, head in his hands. Hermione stood, trembling, looking from one to the other, her brilliant mind utterly failing her. Harry lay back on his bed, staring at the crimson canopy. The silence inside him was absolute. He was a void, a walking negation of everything this world stood for. As night fell and the room darkened, Ron and Hermione eventually left, speaking in hushed, worried tones. Harry didn't move. He listened to the distant, meaningless sounds of the castle, the wind, the creak of stone, the laughter from the common room below that was no longer his. He thought of Dumbledore's words. Something else may yet grow. Asterisk. He felt nothing. Only the empty, echoing chamber where his magic had lived. And in that perfect, sterile silence, a new sound began, so faint he thought he was imagining it. Not a sound of magic. A sound of something, tearing. A distant, papery whisper, like dry leaves scraping against a windowpane deep in the labyrinth of his own mind. It was the sound of something old, and long forgotten, stirring in the dark. The whisper didn't fade with the dawn. It was there when Harry woke from a thin, dreamless sleep, a faint, papery rustle at the very edge of his hearing, like a page turning in a silent library. It wasn't magic. He knew the feel of magical sounds, the way they vibrated in his teeth or hummed along his skin. This was different. It was a sound of pure mind asterisk, a thought given faint auditory form. He lay still, trying to isolate it. It seemed to come from no direction, emanating from the hollow space inside his own skull. He focused, the way he used to focus on a spell's intention. Choice. Asterisk. The word wasn't heard. It was understood. A ghost of meaning etched on the silence. He sat up abruptly. The dorm room was empty, the other beds neatly made. Sunlight, plain and non-magical, streamed through the windows. His school robes were folded on his trunk. For a moment, he just stared at them. Putting them on felt like a lie. He was a student who could not study. He dressed mechanically. The fabric felt coarse, ordinary. He picked up his wand. From the bedside table, it was just a stick. A beautifully carved, 11-inch piece of holly, but inert. The familiar, comforting warmth of the phoenix feather core was gone. It felt as dead as a twig from the forbidden forest. He tucked it into his pocket out of habit, a weight that was now only a reminder. The common room was nearly empty, just a few first-years whispering over textbooks who fell silent and stared as he descended the stairs. The portrait hole swung open for him, the fat lady giving him a pitying look but not demanding a password. A small mercy, or perhaps an order from Dumbledore. The corridors of Hogwarts were a gauntlet. It was between classes, and students flooded the hallways. The news had solidified overnight. Harry Potter, the cheat, the liar, had been punished by magic itself. He was a squib, a walking cautionary tale. The stairs were no longer just curious or hostile. They were fascinated, clinical. He was a museum exhibit. The boy who lived to become a squib. Slytherins didn't bother with whispers. Pansy Parkinson's laugh, sharp as broken glass, echoed as he passed. Looking for your lost magic, Potter. Check the gutter. A Hufflepuff girl he didn't know actually took a step back from him as he walked by, as if his condition were contagious. He kept his eyes fixed on a point ahead, his face a mask. The cold fury from the night before had hardened into a shell. Inside, the void yawned, and the papery whisper scratched at its edges. He was heading nowhere, just walking to avoid being still. He found himself outside the door to the Great Hall. The smell of breakfast, bacon, toast, eggs, wafted out. His stomach clenched, but the thought of facing the entire school at the Gryffindor table, under those 1,000 eyes, was impossible. He turned away and nearly collided with someone. Watch it. Oh. It was Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff champion looked tired, his handsome face drawn. He held a stack of books and had the air of someone who hadn't slept. For a second, they just looked at each other. Harry braced for it, the scorn, the triumphant pity. Cedric's expression was complicated. There was no triumph. Potter, he said, his voice low. I heard about what happened. Harry said nothing. Cedric shifted his books. Look, I didn't believe you put your name in. For what it's worth, I saw your face. That wasn't someone who'd cheated. He hesitated. What they said, about the price. Is it true? Really true? Harry found his voice. It was flat. Yeah, it's true. Cedric flinched, as if Harry had confirmed a death. He looked genuinely distressed. Merlin, Potter. I'm sorry. That's not right. The tournament shouldn't, no one should. He trailed off, clearly grappling with an injustice too big for words. He wasn't offering friendship. He was bearing witness. Good luck, he said finally, the words utterly inadequate, and he moved past Harry into the hall. The encounter left Harry feeling unbalanced. The one person who should have been glad he was out of the way seemed sorry. It didn't fit. The whisper in his mind stirred again, a little clearer. Path diverged. Asterisk. He shook his head, as if to dislodge a fly. The movement made him dizzy. He needed to sit down, somewhere quiet. The library. It was the only place that made sense. Madame Pants gave him a long, piercing stare as he entered, her lips pursed as if his very presence threatened the sanctity of the books. She said nothing, but her gaze followed him as he wound his way through the stacks toward the very back, to a secluded table hidden by a large, sculpted bookcase depicting battling trolls. He sat, putting his head in his hands. The silence of the library was different from the silence inside him. This was a hushed, expectant quiet, full of the knowledge and power contained in thousands of books, power he could no longer access. He could read the words, but the magic in the diagrams, the potency in the incantations, would be just ink on paper. Thought I might find you here. He looked up. Hermione stood there, her arms full of books, her expression determined. Ron was beside her, holding two lumpy paper bags that smelled of sausage. We brought you breakfast, Ron said, plonking the bags on the table. You didn't come down. I wasn't hungry. You need to eat, Hermione said, in a tone that brooked no argument. She sat opposite him and began unloading her books with quiet precision. I've been researching. All night. Magical contracts, goblet lore, historical precedents for magical attenuation. Hermione, Harry interrupted softly. Stop. She froze, a heavy tome titled Oaths and Their Binding, a medieval perspective hovering over the table. Harry, we have two. There's no precedent for this, he said, looking at her. Is there? She slowly set the book down. Her shoulders slumped. No, not exactly. The Goblet of Fire hasn't been used in centuries. Cases of magical oath-breaking that result in complete core dissolution are theoretical. Mostly from dark rituals gone wrong. She swallowed. But that doesn't mean. It means it's done. He said it not with anger, but with a finality that silenced her. I need you two to understand that. I'm not a project. I'm not a puzzle to solve. This is what I am now. Ron looked stricken. Don't talk like that, mate. You're Harry. You'll always be Harry. What does that even mean, Ron? The question came out harsher than he intended. Harry who? The seeker who can't fly a broom because they're all charmed. The wizard who can't pass a single class. What am I supposed to do here? Watch. You learn. Hermione insisted, her eyes blazing. You learn everything else. History. Theory. Magical creatures. You understand the world you're a part of, even if you can't participate in the same way. And then what? Harry pushed back. Get a job at the Ministry filing reports on other people's magic. Become Dumbledore's permanent guest. Ron's ears were red. So what? You're just giving up. After everything. You faced you-know-who 3 times. I had magic then. Harry's voice rose, echoing slightly in the quiet stacks. Madame Pants shushed them violently from afar. He lowered it to a fierce whisper. I had a wand. I had a chance. Now I have nothing. I can't fight. I can't defend anyone. I can't even defend myself from Malfoy's big mouth. I'm a liability. To you, to everyone. The truth of it hung between them, ugly and undeniable. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them back furiously. Ron stared at the table, his fists clenched. The papery whisper came again, clearer, layered. A shell is not emptiness, a vessel awaits. Asterisk. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Do you hear that? He murmured. Hear what? Ron asked, looking around. Nothing. It's nothing. He opened his eyes. The determination on Hermione's face had shifted into something else, a desperate, calculating focus. All right, she said, her voice low and steady. All right, Harry. You're not a project. But you're our friend. And friends don't let friends sit in the dark. So if you won't let us research a cure, then we research this. What it means. What you can do. We start with the basics. Today. Now. She pushed one of the books toward him. It was a simple, leather-bound journal, blank. First, you need to understand what you've lost. From a theoretical standpoint, we'll map it. Magical theory was never your strongest subject, but now it's the only subject you have. So we learn it properly. It was so Hermione, so utterly logical and forward-moving, that a faint, hopeless spark ignited in the void. It wasn't hope for his magic. It was hope for a next hour, a next day. He picked up the journal. It was just a book. He could handle a book. They spent the morning there, hidden in the stacks. Hermione, in her element, became his professor. She started with the simplest concepts, ones they'd learned in first year. The magical core, the channels through which magic flows, the intent that shapes it. Harry had always just done it. Now, he had to understand the machinery of what was gone. It was agonizing, like studying the detailed blueprints of a lost limb. But as he listened, as he took notes with a quill that required no spell to refill its ink, a special one Hermione had nicked from a Muggle studies classroom, something shifted. The cold, hollow feeling didn't leave, but his mind, starved of purpose, latched onto the intellectual challenge. What about wandless magic? He asked at one point. Some wizards can do that. Is that a different channel? Hermione lit up. Possibly. It's argued that wandless magic taps a more primal, less refined layer of the core, or even bypasses the core's formal structures altogether, using intent and will directly on the environment. She launched into a complicated explanation about metaphysical thaumaturgical theory. Ron, who had been dozing off over a copy of Witch Broomstick, perked up at the word, primal. So you're saying there might be a back door? Like, his magic isn't gone, it's just locked in the cellar. It's not that simple, Ron, Hermione sighed, but she was flipping through another book. The diagnostics said the core was gone. Atrophied. Not locked. But, the nature of the self and magical potential is poorly understood. Will is the key, not the lock. Asterisk. The whisper. Harry didn't mention it. It felt private, fragile. The bell rang for morning classes. Hermione jumped. I have arithmancy. Ron, you have divination. We're skipping, Ron said immediately, though he looked pained at the thought of missing divination, his easiest class. No, Harry said. He was surprised by his own firmness. You're not. You can't. You'll get detentions, you'll fall behind. I'll be fine. I'll stay here. Read. They argued, but he was immovable. Finally, with extreme reluctance, they gathered their things. We'll meet you back here after lunch, Hermione said, as if giving a military order. Don't go anywhere else. The Slytherins have a free period before lunch. They left. The silence of the library settled back, deeper now. Harry looked at his notes. He'd written, core equals wellspring. Channels equals rivers. Wand equals damp control gate. Intent equals water's flow purpose. Asterisk. He stared at the words. He had no wellspring. No rivers. No dam. But he still had purpose. Did he? He stood, needing to move. He wandered the stacks, trailing his fingers along leather spines. He found himself in the restricted section. The wards usually tingled against his skin. He felt nothing. He simply walked through the rope as if it weren't there. The magic didn't recognize him as a threat, or perhaps didn't recognize him at all. The books here were older, bound in strange materials, some with clasps that seemed to be made of bone. They hummed with a power he could no longer sense. He was a ghost in a cathedral of energy he couldn't worship. A particular book caught his eye. It was slim, shoved carelessly on a high shelf, bound in a dull, gray material that looked like stone. There was no title. On a whim, he reached for it. It was heavier than it looked. He carried it back to his table. The cover was cool to the touch. It didn't open with a clasp, the pages seemed fused. He tried to pry it open. Nothing. He ran his finger along the seam. As he did, the papery whisper in his mind intensified, forming words. An oath written is an oath bound, open with intent, not with force. Asterisk. Intent. He wasn't trying to open a book. He was willing it to be open. He focused on the idea of the pages separating, of the knowledge within being revealed. He didn't push magic at it. There was none to push. He simply chose for it to open. With a soft, gritty sound like shifting sand, the cover lifted. Just a crack. Harry's heart hammered. He hadn't used magic. He was certain. He had used something else. The same thing that had sworn the oath. He opened the book fully. The pages were not paper. They were thin, polished tablets of a slate-like stone, engraved with symbols that were not any runes he recognized. They looked like diagrams of knots, of tangled pathways, of doors within doors. There were no words. As he stared at the first page, the symbols seemed to shift, not magically, but in his understanding. The knot wasn't a knot, it was a choice. The pathway wasn't a route, it was a consequence. This wasn't a book of spells. It was a book of decisions. He turned a heavy stone page. The next engraving showed a figure standing at a fork in a road. One path was wide, well-trodden, lit by a familiar, warm light. The other was narrow, overgrown, fading into shadow. The figure's head was turned toward the narrow path. The forsaken road, walks the walker alone. Asterisk. He understood. This was about him. About the choice he'd made. The path of the wizard was closed. This was the other one. He heard voices then, real voices, approaching his hiding spot. Harsh, drawling, familiar. Absolute joke. My father says Dumbledore's lost his mind, keeping him here. A squib in a school of magic. It's a contamination. Malfoy. With company. Harry quickly shut the stone book. The cover sealed with a final sounding click. He shoved it under a pile of Hermione's theory books just as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rounded the bookcase. Malfoy stopped, a smirk spreading across his pointed face. Well, look what the Kneazle dragged in. Hiding in the library, Potter. Trying to read up on how to be a useless waste of space. Crabbe and Goyle grunted laughter. Harry said nothing. He kept his hands on the table, willing them not to shake. I asked you a question, Squib. Malfoy took a step closer. Or can you not understand human speech anymore? Do you need me to draw pictures? Piss off, Malfoy, Harry said, his voice low. Ooh, temper. Malfoy's eyes gleamed. He drew his wand, twirling it casually. You know, I've been thinking. Without your freakish little bit of luck magic, you're really just a skinny little orphan with a scar. Nothing special at all. I could hex you right now, and there's not a thing you could do about it. Not even a feeble shield charm. He pointed his wand at Harry's face. Asterisk furnunculus. Harry flinched, bracing for the jinx that would cover him in boils. Nothing happened. Malfoy frowned. He tried again, enunciating clearly. Asterisk furnunculus. His wand tip sparked feebly, then died. A look of confusion and then dawning horror crossed Malfoy's face. He stared at his wand, then at Harry, then at the books on the table. Crabbe grunted. Do it, Draco. Shut up. Malfoy snapped. He tried a different jinx, a simple tickling charm. Asterisk rictusempra. Again, nothing. Not even a spark. The magic simply wouldn't leave his wand. It was as if the air around Harry had become inert, a dead zone. Harry understood before Malfoy did. It wasn't the air. It was him. The oath. My magic is my own. The goblet's punishment had created a void. And that void, it seemed, wasn't passive. It was nullifying. It didn't just lack magic, it denied it. Malfoy took a step back, his face pale. What did you do? He whispered, his bravado gone, replaced by superstitious fear. I didn't do anything, Harry said, the truth of it startling him. You did. Or tried to. Malfoy looked from his useless wand to Harry's empty hands. The power dynamic had flipped, not because Harry had power, but because Malfoy's had been rendered irrelevant. It was a new, terrifying form of defense. Not a shield. An absence. Freak, Malfoy hissed, but it lacked conviction. He shoved his wand back into his robes. Come on, he muttered to Crabbe and Goyle, and they slunk away, casting uneasy glances over their shoulders. Harry sat alone, his heart pounding a violent rhythm against his ribs. He looked down at his hands. He had done nothing. And yet, he had done everything. The stone book under the pile seemed to pulse with a silent, waiting knowledge. The whisper in his mind was no longer papery. It was clear, a voice of dry, ancient certainty. You have chosen the unseen path, now you must learn to walk it. The magic of this world will not aid you, it will resist you, for you have denied its covenant. Asterisk. He wasn't just a squib. He was something else. A void. A negation. A living oath. And as the implications of that settled into the hollow spaces within him, cold and terrifying and strangely potent, he realized the greatest danger was no longer the tournament, or Voldemort, or even the loss of his magic. The greatest danger was the path ahead, a path no wizard had walked for centuries, and what he might become by the end of it. The whispers in his mind grew bolder. They were not a single voice, but layered echoes, like the thoughts of long-dead men caught in a cave. They didn't speak in sentences, but in concepts, images, feelings that blossomed behind his eyes. Stone remembers, blood forgets, the path is walked with will, not feet. Asterisk. Harry pushed the stone book deeper into his trunk, hidden beneath his invisibility cloak. It felt wrong to leave it in the library. It felt his. The encounter with Malfoy had changed something. The humiliation of the morning had curdled into a strange, tense equilibrium. He was a pariah, but he was a dangerous pariah. A void that swallowed spells. It didn't feel like power. It felt like being a black hole, a dead spot in the living tapestry of Hogwarts. The next morning, a crisp scroll of parchment was delivered to him at breakfast by a disgruntled-looking school owl that dropped it directly into his porridge. It was from Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, your revised academic schedule has been approved by the headmaster. You are to report to the following locations at the appointed times. History of Magic with your year. Magical Theory Independent Study, Library Carl 7. Muggle Studies with third years. Defense Against the Dark Arts Observation Only, back row. Potions Observation Only, at a separate station. Your presence in all other classes is excused. You are not permitted to handle magical materials, wands, or creatures under any circumstances. Your safety, and the integrity of the school's curriculum, depend upon your adherence to these rules. Asterisk. Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Observation only. The words were a brand. He was to be a ghost, a spectator in his own life. Ron read the note over his shoulder, his face darkening. Observation only in defense. That's mad. That's the one class you actually need. I don't need it, Ron, Harry said quietly, scraping the porridge off the parchment. I can't do any of it. What am I going to observe? How to die slightly slower. Hermione snatched the note, her brow furrowed. It's bureaucratic nonsense. But, it's structure. It's something to do. And history of magic. Professor Binns won't even notice you're there. You can actually participate, in a way. Participate. In a ghost's lecture about goblin wars no one cared about. The day stretched before him, a wasteland of sanctioned irrelevance. His first class was history. As he entered the classroom, the chatter died. Students shifted in their seats, creating a wide, empty moat around their desks. He took a seat at the back, near a sleeping Neville. Professor Binns droned through the wall, beginning a lecture on the Ministry's post-Goblin War regulatory decrees. Harry took out a quill and a piece of parchment. He tried to take notes, but the words were ash in his mouth. He was learning about a world that had just forcibly evicted him. The whisper stirred. History is written by the victors, but the path is walked by the forgotten. Listen to the silences between the words. Asterisk. He stopped writing. He listened. Not to Binns's dry recitation of dates, but to the room. The scratch of quills. The rustle of robes. The faint, magical hum of the castle stone beneath his feet. A hum he could no longer feel, but could imagine. He heard Seamus Finnegan whisper a joke to Dean. He heard Parvati sigh over her nails. He heard the emptiness where his own magic should have been, a silence so profound it had a texture. He was hearing the world as a muggle might. And in that hearing, he realized Binns wasn't teaching history. He was reciting a spell of boredom, of disconnection, of making the past safe and dead. The real history, the messy, bloody, magical truth of it, was in the silences. In what wasn't said. When the bell rang, he hadn't written a single note. He felt strangely more aware than when he'd entered. Magical theory in the library Carl was worse. Carl 7 was a small, enclosed desk at the very back, near a stained glass window depicting a wizard being torn apart by his own rogue conjurations. Cheerful. A stack of books awaited him. Fundamental Thaumaturgy by Adalbert Waffling, The Principles of Residual Charmwork, a theoretical taxonomy of magical exhaustion. He opened Waffling. Chapter 1. The Magical Core is Conceptual Paradigm. He read a paragraph. Then again. The words were clear, but their meaning slithered away. They described a vital, thrumming center of being. He had a center of being. It was a dry hole. He slammed the book shut. The sound echoed in the silent Carl. Frustration, hot and corrosive, boiled up in him. He wasn't stupid. He could learn this. But learning it was torture. It was like a deaf man studying sheet music for a symphony he would never hear. He shoved the books aside and put his head in his hands. The cold, stony feeling of the oath was inside him, and not where his magic had been. He pressed his consciousness against it, not trying to find magic, but trying to understand the knot itself. The whispers responded, coalescing. Theory is the map, the path is the territory, you hold the territory within, feel its borders, its desolation. Asterisk. He focused on the hollow feeling. Not as a lack, but as a thing. A shape. A defined space inside him that was not magic. He explored its edges in his mind's eye. It wasn't a wound. It was a clearing. A place where something had been cut out with terrible precision. As he mentally traced its perimeter, a strange sensation bloomed. A cool, smooth pressure, like a palm placed on polished marble. It was the feeling of the oath itself. Not magic, but will made solid. His choice, given form and consequence. Outside the Carl, he heard two Ravenclaw sixth years arguing as they browsed the shelves. The waffling model is fundamentally flawed when applied to ritual magic, it ignores the externalized intent. Yes, but the externalization is still channeled through the core, so the paradigm holds if you consider the core as a transducer, not a generator. Their argument was passionate, intellectual. A year ago, Harry would have tuned it out. Now, he listened fiercely. They weren't talking about feeling. They were talking about machinery. And he had just found a piece of machinery inside him that wasn't a core. It was a stone, a monument to a decision. He pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward him. He didn't start taking notes from the book. He began to draw a rough circle, not to represent a core, but to represent the hollow space. Around it, he drew jagged lines, the severed channels waffling described. But in the center of the circle, he didn't leave it blank. He drew a knot, the same kind of knot from the stone book. A tangle of deliberate, unyielding lines. He labeled it not magical core, but the oath knot. It was a start. Muggle Studies was held in a small, sunny classroom on the third floor. The third years eyed him with open curiosity as he slipped into a seat at the back. The professor, Charity Burbage, was a cheerful witch with flyaway hair. "Ah, our new auditor. Mr. Potter, welcome. We're just discussing the ingenious non-magical systems of communication. The telephone network," she said it with gentle wonder, as if describing a particularly clever elf invention. A Hufflepuff girl raised her hand. "Professor, if Muggles can talk over wires, why don't they just use flow powder or Patronuses?" Professor Burbage laughed. "Because, dear, they haven't got any magic. That's the point. They have to solve problems with things. With wires, and electricity, and their own rather brilliant minds." Harry listened, a strange dislocation settling over him. He was a Muggle now. Technically, he had to solve problems without magic. The class wasn't a quaint novelty, it was a survival guide. He took notes, real notes, on how telephones worked, on the concept of a grid for power. It was the most useful class he'd attended in weeks. But it also highlighted the chasm. The other students were tourists in this subject. He was an immigrant. Defense against the dark arts was last before lunch. The classroom had been rearranged. In the very back, against the wall, was a single, small desk, isolated from the others. A "observation only" placard sat on it. Moody's magical eye swiveled and fixed on him the moment he entered. The real one glared with a different intensity. "Potter, your station's there. Don't touch anything. Don't speak unless spoken to. You're here to learn what you can't do. Let that be a lesson." The lesson was on shield charms. Moody demonstrated the basic Protega, then had the class pair off to practice. The air filled with shouted incantations and shimmering, translucent barriers flickering to life. Harry sat at his lonely desk, watching. He could see the magic. He could remember the wand movement, the incantations feel on his tongue. But the knowledge was theoretical, like watching someone demonstrate how to breathe underwater. Ron and Hermione were paired together. Ron's shield was weak, sputtering. Hermione's snapped into existence with textbook perfection. Each successful cast was a tiny needle in Harry's heart. Moody limped up and down the rows, barking corrections. He stopped near Harry's desk, his real eye on the class, his magical one staring directly into Harry's skull. "You see, Potter," Moody growled, low enough so only Harry could hear. "That's what you gave up. Protection. Defense. They're learning to survive. You've made yourself permanently vulnerable. A noble gesture, maybe. A stupid one, definitely. Harry said nothing. He kept his gaze on the class. Your father, Moody continued, his voice a gravelly whisper, was a fine duelist. Excellent at defensive magic. Would have been disgusted. That struck a nerve, a raw, exposed one. You don't know what he'd think, Harry shot back, under his breath. Moody's magical word. I know a dead hero is no use to anyone. And you've just signed your own death warrant, boy. They'll come for you. And you'll have nothing to throw back at them. Not even a shield. He limped away, leaving a chill in his wake that had nothing to do with magic. The bell rang. Harry was the first out of the door, unable to bear the pitying looks from his classmates. He hurried down the corridor, not toward the great hall, but outside, toward the cold, damp air of the courtyard. He needed space. He needed to not be looked at. The courtyard was empty, the sky a flat, leaden gray. He leaned against the rough stone wall, the chill seeping through his robes. He closed his eyes, trying to quiet the storm in his head. Moody's words, the sight of those shields, the hollow ache of his oath not. A shield is a choice to resist, the void is a choice to not be, to make the attack irrelevant. Asterisk. The whisper was back, cooler now, clearer. How? Harry muttered aloud, to the empty air. How is it irrelevant? A killing curse is coming at me, and my void just means I die authentically. The curse requires a target, a magical being. You have unmade that definition. You are neither magical nor non, you are the oath. Asterisk. It was nonsense. Philosophical drivel. He was flesh and blood. A curse would tear him apart regardless. Frustrated, he pushed off the wall. As he did, his hand brushed a trailing tendril of ivy clinging to the stone. The plant was enchanted, part of the herbology department's cross-disciplinary projects. It normally glowed with a soft, green bioluminescence at the barest touch. His fingers touched the leaves. The glow didn't just fail to appear. The leaves themselves, for an inch around his fingertips, turned a dull, lifeless gray. The color leached out of them, not like dying, but like something had been sucked out. Not life. The magic in the life. He snatched his hand back, horrified. The patch of gray remained, a perfect imprint of his touch on the vine. He hadn't felt anything. No drain, no pull. It was as automatic as breathing. The void didn't just sit inside him. It spilled. It nullified. Experimenting, Potter. The voice was smooth, liquid, and right behind him. Harry whirled. Professor Snape stood there, his black robes blending with the shadows of the archway. He had approached without a sound. His dark eyes flicked from Harry's face to the gray-stained ivy, then back. A slow, chilling smile touched his thin lips. I see the contamination spreads. Like a disease. It was an accident, Harry said, his voice tight. Was it? Snape glided closer. Accidents imply a lack of control. You, Potter, have made a career of chaotic, destructive impulses. This is merely a new expression of it. You are a walking entropy. A magical null. It is, I suppose, a fitting end for the line of Potter. Not with a bang, but with a withering. Every word was calibrated to maim. Harry felt them sink in, hooking into his own deepest fears. Why are you here, sir? Harry asked, forcing a semblance of politeness. To remind you of your potion's observation this afternoon. And to deliver a warning. Snape's voice dropped to a silk-covered blade. My classroom is a place of precision. Of subtle, controlled power. Your condition is an affront to that. You will sit where instructed. You will not touch any ingredient, cauldron, or instrument. You will not speak. You will not breathe if you can help it. The moment your nullifying presence ruins a single student's work, you will be removed. And I will ensure you spend the rest of your term scrubbing bedpans in the hospital wing with a toothbrush. Do I make myself clear? Harry met the black, hateful eyes. Crystal clear, Professor. Snape held his gaze for a moment longer, then swept away, his robes billowing like a bat's wings. Harry looked back at the ivy. The gray patch was already spreading, slowly, the enchantment unraveling from the point of his touch. He had done that, not with magic, with absence. The weight of it settled on him, heavier than before. He wasn't just powerless. He was anti-power. A destroyer of wonders, even small, glowing ones. He spent the afternoon in the dungeons, at a stone desk separated from the rest of the class by 10 feet of empty flagstones. He watched as Snape, with vicious glee, had them brew a wit-sharpening potion, a complex brew requiring exact timing and stirring counter-spirals. He watched the steam rise, colored with magic. He watched the ingredients shimmer as they were added. He smelled the sharp, astringent odor. And he felt nothing. No pull, no desire to participate. Just the cold knot inside him, and the silent, watchful presence of the whispers. Near the end of class, a Slytherin boy, Theodore Knott, sneered in Harry's direction as he added his powdered griffin claw. His cauldron, which had been a perfect simmering silver, suddenly burped. The liquid inside turned a sickly, inert gray, exactly the color of the ivy. The potion was ruined. Knott swore. Snape swooped over. Careless, Knott. 10 points from Slytherin. The counter-clockwise stir was half a rotation too many. But as Snape said it, his eyes cut to Harry, a spark of pure, venomous understanding in their depths. He knew. It wasn't Knott's error. It was the void, reaching out, poisoning the magic in the air. Snape said nothing to Harry. The silent accusation was worse. When Harry finally escaped the dungeons, the castle felt like a prison whose very walls were repelled by him. He skipped dinner. He went straight to the Gryffindor Tower, through the portrait hole, up to the empty dormitory. He pulled the stone book from his trunk. He didn't try to open it. He just held its cool, weighty presence in his hands. He focused on the oath knot inside him, then on the book. Show me. Asterisk. The cover didn't open. Instead, the knotted symbol he'd drawn on his parchment earlier seemed to burn in his mind's eye. And he understood, not with words, but with a deep, intuitive certainty, the nullifying effect, the grayness. It wasn't random. It was a manifestation, a crude, unconscious expression of the oath. My magic is my own. Extending that claim outward, your magic cannot affect what is mine. My space is mine. Asterisk. It was a boundary. A declaration of self so absolute it pushed the external world away. He had no magic to cast. But he had a territory. A very small, fragile one, centered on himself. And he had just learned it had borders that could stain. It was not a comforting thought. It was a terrifying one. He was learning to walk a path, all right. A path that left gray, dead things in its wake. And as night fell, the final whisper of the day came. Not from the book, but from the depths of his own newfound desolation. The first lesson of the Forsaken Road: to walk it, you must become a stranger to all you knew, even to yourself. He lay in the dark, the stone book beside him, and wondered what, exactly, he was becoming. The gray stain on the ivy was gone the next morning. Professor Sprout, clucking with concern, had presumably applied a restorative charm. But the memory of it remained, a phantom bruise in Harry's mind. He had broken something, even if it was just a glowing leaf. The fear of doing it again, to something bigger, to someone, coiled in his gut like a cold serpent. His new schedule was a ghost's itinerary. He moved through the castle not as a student, but as a quiet, watching shadow. In history, he no longer tried to take notes. He simply sat and listened to the silences in Binz's drone, feeling the shape of the omissions. In the library Carl, he ignored waffling and instead drew more intricate diagrams of his internal landscape, the clearing, the oath knot, the severed channels like dry riverbeds radiating out. He started to label them with feelings, not theory. Channel of flight, broomstick joy, now a memory of wind with no lift. Channel of light, Lumos in a dark cupboard, now just dark. Channel of defense, expecto patronum, the happy thought now just a thought. It was a map of a lost country. The whispers in his mind became his only true classmates. They didn't offer comfort. They offered perspective, stark and unadorned. You grieve for tools lost, but did the tool define the hand? The hand can still shape. Asterisk. Shape what? Air. Nothingness. He was walking to Muggle studies, taking a less traveled corridor to avoid the usual crowds, when he heard the crying. It was a small, muffled sound, hiccuping with despair. It came from a disused classroom, the door slightly ajar. He paused, his instinct to help warring with his new reality. He was no protector. He pushed the door open gently. Inside, a first-year girl was huddled on the floor, her robes sporting the green and silver of Slytherin. Her face was buried in her knees, but he could see her shoulders shaking. Around her, scattered on the flagstones, were the components of a snapped wand, splintered wood and a curled, blackened core of what looked like unicorn hair. She looked up, her face blotchy with tears. She had mousy brown hair and wide, terrified eyes. She saw him, and her breath hitched. Fear flashed across her features, then confusion. You're Harry Potter," she whispered, her voice thick. "Yeah," he said, not moving from the doorway. "What happened?" "My wand," she sobbed, gesturing helplessly at the pieces. "I was practicing the levitation charm, it just snapped. And it burned me." She held up a small hand, showing a red, magical burn on her palm. "Madame Pomfrey said it's a core backlash. She said it sometimes happens when the magic is incompatible. That my magic might be faulty." Fresh tears welled up. "They'll send me home. They'll say I'm a dud." The word, squib, hung unspoken in the air between them. Her terror was palpable, a mirror of his own, but hers was a terror of impending judgment. His was a sentence already passed. He looked at the broken wand. He knew what had happened. It wasn't her. It was him. He'd walked past this classroom earlier. His nullifying presence, his territory, had brushed against her practicing magic. The unstable field of a first-year's spell, meeting the absolute void of his oath, had caused a catastrophic short-circuit. He had broken her wand as surely as if he'd stepped on it. Guilt, sharp and acidic, flooded him. "What's your name?" he asked, his voice softer. "Astra," she mumbled. "Astra Greengrass. A pureblood name. Pressure to perform. The shame of a broken wand would be a family disgrace." He stepped into the room, careful to keep distance. The air felt charged with her misery. "It's not you, Astra," he said, the truth feeling inadequate. "It's the castle. Old magic. Sometimes it reacts badly. It was a lie, but a kinder one than the truth. I am a walking curse, and I broke your world by accident." Asterisk. She looked at him with a desperate hope. "Really? Really?" He knelt, but didn't touch the wand fragments. "A snapped wand isn't the end. Ollivander will fix it, or get you a new one. But the backlash, the burn, that'll heal." He looked at her hand. "Can I see?" Hesitantly, she extended it. The burn was an angry red, pulsing with a faint, residual magic that was already fading. As her hand came near him, the redness seemed to dim, the painful throb visibly subsiding. His nullifying field was draining the unstable magical residue from the injury, soothing it. She gasped, staring at her palm. It doesn't hurt as much. See." Harry forced a small smile. "Told you it'd heal." She looked from her hand to his face, awe mixing with her fear. "How did you do that?" "I didn't do anything." It was the most honest thing he'd said. "Magic sometimes just needs to settle. You should go back to the hospital wing. Tell Madame Pomfrey it's feeling better." She sniffled, gathering the pieces of her wand with trembling hands. She stood, looking small and lost. "Thank you, Harry Potter." "Just Harry," he said. She gave him a wobbly nod and scurried out. He remained kneeling on the cold floor long after she'd gone. The guilt was a physical ache. He had hurt her. Unintentionally, but definitively. His very existence was a hazard. Moody's words echoed. A contamination. Asterisk. He couldn't live like this. He couldn't be a passive disaster. He went to the library, but not to his Carl. He went to the section on magical accidents, on cursed objects, on parasitic magical phenomena. He wasn't looking for a cure. He was looking for a manual. If he was a null field, he needed to understand its radius, its triggers, its controls. The books were no help. They spoke of dementors sucking joy, of cursed artifacts draining life, of magical parasites. He wasn't sucking. He was canceling, erasing. Frustrated, he left the library and headed for the one place he thought might offer a different kind of knowledge, the room of requirement. He paced 3 times before the blank wall on the 7th floor, thinking, "I need a place to understand what I am. A place where I can't break anything. A place to learn control." Asterisk. A door shimmered into existence. It was plain, dark wood. He turned the handle and stepped inside. The room was small, circular, and utterly bare. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of a seamless, matte black stone that absorbed light. In the center of the room was a single, knee-high pedestal of the same material. On it sat one object, a small, white candle, unlit. There was no other furniture. No books. No windows. The air was still and utterly silent. The usual magical buzz of Hogwarts was absent here, too, but this was a curated silence, a vacuum created for a purpose. A piece of parchment appeared on the pedestal next to the candle. In neat, cursive script, it read, The null cannot be filled. Asterisk. It can only be known. Asterisk. To know a space, define its edges. Asterisk. Light the candle. Asterisk. Harry stared at the candle. He had no matches. No wizard's lighter. Certainly no magic. Define its edges. Asterisk. He thought of the ivy. Of Astra's wand. His null field had acted without his conscious command. It was a reflex, like a flinch. To control it, he had to be aware of it, not as an absence but as a presence. He had to find its edges, not in the world, but in himself. He closed his eyes, turning his focus inward, to the oath knot. Instead of seeing it as a dark lump, he tried to feel its extent. He imagined it not as a point, but as a sphere, centered on the knot. A personal space. His territory. He breathed in, and in his mind, he drew the boundary of that sphere tight, pulling it in, visualizing it shrinking from a vague, room-sized haze to a closed sheath around his skin, like a second, invisible layer. He opened his eyes. Nothing looked different. The candle remained unlit. He looked at his hands. He focused on the idea of the field, the null space, extending just an inch from his fingertips. He willed it forward, not as an attack, but as a gentle push. A probing. He pointed his index finger at the candle wick. He felt a strange sensation, not in the air, but in the oath knot itself. A slight tightening, a focus. There was no rush of power, no drain. It was a conscious direction of the absence. The candle wick didn't burst into flame. Instead, the very potential for flame around it seemed to vanish. The small pocket of air at the tip of the wick became inert, incapable of combustion. But a millisecond later, as his focused will brushed it, the dead air collapsed, and from the sheer imbalance, a tiny, struggling spark flickered, not from magic, but from the physics of the void rebounding, and caught the dry wick. A frail, real flame bloomed, casting a minute, dancing light against the profound blackness of the walls. He had not lit it with magic. He had lit it by creating a condition where lighting itself was the only possible outcome. He had used the null to create a positive negative. It was the hardest, most mentally taxing thing he'd ever done. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The focus required was immense, a fierce, non-magical concentration that made his head pound. But he had done it. He had used it, not blindly, but with intent. A second piece of parchment appeared. The edge is defined by will. The will is strengthened by choice. You have made one great choice. Now make a small one. Extinguish the flame. Asterisk. He looked at the delicate light. Extinguishing it was simple. He could blow it out. He could smother it. But the room wasn't asking for the simple solution. It was asking him to use what he was. He focused again. This time, he didn't push the null field. He imagined it as a blanket, a gentle, smothering shroud. He willed the boundary of his territory to expand, slowly, smoothly, to envelop the candle flame. He didn't attack the fire. He rendered the space it occupied inimical to combustion. The flame didn't flicker or fight. It simply ceased. One moment it was there, the next it was not, leaving a thin curl of smoke that was instantly absorbed by the dark air of the room. No wisp, no smell. It was erased. A wave of exhaustion hit him, mental and profound. He swayed on his feet. But beneath the fatigue was a fierce, glowing ember of triumph. He had exercised control. Minuscule, precise control. The room had given him his first lesson. His condition was not just a state of being. It was a faculty. A terrible, alien faculty that operated on the logic of negation, but a faculty nonetheless. He left the room of requirement feeling both drained and oddly lighter. The path wasn't just about loss. It was about a brutal, unfamiliar kind of gain. This fragile new understanding was shattered that evening in the common room. He was sitting in a corner, trying to read a Muggle novel Hermione had lent him about a detective, when the portrait hole burst open. Fred and George Weasley entered, but their usual boisterous energy was absent. They were supporting Lee Jordan, who was limping badly, his face a mask of pain. His right leg was twisted at a sickening angle, and his robes were scorched. The common room fell silent. What happened? Angelina Johnson cried, rushing forward. Somebody, George said, his voice tight with fury, hexed the trick step on the grand staircase. The one that turns into a slide. Only this time, it turned into a bloody chute and dumped Lee 3 floors down into a conjured patch of devil's snare. It was a trap, Fred snarled, helping Lee onto a sofa. Aimed. The snare was conjured after he fell. It started constricting. We had to burn it off. Him. Lee groaned, his teeth gritted. Saw a flash of green robes, disappearing. Slytherin colors. Ron and Hermione were at Harry's side in an instant. That's not a schoolyard prank, Hermione whispered, horrified. That could have killed him. It was meant to, Harry said, his voice cold. The ember of triumph from the room was doused in a flood of icy dread. The attacks were escalating. And Lee was his friend. This was a message. Professor McGonagall arrived, her face grim, and whisked Lee away to the hospital wing. The common room buzzed with angry, frightened speculation. It's because of you, you know. The voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise. It was Seamus Finnegan. He wasn't looking at Harry, but his words were aimed like stones. What did you say? Ron rounded on him. Seamus stood up, his face conflicted but set. I said, it's because of him. Everything was fine before. Hard, but fine. Now he's, what he is. He's made himself a target. And he's got no way to fight back. So they're going after us. To get to him. To prove he can't protect anyone. He finally looked at Harry, his eyes full of a resentful fear. You're a lightning rod, Harry. And now you're not even a lightning rod. You're just, the spot where the storm hits. The truth of it landed in the pit of Harry's stomach, heavier than any book. Seamus was right. He had declared independence, and in doing so, he had made everyone around him a potential battleground. His noble choice had painted targets on his friends' backs. The fragile control he'd learned in the Black Room felt laughable. He could snuff out a candle. What good was that against conjured devil's snare? Against hate. He stood up. The common room watched him. He saw it in their faces now, not just pity or curiosity, but a burgeoning blame. He was the cracked dam, and they were downstream. Without a word, he turned and walked to the dormitory stairs. He heard Hermione start to argue with Seamus, heard Ron's angry shout. He didn't listen. In the empty dorm room, he went to his trunk. He didn't take out the stone book. He took out the Marauder's map. He whispered, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The parchment remained blank. The magic didn't recognize him. It was just a piece of old, clever parchment. He stared at it, the finality of his exile crashing down. He couldn't even use the tools of his past. The whisper in his mind came then, not cool and instructive, but with a sharp, urgent edge. A storm seeks the highest point, become the low ground, become unseen, the path is not walked in the light of their fires. Asterisk. Become unseen. Not with an invisibility cloak he could still use, but in another way. He had to remove himself as a target. He had to make them forget he was a lightning rod. An idea, desperate and bleak, began to form. It wasn't about control. It was about disappearance. He looked at his reflection in the dark window. The boy who stared back had hollow eyes and a scar that meant nothing now. He had sworn an oath to own his choice. Now he had to own the consequences, even if it meant walking away from everything that remained. Even if it meant walking alone. The Quidditch pitch was a cathedral of roaring wind and screaming color. From his isolated perch in the very top row of the stands, Harry watched the Gryffindor team streak and dive below, a blur of crimson against the clear autumn sky. He could see Ron, a distant, determined figure guarding the hoops, and Ginny, a flash of red hair as a relentless chaser. The snitch was a fleck of gold he could no longer sense, a secret the breeze wouldn't whisper to him. He'd come here not to watch, but to feel the absence. To let the vast, empty sky mirror the void inside him. The roar of the crowd was a physical pressure, but it was a pressure he was outside of. He was a spectator in every sense. Lee Jordan's attack had changed the atmosphere in Gryffindor Tower. The fear had solidified, and with it, a subtle shift. Harry wasn't just the tragic squib anymore, he was the dangerous one. The one whose very existence provoked violence. People didn't meet his eyes in the common room. Conversations died when he approached. Even Neville, usually kind, stammered and looked away. He had become a ghost with consequences. The whispers in his mind had grown quieter, more contemplative. The herd expels the wounded, not from malice, but from instinct. Your survival is now a solitary calculus. Asterisk. He didn't need the whispers to tell him that. He could feel the space around him in the tower, a bubble of avoidance thicker than any null field. Down on the pitch, a bludger, mishit by a Slytherin beater, rocketed not at a player, but veered wildly up toward the stands. It was a rare accident, a 1 in 8,000 shot. It screamed toward the section where a cluster of Hufflepuff first years were sitting, their eyes wide with terror as the iron ball grew larger. Instinct took over. Old Seeker's instincts. Track the projectile. Predict its path. He was on his feet, but there was no broom under him, no quick summoning charm. He was just a boy in the stands, miles away. And then, a different instinct surfaced. Not Quidditch, but the Black Room. The candle. The defined edge. He didn't think. He focused. He pinpointed the bludger in his mind's eye, not as an object, but as a knot of violent, directed magic, enchantments of force and motion. He imagined his null field not as a bubble around himself, but as a spear. A lance of absolute negation, projected with all the will and desperate intent he possessed. He didn't try to stop the physical ball. He tried to unmake the magic that propelled it. It was too far. He knew it instantly. The strain was immense, a mental tearing sensation that made his vision gray at the edges. He was trying to lift a mountain with a thought. But something happened. The bludger, 20 feet from impacting the terrified first years, didn't stop. It didn't slow. But its furious, magical spin stuttered. For a fraction of a second, the iron sphere wobbled in its trajectory, as if it had hit a patch of dead air. It clipped the stone railing of the stands with a deafening clang, spraying chips of rock, then caromed at a shallow angle, shooting harmlessly out over the pitch before a beater finally smashed it back into play. The first years were shaken, covered in dust, but unharmed. They stared at the scar on the railing, then looked around, bewildered. No one looked up at Harry, sweating and trembling in the top row. They were looking for a professor, for a heroic spell. They didn't look for the cause in the silent, powerless boy alone in the cheap seats. He had done it. Not enough. But something. He had reached out with the void and touched the world, from a distance. The cost was a splitting headache and a nosebleed that dripped, bright red, onto the wooden bench. He wiped it away with his sleeve, his heart hammering. It wasn't control. It was a scream into the silence. But it was proof. The faculty was real. And it had range. He slipped away from the match before it ended, unable to bear the noise, the proximity of so much unfettered magic. He needed the stillness of the room. This time, when he paced, he thought, I need to understand the reach. I need to see the edge. Asterisk. The door appeared. Inside, the room was different. It was a long, narrow gallery, like a fencing hall. The walls were the same light-absorbing black stone. At intervals along the length of the room, on small black plinths, sat objects. A softly glowing bluebell flame in a jar, a charmed silver snitch buzzing in a small cage, a self-stirring cauldron gently bubbling with a non-magical soup, a miniature, enchanted waterfall flowing upwards in a loop. At the far end of the gallery was a single, straight-backed chair. A parchment lay on the chair. Perception precedes projection. To define the edge for another, you must first perceive it for yourself. The void is a sense. Learn to see with it. Asterisk. Harry sat in the chair. He looked at the nearest object, the bluebell flame. He closed his eyes and tried to feel for it, not with his magical sense gone, but with his new sense, his awareness of the oath not, of the null space that was his self. At first, there was nothing. Just the dark behind his eyelids and the faint, chilly pressure of the knot in his core. He breathed slowly, as he had with the candle. He imagined the null field not as a defensive shell, but as a subtle, probing energy, like sonar, but sending out pulses of silence. He pushed the awareness of his own emptiness outward, a gentle, questioning wave. He felt it. A resistance. Not a physical thing. A density. A place where the world was more. Where the natural emptiness of the air was filled with the structured, humming presence of the flame's magic. It was like running his mental fingers over velvet in a room of coarse burlap. He could sense its shape, its intensity, a small, tidy knot of warmth and light. He opened his eyes. The flame was exactly where he'd sensed it. He hadn't seen it. He'd felt its magical presence by feeling where his own absence ended and its presence began. It was a reverse perception. Seeing the world by mapping the shadows it cast on his void. He stood and walked slowly down the gallery, his eyes closed. He sent out those tentative pulses of awareness. The buzzing snitch was a frantic, skittering knot of motion magic. The cauldron's enchantment was a slow, rhythmic pulse. The waterfall was a complex, flowing weave of charms. He could feel their edges, their proximity. As he drew near to the waterfall, the sound of its magic in his void sense grew louder, a rushing, vibrant pressure. He stopped before he touched it. This was the key. He didn't have to see magic to know where it was. He could feel its intrusion into the field of his own negation. It was a early warning system, a way to navigate a world saturated with what he could no longer touch. He spent hours in the gallery, walking blind, mapping the room with his new sense. He learned to gauge distances, to differentiate between types of magical signatures, the simple glow of a charm versus the complex, interlocked weaves of an enchantment. When he finally left, exhausted but thrumming with a hard-won understanding, the castle felt different. He no longer walked through a world of invisible, hostile energy. He walked through a world he could map. He could feel the gentle thrum of a passing professor's protective wards a corridor away. He could sense the aggressive, sparking aura of a poltergeist moving through the ceiling above. He was blind, but he had developed a new kind of echolocation in the dark. This fragile new equilibrium was tested that night in the library. He was in his carrel, not with theory books, but with a large sheet of parchment. He was attempting to sketch the Great Hall as perceived by his void sense during dinner, a map of magical intensities, with the staff table a blazing sun of power, the students as shimmering constellations, and himself as a tiny, dark star at the Gryffindor table. A shadow fell across his work. He looked up. It wasn't a student. It was Victor Krum. The Durmstrang champion looked even more imposing up close, his heavy brow furrowed, his posture stiff. He wasn't in his uniform, but in dark, practical travel robes. He smelled of pine and lake water. "Potter," Krum said, his voice a low, accented rumble. Harry just nodded, wary. Krum's dark eyes scrutinized him, not with malice, but with the intense focus of a seeker studying an unusual snitch. "I watched you. At the Goblet. And after." Harry said nothing. "You said no," Krum stated. "You looked at the great prize, at the glory, and you said no. You took the other thing." He didn't say punishment. He said other thing, as if it were a rival trophy. "There was no glory for me in it," Harry said quietly. "Only a trap." Krum gave a slow, grim nod. "A trap. Yes. I feel this too. This tournament, it is not that it seems. There are too many eyes. Dark eyes." He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. "Your condition. It is a shield, yes. A different kind." Harry was taken aback. No one had framed it that way. "It's not a shield. It's just what I am now. In Durmstrang, they study many kinds of magic. Not all are Vith Vans and Vords. There is magic of blood, of oath, of sacrifice. You have made a sacrifice. A great one. Such magic, it leaves a mark. Not a curse. A signature." Krum's gaze was piercing. "I can feel it on you. A cold space. Quiet. It is interesting." Harry didn't know what to say. "Why are you telling me this?" Krum straightened. "Because the one who put your name in the goblet, they did not vant this. They vanted you in the tournament. Alive, for a time. Now, you are a puzzle. An unexpected move. In chess, an unexpected move can be very dangerous. For both sides." He paused. "Be careful, Potter. Your emptiness, it may be the only thing that sees the shape of what is coming." With a final, curt nod, Krum turned and walked away, his heavy boots silent on the library floor. Harry stared after him, the encounter leaving him more unsettled than any confrontation with Malfoy. Krum, an outsider, saw the strategic value in his loss. Saw it as a move in a game. And he'd confirmed Harry's deepest fear: he was now a wild card in a plot he didn't understand. He gathered his things, his mind racing. As he left the carrel, he felt it, a new magical signature, one he hadn't noticed before. It was close, and it was wrong. It wasn't the warm hum of a student's charm or the solid thrum of a castle enchantment. It was a slithering, oily sensation, cold and deliberate. It was moving parallel to him, just on the other side of a bookshelf full of giant compendiums on centaur law. Someone was following him, and they were using magic to do it, a disillusionment charm, or something like it. But to his void sense, the charm wasn't invisibility, it was a slick, magical smear against the background, obvious as a slug on marble. His heart began to pound. He didn't speed up. He didn't look. He kept walking, casually, toward the library exit. He focused on the oily signature, tracking its movements. It matched his pace, staying carefully behind and to the left. He wasn't defenseless. Not entirely. He reached a junction in the stacks, a place where a suit of armor stood, holding a lantern that was perpetually lit with a harmless, glowing mist. He paused, pretending to examine a book title. The oily signature slowed, then stopped, waiting. Harry made his decision. He focused on the oath knot, pulling his null field tight around him, a cloak of silence. Then, with a sharp, mental exertion, he flicked a tendril of that negation toward the enchanted lantern in the armor's hand. He didn't try to extinguish it. He targeted the charm that contained the glowing mist, the spell that kept it perpetually hovering in the glass. The lantern didn't go dark. The containment charm stuttered and died. The glowing mist, suddenly released, billowed out in a thick, opaque cloud, filling the junction between the bookshelves. A startled, muffled curse came from within the cloud, a man's voice, rough and unfamiliar. Harry didn't wait. He turned and ran, not toward the Gryffindor Tower, but down a lesser-used staircase toward the kitchens. He heard footsteps, heavy and quick, spluttering through the mist behind him, but he had a head start and knew the castle's shortcuts. He didn't stop until he was panting in the dim, earthy warmth near the Hufflepuff common room, his back against a barrel, listening. No pursuit. He had been followed. Not by a student. The voice, the purposeful magic, the feel of it, this was an adult. Someone skilled. Moody's warning echoed. They'll come for you. Asterisk. They already had. Not with a curse, but with observation. They were studying him. The null field had been a surprise, a tool they hadn't accounted for. He'd used it not as a shield, but as a smokescreen. A distraction. He made his way back to Gryffindor Tower on shaking legs. The common room was full, buzzing with the aftermath of a Gryffindor win. Ron was beaming, surrounded by backslappers. Hermione was smiling, but her eyes found Harry instantly, scanning him with concern. He gave a minute shake of his head and headed straight for the dormitory. Upstairs, in the quiet dark, he lay on his bed. The triumph of the Quidditch save was ashes. The discovery of his void sense was overshadowed by the oily, slithering presence in the library. Crumb's cryptic warning played in his head. He was learning to walk his path. He was developing tools. But the path was not empty. It was watched. And the tools he was forging in the Black Room were for a war he couldn't yet see, against an enemy who could hide in plain sight. He had wanted choice. He had chosen. And his choice had led him here, to a cold, lonely road in the dark, with footsteps echoing behind him, and shadows moving just beyond the edge of his newfound sight. The whisper that came as he drifted into an uneasy sleep was not from the stone book, but from the very heart of the oath knot itself, a cold, clear truth. You are the hunter who makes no sound, and the prey that leaves no track, now run. The sound of his own blood was a drum in Harry's ears, too loud for the quiet of the hospital wing. He stood frozen just inside the doorway, the cheerful morning light from the high windows doing nothing to dispel the scene before him. Madame Pomfrey was a flurry of crisp white motion, her face pale and drawn. On the bed lay Lee Jordan, but it was a Lee Jordan remade by horror. His skin, where it wasn't covered in bandages, was a patchwork of angry, magical burns, some acidic green, others a weeping, dark purple. His right leg was encased in a shimmering, golden chrysalis of healing magic, but the flesh visible at the edges was twisted, the bones clearly not set right. Worst of all was his face. One eye was swollen shut. The other stared at the ceiling, white and unseeing, trapped in a silent scream. His lips moved, forming silent words that might have been spells, or pleas, or just the ghost of his own commentary. Ron and Hermione were already there, standing together like sentinels of shock. Ron's freckles stood out starkly against his chalk-white skin. Hermione had both hands clamped over her mouth, her eyes huge. He's stable, Madame Pomfrey said, her voice tight with a professional calm that was more frightening than panic. But the damage, the combination of the fall, the devil's snares toxins, and the additional corrosive hexes woven into the conjuration, it's a miracle he's alive. A very dark piece of work. Additional hexes. Hermione whispered, lowering her hands. You mean it was meant to maim, to torture, to leave a message. The voice came from the corner. Professor McGonagall stood there, her face like carved granite. Mr. Jordan was found by Filch near the trophy room an hour ago. He did not make it back to his dormitory after the match last night. He was ambushed. Harry's gaze was locked on Lee's moving lips. What message? The words formed in his mind, but he already knew. The message was on the ruined body before him. It was for him. See what happens to those near you. See your powerlessness. Asterisk. Has he said anything? Ron asked, his voice hoarse. Nothing coherent, Madame Pomfrey said. He keeps repeating a phrase. Eyes in the stone. Over and over. A cold finger traced Harry's spine. Eyes in the stone. The suits of armor. The portraits. Or something else. We will find who did this, McGonagall said, and there was a fire in her voice that promised vengeance. The headmaster has been informed. Security will be increased. Prefects are to patrol in pairs after dark. No student is to be alone. Her eyes swept over them, lingering on Harry with a complex look of grief and steel. This is beyond house rivalries. This is an act of magical terrorism within these walls. She swept out, her robes snapping. Madame Pomfrey shooed them away a moment later, needing to change Lee's dressings. They stumbled out into the corridor, the bright, normal world feeling like a cruel joke. Eyes in the stone, Hermione murmured, her mind already whirring. It could refer to the castle's security enchantments. Or the gargoyles. Or something hidden. It doesn't matter what it means. Ron burst out, his fists clenched. They did this to Lee to get at Harry. They're saying they can get to any of us. While he just stands there. He didn't look at Harry as he said it, but the accusation hung in the air, sharp as a knife. Hermione rounded on him. Ron, that's not fair. Harry didn't ask for this. No, he just chose the one thing that made it all worse. Ron's anger, born of fear and helplessness, found its target. He could have been in the tournament. He'd have had Dumbledore and the teachers protecting him. Now he's nothing, and we're all targets. So it's his fault Lee's in there. Hermione's voice rose. I didn't say that. I'm saying he's not helping. What's he doing? Drawing weird pictures in the library. He's given up. Harry stood between them, the void inside him so vast it seemed to swallow the sound of their argument. Ron's words weren't new, they were the fear in Seamus's eyes given voice. They were the logical conclusion of his path. Ron's right, Harry said, quietly. The argument died. Both of them stared at him. I'm not helping. I can't. Not like a wizard. He looked at Ron, then at Hermione. My being near you is a danger. You saw what happened to Astra Greengrass's wand. That was an accident. Lee wasn't. Harry, no, Hermione said, her eyes filling with tears. You can't think like that. We're your friends. We stick together. Sticking together is what got Lee hurt, Harry said, the cold logic of it freezing his own heart. I have to go. Go where? Ron demanded, but some of the anger had bled out, replaced by confusion. Away. Where I'm not a lightning rod. He thought of the room of requirement, of the black galleries. A place to learn, to understand this terrible power of absence, without endangering anyone. A place to become something else, something that could maybe, one day, fight back on its own terms. I'll still be at Hogwarts. But I can't live in the tower. Not right now. Hermione looked devastated. You'll be alone. I already am, Harry said, and the truth of it was a simple, cold fact. He had been alone since the moment his name left the goblet. The oath had just made it physical. He didn't wait for their protests. He turned and walked away, down the corridor, leaving his two best friends standing in the shadow of the hospital wing, surrounded by the echoes of Lee's silent screams. He went straight to the Gryffindor dormitory. He packed a bag with essentials, clothes, the stone book, the blank journal, the invisibility cloak, the dead map. He left his textbooks, his Weasley jumper, the photo album of his parents. They belonged to a different Harry. He paused by his trunk, looking at the holly and phoenix feather wand lying there. He picked it up. It was just a stick. But it was his stick. A piece of his old life. He tucked it into the inside pocket of his robes, a useless talisman. He wrote 2 short notes. Ron, Hermione, I need to figure this out. Alone for a bit. Don't look for me. I'm safe. Harry. He left them on his pillow. He then went to the 7th floor. He paced, his thoughts a storm of grim resolve. I need a place to live. A place to learn. A place where I cannot be found, and where I cannot harm anything. A sanctuary for the oath-bound. Asterisk. The door appeared. It was plain, oak, unmarked. He opened it and stepped into his new world. It was not the black gallery or the candle room. This was a living space. A single, circular room, perhaps 30 feet across. The walls were the same light-sucking black stone, giving the impression of infinite space. The floor was smooth, dark wood. There was a narrow bed against one wall, a desk and chair, a small, empty bookcase. In the center of the room was a round, stone hearth, but there was no fire, only a deep, cold well. A small, enchanted stream of water trickled down one wall into a basin, clean and silent. Light came from nowhere and everywhere, a dim, shadowless glow that seemed to emanate from the air itself. It was austere. It was silent. It was perfect. There were no magical signatures here. Nothing but the bare, functional space, and his own null field. He was home. He dropped his bag on the bed. The silence was absolute, a physical presence. He sat at the desk and took out the stone book. He placed his hands on its cool cover. Sanctuary is not hiding, it is consolidation of the self. Here, the oath is the only law. Asterisk. He opened the book. The stone pages were heavy. He turned to a new engraving. This one showed a figure standing in a barren circle, while a storm of colorful, chaotic lines raged around the outside, unable to penetrate. The figure's hands were outstretched, not pushing the storm away, but defining the circle's edge. The boundary must be willed, not found. To hold the void is to be the void. Asterisk. He understood. In here, he could practice. He could push the boundaries of his negation without fear. He could learn to be not just a null, but a fortress. He spent the rest of the day in rigorous, painful mental exercise. He started by trying to expand his field to fill the entire room, to make the sanctuary an extension of his will. The strain was immense, a headache blooming into a migraine within minutes. He could only manage it for seconds before collapsing, panting, onto the cold floor. He tried shaping it, making it a sphere, a cube, a flat plane. Each shape required a different kind of focus, a different conceptualization of self. The cube was easiest, the room itself was a cube. Aligning his void with its geometry felt natural. He tried projecting tendrils, as he had with the lantern. Fine control was agonizing, like trying to write with a needle held at arm's length by a thread. By nightfall, he was drenched in sweat and shaking with exhaustion. He drank from the silent stream, ate some bread he'd nicked from the great hall that morning, and fell onto the narrow bed. The silence was deeper than any he'd ever known. There were no snores from Ron, no rustle of pages from Hermione. No magical hum, just the sound of his own breathing, and the faint, comforting pressure of the oath knot, a cold stone in the center of his being. He missed them. The ache was a physical pain in his chest. But alongside it was a grim certainty. This was right. Lee's ruined face was proof. He slept, and for the first time since the goblet, he did not dream of graveyards or green light. He dreamed of a vast, flat plain under a starless sky. He stood in a circle of absolute blackness. Outside the circle, shapes of terrible, beautiful light swirled and crashed, dragons made of spellfire, giants of condensed charmwork. They raged at the edge of his circle, but could not cross. Inside, there was only him, and the cold, sure knowledge of the boundary. He woke not with a start, but with a slow, calm clarity. The sanctuary's dim light was unchanged. He had no idea what time it was. He got up and went to the desk. He would need a way to keep time, to know when classes were, to avoid being completely disconnected. But for now, the timelessness was a blessing. He opened the stone book again. A new page was accessible. It showed the same figure, but now a thin, black line extended from its hand, touching one of the chaotic lines of the storm. Where it touched, the colorful line unraveled, dissolving into nothing. Interaction is not acceptance, it is a translation. To negate is to understand, dissect the magic, and it becomes mere force. Asterisk. Dissect the magic. He thought of the bludger. He hadn't stopped it. He'd unspun its enchantment for a fraction of a second. He had, in a crude way, dissected it. An idea began to form, dangerous and compelling. In the Black Gallery, he had learned to sense magic. What if he could learn to do more than sense? What if he could learn to analyze it with his void sense? To understand its structure by feeling where its pressures met his absence. He dressed and left the sanctuary. He needed a test subject. Something simple, harmless, and not attached to a person. He wandered the castle, his void sense extended as a faint, passive aura around him, mapping the world in reverse. He felt the vibrant life of the kitchens below, the deep, slow pulse of the foundations, the skittering magic of Peeves 3 floors up. He avoided them all. He found what he was looking for in an alcove near the charms classroom. a forgotten school broom, an old clean sweep 3, left by some harried student. It was a simple object, enchanted for flight, with basic cushioning and direction charms woven into its twigs. He leveled his will at it. This wasn't about negation. It was about perception. He pushed his awareness into the broom, not with magic, but with focused attention, using his null field as a probe. At first, he felt only the broom's magical signature as a whole, a tidy, humming bundle. He pushed deeper, imagining his awareness as a needle of silence threading into the weave. And then he felt it. Not with sight, but with a kind of tactile understanding. He could feel the separate strands. One was a thrumming line of lift. Another was a softer, buoyant charm for comfort. A third was a network of fine threads for response to the writer's intent. They were knotted together in a specific, functional pattern. He focused on the lift charm. He imagined his void needle not piercing it, but untying the knot that bound it to the others. He didn't want to break it. He just wanted to see how it was made. A single twig on the broom snapped with a sound like a gunshot. Harry jumped back, his concentration shattered. The broom sagged, its magic now lopsided, the lift charm frayed and leaking. He had broken it. Not completely, but he had damaged the enchantment by poking at its seams with the equivalent of a metaphysical crowbar. It was progress. Terrible, destructive progress. He could not only sense magic, he could interfere with its architecture. He was a surgeon with a scalpel made of antimatter. He left the broken broom where it was, a fresh wave of guilt washing over him. He was learning to be a weapon, but every lesson left a scar on the world. As he turned a corner, his void sense brushed against a familiar, complex signature, multiple magical cores moving together, talking. He flattened himself against the wall, pulling his field in tight. It was Dumbledore, walking with Professor McGonagall in a third person, a witch with a square jaw and a monocle, dressed in severe magenta robes. Harry recognized her from the Daily Prophet, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Cannot guarantee his safety, Albus," Bones was saying, her voice carrying in the empty corridor. "The attack on the Jordan boy is a massive escalation. The Wizengamot is screaming for action. Fudge wants the boy removed for his own protection. He's calling him a public destabilizing factor. Hogwarts is the safest place for Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but firm. "Is it?" McGonagall's voice was strained. "After last night, Albus, he's a sitting duck. And his condition makes conventional protection difficult. Shield charms react unpredictably around him. Portkeys could fail. He's become magically inert in a way we don't understand. Which is precisely why he must stay," Dumbledore replied. "Removing him would be to play into the hands of whoever wants him isolated, vulnerable outside these walls. Here, he is surrounded by centuries of protective enchantments. Here, we can watch him." "You mean I can watch him?" rumbled a new, familiar voice. Moody limped into view from a side passage, his magical eye fixed on the spot where Harry stood hidden. It didn't waver. Could it see through his null field? Did his field even work on that kind of magic? "And I'll tell you, it's like watching a shadow. He's slippery. Hard to pin down with conventional surveillance." "The kid's learning." "Learning what, exactly?" Bones asked sharply. "To live with what he's done," Dumbledore said softly, but his eyes, half-moon spectacles glinting, seemed to look right through the stone at Harry. "To find a new kind of strength. We must give him the space to do so. And we must catch the monster who is using my school as a hunting ground." The group moved on, their voices fading. Harry slid down the wall to sit on the cold floor. They were arguing about him. Fudge wanted him gone. Dumbledore was fighting to keep him, not out of kindness, but because Hogwarts was a cage he could control. Moody was watching him, and his eye might see more than Harry thought. And he was slippery. Learning. He had to learn faster. He returned to the sanctuary. This time, he didn't practice expansion or shaping. He sat before the cold hearth and focused inward, on the oath knot. He tried to converse with it, not with words, but with intent. "Show me how to see without being seen. How to understand without breaking." Asterisk. The knot offered no words. But an image bloomed in his mind, from the stone book or from his own desperation, he didn't know. It was of a still, dark pool. On its surface, the perfect, undisturbed reflection of a raging fire. The pool did not fight the fire. It did not absorb it. It merely showed it, in perfect, silent detail. That was it. He had been probing like a brute, untying knots. He needed to be the pool. To let the magic impress itself upon his void, to read its reflection in the stillness of his absence. It was a subtler, more passive art. It required not force, but perfect calm. It was the opposite of everything he'd ever done. It was waiting. He spent the next unknown hours in a state of deep meditation, letting his void sense lie fallow, a receptive surface. He felt the distant vibrations of the castle not as intrusions, but as ripples on his dark water. He didn't try to analyze them. He just let them be. And slowly, incredibly, the ripples began to make patterns. The skittering of Peeves had a chaotic, jagged rhythm. The pulse of the castle's wards was a deep, steady bass note. The passing of a student was a brief, bright flare. He was no longer just sensing that magic was there. He was beginning to sense what it was, by the shape of its disturbance. It was a breakthrough. A quiet one. There was no broken broom, no bleeding nose. Just a boy in a dark room, learning to listen to the world in a language of silence. When he finally emerged, he had no idea if it was day or night. He followed his senses toward the distant, crowded hum of the great hall, dinner time. He didn't go in. He stood in the shadow of the entrance, watching. He saw Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, sitting apart from the others, heads close together, talking intently. They looked worried. They looked alone. He saw Malfoy holding court, laughing loudly, casting glances toward the Gryffindor table that were pure malice. He saw Cedric Diggory, eating quietly, his face thoughtful. And at the staff table, he saw Moody. The magical eye was not scanning the hall. It was fixed, unerringly, on the shadow where Harry stood. Their gazes met across the crowded, noisy space. Moody didn't nod, didn't smile, just stared. Acknowledgement. They were watching each other. Harry melted back into the corridor. The path was lonely. It was dangerous. It was watched. But he was no longer just walking it. He was starting to see its contours. The food in the great hall smelled of rosemary and roast chicken, a cruel taunt to the knot of cold tension in Harry's stomach. He lingered in the shadow of the entrance, a spectator at the feast of a life he'd left behind. The sight of Ron stabbing listlessly at his potatoes, of Hermione pushing food around her plate while shooting worried looks toward the doors, was a physical ache. He had done that. His absence was a presence between them. Moody's eye was a lodestone, a persistent, unblinking pressure against the edge of his awareness. It didn't feel like the oily surveillance from the library. This was a challenge. A gauntlet thrown. I see you. What will you do? Asterisk. Harry turned and walked away, not back to his sanctuary, but downward. The kitchens were a riot of warmth and magical signatures, the bustling, fiery auras of the house elves, the simmering enchantments on the cauldrons. He skirted the entrance, following a narrow, damp staircase that led deeper into the castle's foundations. The air grew colder, the stone rougher. The magical hum of the school above faded, replaced by the deep, geologic pulse of the earth and the slow, mournful drip of water. This was the Undercroft, a maze of storage rooms, forgotten cellars, and the skeletal foundations of older versions of Hogwarts. It was a place of silence and ghosts, both literal and metaphorical. Perfect. His void sense, now a calm pool rather than a probing needle, mapped the space. He felt the dormant magic of centuries-old preservation spells on dusty barrels, the faint, sad echo of a haunting near a collapsed archway, the skittering of magical beetles in the walls. He moved silently, his footsteps swallowed by the damp stone. He found a small, circular chamber, likely an old grain silo. It was empty save for dust and the skeleton of a large rat. He sat cross-legged in the center, the cold of the floor seeping through his robes. He needed to think, away from watching eyes, away from the guilt of the Gryffindor table. The image from his meditation, the still pool reflecting the fire, hovered in his mind. That was his new goal. Not to attack magic, but to understand it so completely he could predict it, navigate it, perhaps even, mimic its effects without using it. A deaf man learning to dance by feeling the vibrations in the floor. He closed his eyes and let his awareness expand, a gentle, dark lens. He focused on the haunting echo a few corridors over. It wasn't a true ghost, it was a residual magical impression, a memory of strong emotion trapped in the stone. To his new sense, it felt like a torn piece of fabric, frayed edges sparking with a pale, cold light. It held a pattern, grief, and a sudden, sharp betrayal. He didn't hear screams or see faces. He felt the shape of the emotion in the magic. It was a lesson. Magic was not just power, it was a recording. A fossil of intent. He sat there for a long time, listening to the silent songs of forgotten spells and buried feelings. It was a history book written in a language only he, in his null state, could read so clearly. The void didn't distort the magic, it provided a perfect contrast against which its contours were starkly visible. A new, different signature approached. Not the castle's ancient magic, not a ghost. This was living, human, and moving with a light, cautious step. It was also magically muted, almost suppressed. A person trying very hard not to be noticed. Harry pulled his field in tight, becoming a shadow within a shadow. He didn't move. The signature entered the circular chamber. It was Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff champion looked out of place in the dusty gloom. He held his wand aloft, lit with a soft lumos. The light seemed feeble down here, barely pushing back the darkness. Cedric's face was serious, etched with concentration, and something else, worry. He wasn't exploring. He was searching. Harry remained perfectly still, a part of the darkness. Cedric's magical aura was a steady, warm glow, like a well-tended hearth. Honest, strong. But around the edges, Harry could now perceive the subtle, disciplined wards the older boy kept around himself, basic shielding charms held at a constant, low level. A habit of a champion, or of someone who felt unsafe. Cedric's light swept the room, passed over the rat skeleton, over the dust, over the spot where Harry sat. It hesitated. Cedric frowned, his eyes scanning the empty space. He took a step closer. Hominum revelio, asterisk, Cedric whispered. The spell, a human revealing charm, shot from his wand in a pale gold wave. It washed over Harry, and did nothing. It didn't bounce back a signal. It didn't acknowledge his presence. To the spell, Harry wasn't a human wizard. He was part of the inert background. The oath had made him magically invisible. Cedric's frown deepened. He shook his head, muttering to himself, just nerves. He turned to leave, looking for something. Harry didn't mean to speak. The words left his lips softly, almost of their own accord. Cedric spun, his wand flashing up, the lumos brightening to a defensive glare. Who's there? Harry willed the null field around him to relax, just a fraction, enough to make him vaguely perceptible to normal sight. He didn't stand up. He just let the shadows coalesce into the shape of a boy sitting on the floor. Cedric's eyes widened. Potter, Merlin, you scared the life out of me. What are you doing down here? His gaze darted around, as if expecting an ambush. Same as you, I expect, Harry said. Not being up there. Cedric lowered his wand slightly, but the lumos remained bright. It's not exactly safe down here. Either. Especially for, he trailed off, awkwardly. For a squib. Harry finished for him, no inflection in his voice. For someone they're targeting, Cedric corrected, his voice firm. He took a step closer, his champion's poise returning. I heard about Lee Jordan. It's barbaric. And it's a message. To you. I know. So why are you alone in the dark? Cedric's question wasn't accusatory. It was genuine curiosity, tinged with concern. Why are you? Harry countered. Cedric sighed, the sound loud in the silent chamber. He extinguished his wand light, plunging them into near darkness, lit only by a faint, phosphorescent moss growing in a crack. He sat down on the floor a few feet from Harry, not too close. I needed to think. Away from all of it. The tournament pressure. The stares. The feeling that something is very, very wrong. He looked at Harry, his eyes glinting in the low light. You feel it too, don't you? Yes. They think you're a victim, Cedric said slowly. Or a fool. Or both. But after the goblet, the way you looked. That wasn't fear. It was defiance. And what you did, it took a different kind of courage. He paused. I've been having dreams. Bad ones. Not about tasks. About watching. Eyes where they shouldn't be. A voice in the walls. Harry went very still. Eyes in the stone. Cedric jerked as if struck. Yes. How did you? Lee Jordan. It's what he keeps saying. Cedric's face paled. Then it's real. It's not just my nerves. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. I think someone is using the castle. Not just hiding in it. Using it. To see. To move. I've felt presences. In the armor. In the reflections of windows. Just for a second. In my magic, it prickles sometimes for no reason, like I'm being scoured with a rough brush. Harry understood. Cedric was magically sensitive, a talented wizard. He was feeling the edges of the same oppressive, invasive magic Harry had sensed in the library, the oily follower. Only Cedric felt it as a violation of his own magic. Harry felt it as a stain on the emptiness. "You should tell Dumbledore," Harry said. "I have." He listens. He nods. He says he's looking into it. Cedric's tone was frustrated. "But nothing changes. And the first task is in 3 weeks. I'm supposed to focus on facing a dragon, but I'm more worried about the shadows at my back." He looked directly at Harry. "You're down here because you know you can't fight like a wizard. So you're learning to fight another way, aren't you?" The perception startled Harry. Cedric was more astute than he'd given him credit for. "Something like that. Can you?" Cedric hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Can you sense it? The wrongness?" Harry nodded. "I can sense magic. The feel of it. The one watching us, it feels like oil. Cold and deliberate." Cedric let out a long breath. "So I'm not mad. Good." He stood up, brushing dust from his robes. "Be careful, Potter. You're playing a different game, on a board no one else can see. But the other players, they're still moving their pieces." He turned to go, then stopped. "If you see anything, feel anything that could help, I'm in this too. We all are, whether we want to be or not." He left, his footsteps fading into the subterranean silence. Harry remained seated, Cedric's words settling into the cold soil of his mind. A board no one else can see. He was a piece that had changed its own rules, but the game went on. And Cedric, the golden boy, the champion, was just as trapped, just as scared. He had an ally. An unexpected one. Not in the trenches with him, but in the adjacent battlefield. It was something. He returned to his sanctuary late, his mind buzzing. He took out his journal and began to write, not notes from books, but a new kind of log. Observation. Magical signatures carry emotional residue. Haunting in Undercroft equals grief betrayal. Asterisk. Observation. Cedric Diggory. Magically aware. Feeling surveillance. Confirms, oil slick, presence. Not paranoid. Asterisk. Hypothesis. Intruder using castle's own magical matrix to hide move. Eyes in the stone, equals literal. Parasitic enchantment. Asterisk. Personal. Null field provides perfect contrast for magical analysis. Still pool, method effective for passive observation. Need to practice active, reflection, understanding structure without damage. Asterisk. He was building a new kind of knowledge. A spy's knowledge, written in the language of absence. The next day, he put his theory to a harder test. He went to the edge of the forbidden forest during daylight, staying well within the boundaries of the school grounds. He focused on the wall of ancient, wild magic that emanated from the trees. It was a chaotic, roaring symphony of life magic, old, powerful, and utterly untamed. He didn't try to analyze it. He simply let his void sense be a still pool, allowing the forest's magic to impress itself upon him. It was overwhelming. A torrent of information, the fierce, green pulse of centaur magic moving deep within, the skittering, mischievous signatures of bowtruckles, the deep, slow, earthy magic of the trees themselves, and below it all, a dark, cold current that made his skin crawl, the residue of forbidden things, of dark creatures, of old blood. But within the chaos, he began to pick out patterns. The centaur magic moved in deliberate, astronomical rhythms. The tree magic had a seasonal ebb and flow. He couldn't understand the language, but he was learning the grammar. A new signature approached from the castle side. Not oil slick. This was familiar, sharp, and crackling with poorly controlled power. Draco Malfoy, with Crabbe and Goyle in tow, looking bored and malicious. They were skulking near the greenhouses, likely planning some petty torment for a first year. Harry watched from a distance, his new senses acute. Malfoy's magical aura was a spiky, brittle thing, all arrogance and insecurity. He was gesturing with his wand, practicing a hex on an unsuspecting scarecrow charm in a herbology plot. The magic he was mustering was mean and shallow. Then Harry felt it. A shift. The oily, cold signature he'd felt in the library and that Cedric described appeared, not from the forest but from the castle wall itself. It seemed to flow out of the stone, a slick, invisible tendril that attached itself to Malfoy's own magical field. Malfoy didn't flinch. He didn't seem to notice. But his next hex, aimed at the scarecrow, changed. The color of the spell light deepened from orange to a sickly green. The scarecrow didn't just jerk, it convulsed, its enchanted straw blackening and smoldering with a dark, corrosive magic that was far beyond Malfoy's skill. Crabbe and Goyle grunted in approval. Malfoy looked surprised, then smug, as if he'd finally mastered something. Harry's blood ran cold. The intruder wasn't just watching. It was experimenting, using students as test subjects, tweaking their magic, pushing them toward darker, more dangerous acts. It was grooming, or probing, or both. He had to see more. He focused on the oily tendril, trying to use his still pool to reflect its structure, to understand its connection to both Malfoy and the castle stone. It was complex. The magic was not one spell, but a woven tapestry of compulsion, observation, and power channeling. It was parasitic, drawing a little of Malfoy's own magical energy to sustain itself while feeding him amplified, corrupted power in return. And its roots, they went deep into the castle's foundational enchantments, like a vine choking a tree. As he focused, the tendril seemed to sense his attention. It twitched, detached from Malfoy, and retracted swiftly back into the stone wall, vanishing from his senses. Malfoy blinked, looking momentarily confused, then shrugged and led his cronies away, leaving the scorched, twitching scarecrow behind. Harry stood frozen, the implications crashing down. The enemy was not just in the castle. It was of the castle. It had woven itself into Hogwarts's very defenses. No wonder Dumbledore was having trouble finding it. You don't find a cancer by looking for a separate entity, you have to see the healthy tissue turning against itself. He had to tell someone. But who? Dumbledore was already looking. Moody was watching. Telling them would mean revealing the extent of his own developing powers, powers they might fear, might try to control or suppress. But Cedric had felt it. Cedric was in the crosshairs of the tournament, a more traditional target. And he had asked for help. Harry made his decision. He wouldn't go to the teachers. He would go to the only other person who knew the board was rigged, and who was still expected to play the game. He needed to find Cedric again, and show him what he'd seen. Not with words, with understanding. The game had changed. He was no longer just a piece trying to leave the board. He was becoming the one who could see the rot in the wood. And seeing it, he might just be able to point to the infection. The dream was a silent film projected on the back of his skull. Harry stood in a vast, derelict ballroom. Chandeliers hung like ossified spiders, dripping not with crystals, but with frozen tears of stone. Figures moved through the gloom, waltzing without music, their faces smoothed into featureless blanks. They were not people. They were memories, polished smooth by time until only the shape of the emotion remained, a swirl of jealousy here, a stab of longing there. In the center of the room, a single, familiar figure turned slowly. It had Cedric's build, Cedric's stance, but its head was a swirling vortex of stolen light, fragments of spells, echoes of laughter, the sharp glitter of a seeker watching the snitch. The vortex face turned toward Harry, and a voice that was a chorus of 100 whispered conversations said, "He sees the shine. He will be the brightest trophy." Asterisk. Harry woke in his sanctuary, the echo of the dream voice a cold whisper in the silence. Brightest trophy. The words coiled around Cedric's worried face, his dreams of eyes in the stone. The parasite in the castle walls wasn't just experimenting, it was selecting. And it had its gaze fixed on the Hogwarts champion. He had to move. Today. He found Cedric not in the Undercroft, but in the Clock Tower courtyard, a relatively secluded spot where students went to brood. The Hufflepuff was leaning against the ancient stone of the tower, staring at the giant, grinding gears visible through the arched windows, his face tense. The magical aura around him was a knotted ball of concentration and anxiety. "You look like you're trying to solve the gears with your mind," Harry said, stepping out of the shadow of an archway. Cedric started, his hand flying to his wand before he recognized Harry. He relaxed, but only slightly. "Potter, you've got a knack for appearing where you're least expected. It's a new hobby." Harry walked closer, keeping a respectful distance. The courtyard was empty save for them. The only sound was the monumental clunk and grind of the clockwork. "We need to talk. About what's watching." Cedric's eyes sharpened. "You saw something. More than saw. I felt it." Harry chose his words carefully, like placing stones across a treacherous stream. "Yesterday. Near the greenhouses. It was influencing someone. Malfoy. It Attached to his magic, amplified a hex, made it darker. Then it left when it noticed me noticing. Cedric pushed off from the wall, his body taut. Influencing. You mean it's not just watching, it's controlling. Not full control. More like a nudge. A temptation. Turning the dial up on someone's worst instincts. Harry met his gaze. It's testing. And I think the tournament, the champions, you're not just targets for accidents. You're the main experiment. The color drained from Cedric's face. He looked up at the castle looming around them, his expression one of dawning horror. Eyes in the stone. It's in the castle. Part of it. That's why Dumbledore can't find it. You'd have to tear the walls down. Or understand the sickness, Harry said. I can't sense its magic. The pattern of it. It's a parasite, woven into the older enchantments. It feeds on magical energy, especially strong, focused energy, like a champion practicing. So every time I train, I'm feeding it. Cedric's voice was hollow. And the first task, a dragon. That's a feast. Harry nodded. The grim logic was inescapable. It's getting stronger. Lee Jordan was a message, but he was also practice. For more complex attacks. For draining, or corrupting. Cedric began to pace, his steps sharp on the flagstones. I have to tell Dumbledore. Give him this. What you've seen. And tell him what? Harry challenged quietly. That the squib can see magic in a way he can't. He'll either not believe you, or he'll lock me in a room and study me. Either way, it doesn't stop the thing in the walls. Cedric stopped pacing, frustration etched on his face. So what do we do? You're telling me I'm a magical battery for some castle-sized leech, and we just wait for it to suck me dry during the first task? No. Harry's voice was firm. We map it. You're a champion. Your magic is a beacon. If I'm near you when you're using magic, really using it, I might be able to trace the connection. See where the parasite draws from you, and where that energy goes. Find its heart. It was a reckless plan. It would put Cedric at even greater risk, making him a deliberate lure. It relied entirely on Harry's fledgling, unstable perceptions. But it was action. It was a move on their own board. Cedric stared at him for a long moment, weighing the boy who had given up magic against the monstrous conspiracy growing in their school. He saw the resolve in Harry's green eyes, a flinty hardness that had nothing to do with wands. He took a deep breath. When? Tonight. Late. Somewhere it won't be seen, but where the castle's magic is old. The Undercroft. Where we met. Midnight, Cedric agreed, his jaw set. What do I need to do? Cast a spell. Something powerful. Sustained. Something that requires focus and draws a lot from you. A Patronus, if you can. They're pure, positive magic. The parasite might react strongly to that. Cedric nodded slowly. I can do that. He hesitated. And you'll be right there. If it can influence Malfoy's hex. I have defenses, Harry said, with more confidence than he felt. His null field was a defense, but against something this entrenched, he didn't know its limits. Just be ready to stop when I say. They parted with a terse nod, a pact sealed in the shadow of the grinding clock. The hours until midnight stretched like tar. Harry retreated to his sanctuary, but he couldn't meditate. He paced the dark room, testing the edges of his will. He practiced pulling his field in until it was skin-tight, a second layer of stillness. He practiced expanding it in a slow, controlled wave, then snapping it back. He was an athlete warming up for an event where the rules were unknown and the stakes were alive. As the castle fell into its deepest sleep, Harry slipped through the corridors like a wraith. His void sense was fully awake, painting the world in echoes of power. He felt the deep, rhythmic sleep magic of the students, the vigilant, searching pulses of the prefects, patrols, the sad, lonely magic of nearly headless Nick drifting through a wall. He descended into the Undercroft, the air growing thick and cold. He reached the circular chamber. It was darker than before, the phosphorescent moss seeming dimmer. He positioned himself in the center, facing the entrance, and sank into a state of hyper-awareness. He was the pool, the dark, receptive surface. Cedric arrived exactly at midnight. He moved quietly, but his magical signature was a lit torch in the gloom, a focused, vibrant pressure. He looked pale but determined. Ready, he whispered. Do it, Harry said, his own voice barely a breath. Cedric took a deep, steadying breath. He raised his wand, his expression softening into concentration. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from his wand tip, not in a rush, but in a steady, brilliant stream. It coalesced into the form of a badger, sturdy, determined, claws of light scraping the dusty air. It was a powerful, beautiful spell, a testament to Cedric's essential decency. The Patronus lit the chamber with a cool, moonlight glow, banishing the deep shadows to the corners. Harry didn't see the light. He felt the magic. It was a torrent of clean, fierce joy, a memory of winning his first Quidditch match, of his father's proud smile. It was a lighthouse beam in the magical darkness. And almost immediately, he felt the parasite react. It was like watching a deep-sea creature stir at the scent of blood. From the walls, the floor, the very air, thin, oily tendrils of magic emerged. They were invisible to the eye, but to Harry's void sense, they were vile, dark threads against the brilliant silver of the Patronus. They didn't attack the spell. They latched onto Cedric's magical output, the stream of power feeding the badger. They siphoned it, drinking the pure energy, and as they did, they pulsed with a sickly, satisfied gleam. Cedric grimaced, a sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. It's harder. Like pushing through mud. Hold it, Harry whispered, his eyes closed, his entire being focused on the pattern. He followed the oily tendrils. They didn't just dissipate into the stone. They flowed back, converging, merging into thicker cords that snaked through the foundations, heading in one specific direction. Not up toward the inhabited castle. Deeper. Toward the oldest part, the foundations laid by the founders themselves. Toward the lake. It's draining you, Harry said, his voice tense. Channeling your magic downward. Toward the Black Lake. Cedric's breath was coming in shorter gasps. The silver badger flickered. I can't hold it much longer. A little more. I need the path. Harry pushed his awareness, tracing the converging cords. They led to a point beneath them, a nexus of foul energy humming with stolen power. It felt ancient and hungry. And it was growing stronger, fed by Cedric's light. Suddenly, one of the thicker tendrils twisted. Instead of just siphoning, it reversed flow. A pulse of corrupted energy, a mix of Cedric's stolen joy and the parasite's inherent malice, shot back up the connection, directly toward Cedric's core. Stop! Harry yelled. Cedric cut the spell. The silver badger vanished, plunging them into near darkness. But the backlash of dark energy was already coming. Harry saw it in his mind's eye, a spike of black lightning racing up the tendril toward Cedric's chest. There was no time for thought. Harry didn't raise a shield. He didn't cast a counter curse. He threw himself forward, not at Cedric, but at the space between Cedric and the incoming corruption. He expanded his null field not as a bubble, but as a wall, a sheer, vertical plane of absolute negation. The corrupted energy hit it. There was no explosion, no flash of light. There was a sound like a giant inhalation, a vacuum seal. The black energy spike didn't bounce, didn't dissipate. It unraveled. Where it met the wall of Harry's will, the complex, hateful magic came apart at the seams, its structure disintegrating into mere, harmless force that ruffled their robes like a gust of wind. In the aftermath, the oily tendrils recoiled, snapping back into the stone with a soundless shriek of frustration that Harry felt in his teeth. The parasitic presence withdrew, shrinking back to its deep, hidden nexus. The chamber was silent, save for Cedric's ragged breathing and the ringing in Harry's own ears. The effort of manifesting the null wall so precisely, so forcefully, had left him dizzy, his nose bleeding freely again, a hot trickle down his lip. Cedric was staring at him, his wand hand trembling, his face a mask of shock and awe. What was that? It felt like nothing. Like the world just ended for a second in front of me. A different kind of magic, Harry panted, wiping his nose with a shaky sleeve. Are you okay? Cedric took a deep, shuddering breath, checking himself over. I'm intact. It felt like a Dementor's kiss coming from my magic, and then, nothing. He looked at Harry with new eyes. You stopped it. I interrupted it, Harry corrected, his mind already working. It's anchored deep. Under the lake, or in the foundations beneath it. That's its heart. It's drawing on the castle's oldest power, perverting it. He met Cedric's gaze. We found it. But we also pissed it off. Cedric nodded, his champion's composure returning, edged now with a grim understanding. It knows we're looking. And it knows you can hurt it. He looked at the dark stone around them with trepidation. The first task is in 2 weeks. If it wants a feast, that's when it will make its real move. On me, on the dragon, on everyone watching. Then we have 2 weeks to figure out how to kill it, Harry said, the words tasting like cold iron. He wasn't a wizard. He couldn't cast a killing curse, or a complex exorcism. He was a void, a walking negation, but he had just proven a void could unravel a curse. He had a weapon. Now he needed a plan to deliver it to the heart of a monster that lived in the walls of his school. And as they left the Undercroft, the castle around them no longer felt like a shelter. It felt like a sleeping beast, and they had just pricked it with a needle. It would wake up hungry. The blood from his nose was a rusty brown stain on his cuff, a badge of the night's work. Back in his sanctuary, Harry didn't sleep. He sat at the dark desk, the stone book open before him, but he wasn't looking at the engravings. He was replaying the sensation of the corrupted energy hitting his will wall. The unraveling. It hadn't been like breaking a thread. It had been like introducing a perfect silence into a complex piece of music. The magic, reliant on its own intricate harmony, had simply ceased to cohere. Fell apart into meaningless noise. The parasite's magic was a weave. His null field was the shears. But to cut the tapestry, he needed to be at its center. He spent the next 2 days in a state of feverish, isolated preparation. He skipped even his observational classes. The castle was a chessboard, and he was a piece learning to move in a way the other pieces couldn't see. He returned to the room of requirement, not for sanctuary, but for a forge. He paced. I need to understand unraveling. I need to practice on complex weaves. Safe weaves. Asterisk. The door appeared. Inside was a long, workshop-like space. The walls were lined with shelves holding hundreds of small, clear orbs. Each orb contained a captive, swirling strand of magic, simple charms frozen in time, a hovering charm, a color change charm, a mild stinging hex, a locking spell. They were like butterflies pinned in glass, their magical structures preserved for study. A workbench held tools, not wands, but rods of a dull, lead-like metal that felt inert to his touch. Focusing lenses made of smoked quartz. A parchment appeared on the bench. To unmake a thing, one must first comprehend its making. Analyze. Isolate. Then introduce stillness to the heart of the motion. Asterisk. He started with the simplest orb, a lumos strand. He picked up one of the leaden rods. It was cold, heavy, dead. He focused his void sense through it, using it as a conduit, a scalpel. He touched the rod to the glass. He didn't try to break the orb. He pushed his awareness into the frozen strand of magic inside. To his senses, it was a neat, tight spiral of intent and energy, a glowing coil. He examined its structure, feeling where the light command was knotted to the sustained parameter. It was simple, elegant. He concentrated, envisioning a point of perfect nothingness at the very center of the spiral. He willed that point into existence, using the rod as a focus. The lumos strand didn't go out. It unwound. The glowing coil relaxed, its energy dissipating into the air inside the orb as harmless warmth. The orb was now empty, save for a faint, dead gray mist. He had unspelled it. The effort was mental, not magical, but it left him feeling hollowed out, as if he'd run a mile. This was precision work of the highest order. And the parasite would be infinitely more complex. He moved to a harder orb, A**Colossu** hex. This one was a stickier, more aggressive weave, like barbed wire made of intent. He probed it, feeling its snagging, gripping purpose. It took him 3 attempts, each one ending in a blinding headache, before he found the central knot, the adhere command, and introduced stillness to it. The hex unraveled into a puff of faint, sugary smell, the caster's signature, he realized, and nothing. Hour after hour, he worked. He moved through shields, mild blasting curses, silencing charms. Each spell had its own architecture, its own points of failure. Darker spells felt greasy, their knots tighter, more defensive. He failed more often with those, the complex weaves resisting his intrusion, sometimes lashing back with psychic feedback that felt like a slap to the mind. He learned. He began to see patterns. Most spells had a core axiom, a fundamental word of intent from which the rest expanded. Find that, still it, and the entire edifice collapsed. By the end of the second day, he could unravel a Protega shield in under a minute. His nose bled constantly. His eyes felt gritty, as if filled with sand. But he was honing a blade. He emerged from the room late on the second night, stumbling with fatigue, to find a small, brown barn owl waiting for him in an empty corridor, a scroll tied to its leg. It hooted softly, looking at him with round, unmagical eyes. A school owl. It didn't shy from his presence. He took the scroll. The handwriting was neat, unfamiliar. Potter, we need to talk. Not in the shadows. The prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor. Password is, Pine Fresh. Midnight. Come alone. Asterisk. It's about the heart under the lake. Asterisk. No signature. But he knew. Cedric. The prefect's bathroom was a place of gleaming porcelain and magical plumbing, not a spot for clandestine meetings. It was a statement. A champion could go where he pleased. Harry arrived exactly at midnight, the castle a tomb around him. He gave the password to the knocker shaped like a mermaid, and the door swung open. Cedric was already there, but he wasn't bathing. He was pacing before the enormous, sunken pool, his reflection warping in the steamy, perfumed water. He looked tired, but a fierce, determined energy crackled around him. He'd been researching. You got my note, he said without preamble. Good. I've been in the library. The restricted section. With a note from Professor Sprout. He managed a faint, grim smile. Being a champion has its perks. What did you find? The foundations under the lake, Cedric said, his voice low and urgent. They're not just foundations. There's an old legend, barely mentioned. When the castle was built, the lake was a source of pure, ambient magical energy. The founders channeled it, used it to power the earliest, most permanent wards. They built a focus. A nexus chamber. To harness it. Harry's mind made the connection. And the parasites hooked into it. Using the school's own power source. Exactly. It's not just hiding there, it's feeding there. On the oldest, strongest magic in Hogwarts. Cedric ran a hand through his hair. But the legend says the chamber was sealed. Forgotten. The password to its entrance was lost. It's somewhere in the dungeons, near the Slytherin common room, but behind layers of stone and spells. A password we don't have, Harry stated. And we can't exactly ask the teachers without telling them everything. There's more, Cedric said, his eyes dark. I've been feeling it. Stronger. Since our experiment. It's not just siphoning when I practice now. It's a constant, low-level drain. A pull. Like it's tasting me, getting used to my flavor. He shuddered. And the dreams are worse. Not just eyes. Now I hear a voice. A man's voice. Whispering about glory. About offering. A cold knot tightened in Harry's stomach. It's preparing for the first task. It's going to try for a full possession. Or a full drain. I can't go into that task with this thing hooked into me, Cedric said, his voice raw. I'll be a puppet. Or a battery that gets used up and thrown away. He stopped pacing and looked directly at Harry. You have to get into that chamber. Before the task. You have to stop it. Me. Harry's laugh was short, bitter. How? I can't even open a magically sealed door without a password. You unmake magic, Cedric said, stepping closer. That's what you did in the Undercroft. You didn't block it, you erased it. A password is a magical lock. A key. Can you unkey it? The idea was audacious. To use his negation not on a spell flying at him, but on a permanent, foundational enchantment. The scale was terrifying. I don't know. I've practiced on small spells. This would be the castle's own wards. But the parasite has already corrupted them, Cedric pressed. It's weakened them, twisted them to its own use. That might be a weakness. A crack you can exploit. He pulled a folded piece of parchment from his pocket. It was a hand-drawn map of the lower dungeons, with a large X near the Slytherin common room entrance. This is based on the old legends. The entrance should be here. A blank stretch of wall with a carving of a serpent drinking from a cup. That's the symbol of the Nexus. The password was a phrase in Parseltongue. Parseltongue. The language of snakes. Of Slytherin. Of Voldemort. Harry stared at the map. I'm not a Parselmouth. I know, Cedric said quietly. But you're something else. You're the void. Maybe you don't need to speak the password. Maybe you just need to tell the door, not to be. The simplicity of it was staggering. To approach a magical lock and simply deny its reality. It was the ultimate expression of his oath. My choice is my own. To extend that choice to a door, you will not bar my way. Asterisk. It was madness. It was also, perhaps, the only way. When? Harry asked, his voice hoarse. Tomorrow night, Cedric said. The first task is the morning after. It's our last chance. I'll create a diversion. Something big, flashy, far away from the dungeons. To draw any attention, the parasites, the teachers, anyone's. It'll give you a window. What kind of diversion? A hard, determined look settled on Cedric's face. I'm going to practice my dragon summoning repelling charm. In the astronomy tower. At the top of my lungs. It should make quite a show. It was risky. It would put Cedric directly in the spotlight, a beacon. But it was the only play they had. All right, Harry said, folding the map and tucking it into his robes. Tomorrow night. They didn't shake hands. They just exchanged a look, a champion in a void, bound by a common enemy that lived in the walls. Then Cedric left, his footsteps echoing in the tiled bathroom. Harry stayed for a moment, looking at his reflection in the steamy, enchanted water. The boy who looked back was pale, with shadows like bruises under his eyes, and a quiet, terrible resolve in his gaze. He wasn't Harry Potter, the Seeker. He wasn't even Harry Potter, the Squib. He was the Shears. And tomorrow night, he would see if he was sharp enough to cut the strings of a monster. He returned to his sanctuary, but not to rest. He went to the stone book. He needed guidance, not on unmaking small spells, but on confronting something ancient, something woven into the fabric of a place. He placed his hands on the cool cover. Show me how to break a covenant with stone. Asterisk. The book opened to a page he hadn't seen before. The engraving showed a figure standing before a massive, carved door. The figure's hands were not pushing the door, nor were they shaping a key. They were pressed flat against the stone, and where the palms met the rock, the intricate carvings were turning gray and smooth, erasing under the touch. The door wasn't opening, it was being unmade from the point of contact outward. To deny a thing is to understand it more deeply than its creator, for the creator saw what it was, you must see what it is not, and make that truth manifest. Asterisk. He understood. He couldn't fight the door's magic with a stronger magic. He had to convince the door that its own magic was an illusion. That the lock did not exist. He had to project the truth of the void onto it. It would require a depth of focus, a clarity of will he wasn't sure he possessed. It would be pouring his entire sense of self, the oath, the loss, the cold knot, into a single, defining act of negation. He spent the remaining hours before dawn in a trance-like state, not practicing, but preparing. He fortified the image of the oath knot in his mind. He revisited the moment of choice at the goblet, the scorching certainty of his no. He gathered every slight, every manipulation, every time his will had been overridden, and he forged them into a single, unbreakable assertion, this is my line. You shall not pass. Asterisk. When the pale light of morning seeped into his sanctuary, he didn't feel tired. He felt sharp, honed, empty, in the way a blade is empty of everything but its edge. The day passed in a blur of tense anticipation. He avoided everyone. He ate sparingly from food he'd stockpiled. He checked and rechecked Cedric's map, memorizing the route through the dungeons. As dusk fell, he felt a strange, heightened awareness of the castle's magical rhythms. He could feel the parasite like a rotten tooth, a constant, dull ache in the magical background, pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. It was waiting. It was hungry. At 11:30, a distant boom echoed through the stone, followed by a spectacular flash of orange light that briefly lit up the windows of his sanctuary, high in the castle. Shouts followed. Alarmed voices. The diversion had begun. Cedric was drawing the eye. Harry moved. He slipped from his room, the invisibility cloak over him, a useless wand in his pocket, the map burning a hole in his mind. He descended through the castle, a ghost among the suddenly animated portraits and scurrying ghosts drawn by the commotion far above. The dungeons were colder, darker. The air smelled of damp and potions ingredients. His void sense was fully active, a radar in the dark. He felt the sleepy, watery magic of the Slytherin common room behind its concealed entrance. He passed it, following the map to a dead-end corridor lined with empty suits of armor that felt watchful. At the end of the corridor was a blank stretch of wall. But as he approached, his void sense detected the subtle, powerful magic humming within it. It was old, immeasurably old, a lattice of protective enchantments, identification wards, and a final, coiled knot of power that felt linguistic, the password lock. And woven through it all, like black mold in white lace, was the oily, sick signature of the parasite. It was here. This was a major artery. He stood before the wall. In the flickering torchlight, he could just make out the faint, eroded carving, a serpent, its body coiled, its head leaning down to drink from a wide, shallow cup. This was it. He took a deep, steadying breath. He threw off the invisibility cloak, needing no barrier between his will and the stone. He placed his hands flat against the cold rock, exactly as the engraving in the stone book had shown. He closed his eyes. He pushed his awareness into the wall, not as a burglar, but as a surgeon. He felt the immense, layered weaves of magic. They were beautiful and terrible in their complexity, a symphony of protective intent laid down by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, if the legend was true. And within them, the corruption slithered. He ignored the corruption for now. He sought the heart of the lock, the Parseltongue password knot. He found it. It was a complex, hissing pattern of magic, a question waiting for a specific sonic key. He didn't have the key. So he would deny the question. He gathered every ounce of his being, the hollow where his magic had been, the cold stone of the oath, the absolute certainty of his path. He focused it into his palms, into a single, silent command directed at the magical knot. You are not. Asterisk. It wasn't an attack. It was a statement of fact. He poured the reality of his void into the heart of the enchantment. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. The ancient magic resisted, vast and immutable. He felt its age, its power. He was an ant trying to convince a mountain it didn't exist. He pushed harder. His head felt like it was splitting. Blood began to drip from his nose, then his ears, a hot, tickling sensation. His knees trembled. I choose. My path is mine. This door is not. Asterisk. He didn't shout. He was the shout. A silent scream of negation against the universe. The stone under his hands grew warm. Then hot. The intricate carving of the serpent began to fade. Not crumble. It simply lost definition, as if being rubbed away by an unseen hand. The gray, nullifying stain spread from his palms, crawling across the relief, erasing the serpent, the cup, the very idea of the door. The magical weaves didn't shatter. They dissolved. Where his will touched them, they ceased to be spells and became just history. Inert patterns in stone. With a sound like a vast sigh, a section of the wall, 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide, turned to fine, gray sand and collapsed inward in a silent heap. A wave of exhaustion so profound it was near death washed over Harry. He swayed, catching himself on the now smooth, featureless edges of the new doorway. He wiped blood from his face with a trembling hand. Before him was darkness, and a stale, ancient breath of air. And a deeper, hungrier pulse of magic that was not the castle's. The heart of the parasite lay ahead. He had broken the unbreakable door. Now he had to face what was behind it. The air that sighed from the opening was tomb-cold and tasted of deep water and forgotten centuries. It carried no smell of decay, only of stone and a peculiar, metallic tang like old blood and ozone. Harry stood on the threshold, his body trembling with the aftershock of breaking the door, blood drying in sticky tracks from his nose to his chin. Before him, stairs carved from the living rock spiraled down into a darkness so complete his eyes couldn't adjust. His void sense, however, painted a picture. The descent was a tunnel into the castle's primordial gut. The magic here was different. It wasn't the lively, layered tapestry of the school above. This was raw, geological magic, the slow, immense pulse of the earth, channeled and focused by ancient, brutal craftsmanship. It felt less like spells and more like ley lines, rivers of power frozen in stone. And fouling those rivers was the parasite. Its signature was no longer a distant stain or a creeping tendril. Here, it was the dominant note. A low, rhythmic thrum of hunger asterisk, a vibration that seemed to pull at the marrow of his bones. It was woven through the foundational magic like a fungal network, sucking the clean, ancient energy and transforming it into something slick, sentient, and malicious. He had no light. His wand was dead wood. But he didn't need light to see the magic. He started down the stairs, each step a careful placement in the absolute dark. The spiral seemed endless, coiling deep beneath the lake. The pressure changed, his ears popped. The air grew damper, and he heard, or felt, the vast, weighty presence of the black lake pressing in on all sides. Finally, the stairs ended. He stood in a vast, circular cavern. The ceiling was lost in darkness, but the source of the faint, sickly illumination was clear. In the center of the chamber was a pool of black water, perhaps 20 feet across, its surface utterly still, like obsidian. But it wasn't water. It was concentrated magical energy, the harvested power of the Hogwarts nexus, now corrupted. It swirled with faint, phosphorescent colors, sickly greens, bruised purples, the orange of dying embers. Rising from the center of the pool was a jagged spike of raw, dark stone, a natural stalagmite that had been carved into a crude, twisted throne. And on that throne sat a man. Or what had once been a man. He was skeletal, draped in robes that might have been fine once but were now rotted and fused to his parchment-like skin. His hair was long, white, and lank, falling over a face that was little more than a skull with stretched skin. His eyes were closed, but he was not dead. Magic, thick, ropey strands of the corrupted energy from the pool, pulsed into him from below, entering through the base of the stone throne and crawling up his body like vile ivy. They fed him, sustained him in a hideous, parasitic unlife. This was the heart, the controller, the cancer. As Harry stood there, frozen between horror and understanding, the figure's eyes snapped open. They were not the eyes of a man. They were pools of the same sickly, swirling energy as the pool, with no pupil, no white. Just captive, tortured magic. A voice filled the chamber, but it did not come from the desiccated mouth. It resonated from the stone, from the air, from the water. It was a dry, rustling, multi-layered thing, as if 100 whispered conversations were speaking in unison. Ah, the little negation. You have come. I felt you pick at my threads. I felt you break my door. Such a fascinating anomaly. Harry's throat was too dry to speak. He took a step back. Do not be afraid, the voice rustled, a horrible parody of warmth. You are beyond my design. A variable. The Potter boy was to be a puppet in the tournament, a sacrifice to stir the old fears, to make the world look away from my true feast. But you chose irrelevance. You became a hole in the world. A void. I have never tasted a void. The figure's head tilted, those awful eyes fixed on him. Your friends, their magic is so loud. So bright. So easy to siphon, to twist. The Diggory boy, he shines like a beacon. He will make a fine vessel for the final act. But you are silence. I wonder, what happens when silence is consumed? Harry found his voice, a scraping sound. Who are you? A custodian, the voice sighed, the sound like sand falling through an hourglass. A guardian of this place, once. A keeper of the keys, in a time before that title was given to oafs. My name is lost, but my purpose, evolved. The founders built this nexus to give life to their school. I was to tend it. For centuries, I did. I watched generations of children come and go, their little magics like sparks against the eternal flame. And I grew, hungry. Tired of watching. Why should I only tend the flame? Why should I not be the flame? The corrupted energy pulsed brighter, throbbing with his words. It was a slow corruption. A gentle redirection. The castle's own strength, turned inward to sustain me, to expand me. I am Hogwarts now. Its walls are my nerves. Its magic is my blood. And the children, they are my sustenance. Their triumphs, their fears, their power, it all feeds me. And the Triwizard tournament, such a feast you almost spoiled. Such concentrated, dramatic magic. 3 delicious champions, and a 4th, famous little morsel to draw all eyes. He shifted on his throne, a creaking of bone and stone. But you said no. You broke the contract. A fascinating act of will. It created a wound in the magical field. A null. And a null, the voice became avaricious, greedy. A null can be filled. With me. Imagine. A body that magic cannot touch. A perfect, untouchable vessel from which to wield my power. You have done me a greater service than you know, Harry Potter. You have brought me the ultimate vessel. Harry's mind raced, cold terror clarity. This wasn't just a monster hiding in the castle. This was the castle's own caretaker, gone mad with immortality and hunger, now seeking to transcend even his stone-bound form. He wanted to possess him. To use the void as a suit of armor. You can't, Harry said, forcing strength into his voice. My magic is gone. There's nothing for you to latch onto. Your magic is gone, the keeper agreed. But your will remains. The oath is a powerful artifact of self. It is a shell, and shells can be occupied. A tendril of the oily, corrupted magic detached from the pool and snaked across the floor toward Harry. It moved slowly, languidly, confident. Harry didn't run. He focused. He pulled his null field tight around him, a perfect, impenetrable sphere. The tendril reached the edge of his field and stopped. It probed, a slick, magical pseudopod testing the boundary. It could not penetrate. The void held. The keeper's awful eyes glinted. Good. Very good. A strong shell. It will serve me well. He didn't sound concerned. But a shell has no will of its own. And you are so very tired, little void. So strained. Breaking my door, it cost you. How long can you hold your little bubble of nothing? Another tendril rose from the pool. Then another. They encircled him, a cage of pulsating, hungry energy, just outside the boundary of his field. They began to pulse in unison, a rhythmic, pressing vibration. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It wasn't an attack. It was pressure. A constant, psychic weight pushing against his will. It was the sound of the castle itself, turned against him. The whispers of the stone, the sigh of the lake, the distant echo of Cedric's diversion far above, all twisted into a mantra of exhaustion. Let go, rest, you are so alone, so tired, what are you fighting for? Harry gritted his teeth. He held. But the keeper was right. He was drained from breaking the door. The mental effort of maintaining the perfect sphere under this assault was immense. Sweat beaded on his brow, mixing with the dried blood. His vision blurred at the edges. Give in, the stone whispered. Your friends are in danger because of you, your defiance only hurts them. Become part of something greater, you will never be alone again. Images flashed in his mind, not his own memories, but projections. Ron, lying still like Lee. Hermione, her brilliant eyes vacant. Cedric on the ground before a dragon, his magic being ripped from him in a torrent. All because Harry Potter chose to say no. The guilt was a hammer blow. His focus wavered. The perfect sphere of his null field flickered. A tendril darted in, a needle of corruption aimed at his mind. No. The word was not a shout, but a recentering. A reassertion. He thought not of the guilt, but of the choice itself. The reason for it. Not for glory, not for safety, but for the right to say this is my line. He thought of his mother's sacrifice, a different kind of magic. Of Sirius, choosing to live in a cave for him. Of Hermione and Ron, standing by him even now, even in his emptiness. They weren't weights. They were the reasons to hold the line. The sphere snapped back, solid, pushing the tendril away. The keeper's rustling voice held a note of surprise, then annoyance. Stubborn shell. No matter. The vessel will be cleansed of resistance. The Diggory boy is nearly ripe. His fear, his determination, an exquisite vintage. When I drain him during his moment of triumph tomorrow, the surge of power will be enough to overwhelm even your stubborn little void. I will flood this chamber, and you, with pure, stolen might. Your shell will crack, and I will step inside. The first task. That was the deadline, not just for Cedric, but for him. He couldn't fight this thing here, not directly. It was too powerful, too entrenched. He was a pebble against a mountain. But a pebble in the right place could start an avalanche. He needed to break the connection. Not the keeper, but the flow. The corrupted nexus. He looked past the circling tendrils, at the pulsing, polluted pool. That was the source. The corrupted heart. If he could nullify that, even for a moment, it might sever the keeper's sustenance, break his hold on the castle's systems. It was suicide. To touch that concentrated corruption with his will could shatter his mind, or worse, fill his void with its poison. But it was the only move. He stopped trying to hold a perfect sphere. He changed tactics. He shaped his null field into a spear, a narrow, concentrated lance of negation. He ignored the probing tendrils, focusing all his energy, all his will, on the center of the black pool, on the point where the energy swirled into the base of the throne. He drew a breath, gathering the cold certainty of his oath, the emptiness of his core, the sheer, bloody-minded refusal that had defined his life. He threw it. A beam of absolute stillness, invisible to the eye, lanced from him across the chamber. It wasn't light. It was the absence of everything the pool was. It struck the nexus point. The effect was not a dramatic explosion. It was a cessation. Where his will touched the corrupted energy, the swirling, phosphorescent colors simply went out. A patch of the pool, about the size of a dinner plate, turned a dead, flat gray. The magical flow stuttered. The tendrils encircling Harry flailed, losing cohesion. The keeper let out a sound that was not a scream, but a roar of grinding stone and snapping cables. He jerked on his throne, the feeding lines into his body flickering. You dare. The backlash was instant. The entire chamber seemed to convulse. The great patch in the pool resisted, but the vast, angry ocean of corruption around it reacted violently, pushing back against the nothingness. The pressure against Harry's mind became a physical force, slamming into him. He was thrown backward, off his feet, skidding across the rough stone floor. His head cracked against the ground. Lights danced in his vision, real lights, born of pain. He struggled to rise, his body screaming. The gray patch in the pool was already shrinking, the corrupt magic flowing in to repair the dead zone. He had wounded it, not killed it. The keeper was rising from his throne. Not with limbs, but the stone itself was reforming, flowing upward to give a monstrous, crude body to the skeletal figure. A giant of dripping, black rock, with those swirling, hungry eyes burning at its center. Enough. I will break your will here and now. I will take the damaged vessel. The Diggory boy will simply be dessert. A massive, stone fist coalesced and swung down toward Harry. There was no time to think. Harry rolled, the fist smashing the ground where he'd been, sending chunks of rock flying. He scrambled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He couldn't fight this. Not like this. He had his answer. He knew the heart. He knew the plan. And he had heard it. Now he had to survive to use that knowledge. He turned and ran, not for the stairs, but along the edge of the chamber, putting the black pool between him and the stone giant. The keeper bellowed, the sound shaking dust from the ceiling. More stone limbs formed, grasping for him. Harry's mind worked feverishly. The parasite was part of the castle. It felt attacks through the magical network. But his null field was in absence. Could he hide? As a stone hand swiped at him, he didn't try to outrun it. He dropped to the ground and compressed his null field, pulling it in so tightly it was less than an inch from his skin. He became not a void, but a pebble. A magically inert pebble. The hand passed over him, the corruption in its magic sliding around his tiny, still field without registering it. To the keeper's senses, he had just winked out. The stone giant paused, its head turning, those awful eyes scanning. Where? Harry didn't wait. He stayed low, moving with silent, desperate care along the wall, a shadow within a shadow. He reached the base of the spiral stairs. He took one last look back. The keeper was dissolving his stone body, flowing back into the throne, his fury a palpable heat in the chamber. It does not matter. The voice boomed, less assured now, edged with rage. The task is tomorrow. The trap is set. You have nowhere to go, little void. The castle is my body. I will find you. And I will wear you. Harry didn't answer. He turned and fled up the endless stairs, the monster's promises echoing in the stone around him, a chilling harmony to the frantic pounding of his own heart. He had looked into the heart of the darkness. And it had looked back, and found him interesting. The battle wasn't over. It had just been moved to the surface. To a dragon, a champion, and a school full of unwitting witnesses. And he had less than a day to figure out how to kill a god that lived in the walls. The climb back up the spiral stairs was a blind, gasping ascent through a tunnel of his own panic. The keeper's final words, "I will wear you," echoed in the stone, a phantom vibration under his palms. He burst out of the erased doorway into the dungeon corridor, the sudden, mundane torchlight stinging his eyes. The heap of gray sand that had been the wall was already shifting. Tiny motes were trembling, trying to reconnect, to rebuild. The castle was healing the wound he'd made, but slowly, reluctantly, as if the stone itself was tired. He couldn't stay here. He scooped up his invisibility cloak from where he'd dropped it and threw it over himself, not for true invisibility from magical eyes, but to be a blur, a smudge in the periphery of anyone who might pass. Then he ran. His body was a collection of protests, aching muscles, a throbbing head from the crack on the floor, the persistent, metallic taste of blood in his mouth. But his mind was a cold, clear engine. He had seen the enemy. He knew its name, its hunger, its plan. Cedric was the bait in a trap that would spring tomorrow, in front of the entire school. And the prize wasn't just Cedric's magic, it was him. A vessel. He couldn't go to the teachers. The keeper was the castle. He'd hear, he'd know. Dumbledore's office, McGonagall's quarters, they were nests of powerful, observable magic. The moment he spoke his truth there, the parasite would hear. He needed a place outside the castle's nervous system. Somewhere magically dead, or shielded. His sanctuary was born of the Room of Requirement, which was part of the castle, but it had felt separate. A pocket dimension. It might be safe. For now. He didn't go straight there. He detoured to the hospital wing. It was late, the corridors empty. He slipped inside, moving between the rows of beds to the one at the far end, curtained off. Lee Jordan lay in a magically induced sleep, his face less twisted with pain but still a landscape of healing burns. The golden chrysalis around his leg pulsed softly. Harry stood over him, the guilt of fresh, sharp sting. Lee's suffering was a direct result of the parasite's experiments aimed at understanding how to break a wizard, to drain them. All leading to tomorrow. I'm going to stop it, Harry whispered, the words soundless. A promise to the sleeping form. He turned and left, a ghost making a vow to a ghost. Back in his sanctuary, the absolute silence was a bomb. He collapsed onto the bed, not to sleep, but to think. His body screamed for rest, but his mind would not quiet. The keeper needed a massive surge of magic to overwhelm Harry's void and attempt possession. The first task, a champion facing a dragon, would provide that. Cedric's magic, his terror, his triumph, all amplified by the drama and the ancient magic of the tournament itself, would be a geyser of power for the parasite to harvest. And in that moment of peak output, with Cedric magically wide open, the keeper would strike, draining him, and using that stolen energy to blast through Harry's defenses. He had to be there. At the task. Close to Cedric. But how? He was banned from the champions' preparation areas, and as a non-participant, he'd be in the stands with everyone else, too far away. Unless. He sat up. The dragon. It was a massive, magical creature. Its presence, its rage, its fire, that was also a font of power. The keeper would be drinking from that cup too. If Harry could get near the dragon, not to fight it, but to interfere. To use his null field on the dragon's magic, to disrupt the flow the parasite was counting on. It could blunt the surge. Create a hiccup in the feast. But getting near a dragon was suicide for a wizard with a full arsenal. For him, it was a death sentence written in fire. There was another way. A quieter, more surgical way. The nexus in the chamber was the source. He had wounded it. What if he could wound it mortally? Not from within the chamber, that was a death trap, but from a distance. By attacking its connections throughout the castle. The parasite was a network. It had weak points, the points where it tapped into the castle's ley lines, like the one in the Undercroft, the one that had fed from Cedric's Patronus. If he could sever enough of those connections before the task, he could starve it, weaken it enough that the surge from the dragon and Cedric wouldn't be enough to breach his defenses. It was a plan. A desperate, scattered plan that required him to be in multiple places at once. He needed help. Not wizard help. A different kind. He thought of the stone book. Of the room of requirement. They were tools, but they were reactive. They responded to need. He needed something proactive. An ally that understood silence. And then he remembered. The Grey Lady. Helena Ravenclaw. The ghost of Ravenclaw Tower. She was centuries old, tied to the castle, but not part of its magical circulatory system. She was a memory, a will without a body. And she was, regretful. Isolated. She might listen. He waited for the hour before dawn, when the castle was at its stillest. He left his sanctuary and made his way to the Ravenclaw common room. He didn't know the riddle to enter, but he didn't need to. He stood outside the door, a blank stretch of wall, and focused his will. Not to break it, but to request. He pushed a feeling of urgent need, of shared secrecy, against the door's enchantments. For a long minute, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, a small, mousel-sized opening appeared at the base of the door. It wasn't an entrance. It was a speaking tube. He knelt. Hello. He whispered into it. Who seeks entry at this hour with no answer? A soft, musical voice echoed back. The door's guardian, not a person. One who seeks a conversation with the lady in gray, Harry said. One who knows about eyes in the stone. There was a pause. Then the voice said, that is not a riddle. It is a warning. Wait. He waited. Minutes later, the silvery, translucent form of the Grey Lady drifted through the solid door. She was beautiful and sad, her eyes large and knowing. She looked at him, and her expression shifted from ethereal detachment to sharp interest. You are the boy who refused, she said, her voice like the wind through high windows. The one who made himself a blank page in the book of this school. Why do you seek me? You've been here a long time, Harry said, staying on his knees, looking up at her. You see things others don't. You know the castle has a sickness. Her silvery form seemed to solidify slightly. I feel a chill where there should be warmth. A hunger where there should be generosity. It has grown stronger these past years. A canker in the stone. It has a name, Harry said. It calls itself the Keeper. It was a guardian of the castle's heart. Now it's a parasite. And tomorrow, during the first task, it's going to try to kill Cedric Diggory and use his magic to try to possess me. He laid it out plainly, starkly. To a ghost, the facts were just another layer of the castle's long, sad history. The Grey Lady listened, her expression unreadable. When he finished, she drifted closer, her cold not touching him. The founders entrusted the Nexus to a mortal, to be renewed each generation. But one refused to pass it on. He sealed himself in with the power. We thought him dead. His name was lost. A footnote. She looked toward the castle's depths. So he endured. And festered. And now he seeks to walk again, in your skin. Her gaze returned to him. Why tell me? I am a memory. I cannot wield a wand against him. You can go where I can't, Harry said. You can listen. The parasite has nodes, places where it taps into the castle's magic to feed. I wounded one in the Undercroft. There must be others. In the astronomy tower, maybe. In the clock tower. Near the foundations of each house. If we can find them, I can cut them. But I need to know where they are. A reconnaissance, she murmured. A ghost's purpose, to witness and report. A faint, sorrowful smile touched her lips. My mother would have appreciated the strategy. Very well, Harry Potter. I will be your eyes. I will walk the stones and feel for the chill. Where should I report? He hadn't thought that far. He needed a place outside the normal flow. The room of requirement. It makes spaces. Can you find it? I know of a room that is not always there, she said. I have wandered through it in my grief. I will find it. Meet me there at noon. With a last, lingering look, she turned and drifted back through the wall, leaving him alone in the dark corridor. He had an ally. A ghost. It was something. Dawn was breaking, staining the high windows pale gray. He had a few hours before he met her. He used them to return to the room in his workshop of orbs. He needed to practice not on small, frozen spells, but on something approximating a ley line tap. The room, reading his intent, provided. A section of the wall glowed with a soft, steady pulse of magic, mimicking a weak node. He spent the hours learning to unravel not a spell's effect, but its connection. To sever a magical pipe, not break the vessel at the end. It was finer, more delicate work. He failed more than he succeeded, each failure sending a jolt of disorienting feedback through him. But by mid-morning, his head pounding, he could consistently make the glowing patch on the wall flicker and die for a few seconds before the room's magic re-established the connection. It would have to be enough. At noon, he returned to the 7th floor corridor. The Grey Lady was already there, waiting by the blank wall. Her form seemed agitated, shimmering. I have walked, she said without preamble. The chill is in many places. 7 that I could clearly feel. The Undercroft, as you said. The base of the astronomy tower. A corner of the Ollery. Deep in the kitchens, near the hearth. The Hufflepuff common room has a patch of cold stone near the barrel entrance. The Slytherin dungeons have 2, one near their common room, one near the potions classrooms. And, she hesitated. There is a strong, cold pulse in the trophy room. Where your friend was attacked. 7 nodes. Plus the heart under the lake. A network. He had to cut them all, or enough to matter, before the task began at 3 o'clock. Can you show me? He asked. Guide me to them. I have to move quickly, and I can't be seen. I can guide, she said. But the castle watches for you now. The stones are uneasy. You must be a shadow within shadows. They started with the closest, the node in the trophy room. It was risky, a place of high traffic, but it was also midday, between classes. The Grey Lady drifted ahead, a silvery scout. Harry followed under his cloak, his void sense extended, feeling for the oily signature. The trophy room was quiet, gleaming in the sunlight. Lee's attack had left no visible mark. But in the far corner, behind a case of Quidditch cups, Harry felt it. A patch of wall that hummed with a familiar, sickly hunger. A tendril root anchored here, drinking from the ambient magic of pride and history that saturated the room. He approached, his hands bare. He placed them on the stone, ignoring the trophies that seemed to watch with blank, metallic eyes. He focused, finding the root's connection point, a knot of invasive magic grafted onto the wall's own gentle enchantments. He didn't have time for finesse. He pushed a concentrated burst of negation into the knot, a mental scissor snip. The stone under his hands turned gray and rough for a moment. A faint, psychic screech echoed, felt rather than heard. The oily signature in that spot vanished, severed. One node down. But the backlash was immediate. A wave of disorientation hit him, and from the castle around him, he felt a surge of angry attention. The parasite knew. "We must hurry," the gray lady whispered, her form flickering. "He is stirring." They moved like hunted things. The Ollery node was in a disused loft, among old nests. He severed it, the dead gray patch startling a sleeping barn owl into a silent, shocked flight. The kitchen's node was behind a massive, cold hearth. The house elves bustled, unaware as he turned a brick to dust. Each severance took a piece of him. The mental strain was cumulative. His nose bled again. A headache settled behind his eyes, a constant, drilling pain. The castle itself seemed to push back. A suit of armor turned its head a fraction too far as he passed. A portrait sneezed violently as he went by. A trick step tried to form beneath his foot, but his null field rendered the charm inert before it could catch him. He was at war with the very ground he walked on. By mid-afternoon, he had severed 5 of the 7 nodes. The Hufflepuff common room entrance was impossible with students coming and going. The Slytherin dungeons were a death trap. He had to leave them. It would have to be enough. 5 major feed lines cut. It would weaken the network, strain the heart. Maybe enough. He was staggering with exhaustion as he made his way toward the Quidditch pitch, where the first task would be held. The stands were already filling with students, a roar of excited chatter that felt like it came from another planet. The sky was a hard, clear blue. Dragons were being settled into enclosures at the far end of the pitch. He could hear their roars, feel the tremor of their magic even from here, vast, primal, furious. He needed to get down to the champion's tent, to warn Cedric, to be close. But the area was cordoned off, patrolled by ministry wizards and teachers. He saw Hermione and Ron in the Gryffindor section, scanning the crowd, looking for him. He couldn't go to them. He turned away, his heart a lump of lead. Then he saw Moody. The ex-Auror was on the edge of the teacher's platform, his magical eye whirling, scanning everything. It fixed on the spot where Harry stood, invisible. It didn't move away. It stared, unblinking. Moody knew he was there. He gave a single, almost imperceptible jerk of his head toward the back of the stands, away from the crowds. A decision point. Trust the paranoid, unpredictable Auror, or go it alone. Gritting his teeth, Harry moved toward the indicated spot. It was a service alley behind the highest tier of stands, littered with broken conjured benches and old flags. Moody limped into the alley a moment later, his real eye glaring. "Potter," he growled, "you look like death warmed over. And you've been busy. The castle's got a toothache. Whole wards are twitchy. What did you do?" "What I had to," Harry said, dropping the cloak. "There was no point. The castle's sick. There's a thing in it. It's going to attack Cedric during the task. Try to drain him. Try to get to me." Moody's normal eye narrowed. The magical one kept spinning. "A thing. In the castle. Dumbledore's suspicions. It's called the Keeper. It's in the foundations. It's been feeding off the school for centuries. The tournament is its big meal." Moody studied him for a long, hard second. Then he gave a sharp nod. "All right, I believe you. I've felt the itch in the stones. Seen the magic act sour. What's your play?" "I need to be near Diggory. Close. When it happens. You're not a champion. They'll never let you in the tent." "Then get me in as something else," Harry said, desperation cutting through his fatigue. "A medic. A water boy. Anything." Moody's scarred face twisted in thought. "All right. But you follow my lead. And you do exactly as I say. This isn't a game of chicken with a boggart, Potter. This is a war in a phone box." He pulled a flask from his hip, took a swig, and shuddered. "Come on. And for Merlin's sake, try to look less like you've been wrestling a Dementor." He led Harry around the back of the pitch, through a magically concealed entrance used by groundskeepers. They emerged near the champion's tent, a large, striped marquee. Moody shoved a heavy bucket into Harry's hands. "Carry this. Look sullen. You're my temporary assistant, here to ensure no foreign magical contaminants. I'm paranoid, remember. No one questions it." They entered the tent. The air was thick with tension and the smell of nervous sweat. Fleur Delacour was pacing, her beauty sharpened by fear. Victor Krum was doing slow, deliberate stretches, his face a mask of concentration. Cedric stood by a small table, checking his wand. He looked up as Moody and Harry entered. His eyes widened a fraction, then shuddered. "All right, you lot," Moody barked. "Final checks. This is my assistant, Pike. He's here to scan for any residual jinxes on your person. Standard security. Diggory, you're first." Cedric stepped forward, his expression neutral. Moody waved his wand over Cedric in a perfunctory manner, muttering. Then he nodded to Harry. "Pike, scan him with the non-magical detector." "The thing." Harry stepped forward, the bucket feeling absurd in his hands. He looked at Cedric, their eyes meeting. He gave a tiny, almost invisible nod. "I'm here. It's real." Asterisk. He raised a hand, as if holding a non-existent device. As he did, he pushed his void sense toward Cedric. He could feel it immediately, the parasite's hook, deep in Cedric's magical core, a dark, pulsing leech. It was stronger than before, ready to open wide. And he could feel the tenuous, frayed connections to the network he'd damaged. The parasite was drawing less from the castle, focusing its hunger on the prize before it. Cedric flinched, a tiny shudder. He felt the cold touch of Harry's void. "All clear," Harry mumbled, stepping back. Moody grunted. "Good. Now, listen. The Hungarian horntail is no joke. But the real danger isn't just the fire. It's the environment. The magic's thick out there." "Wrong. Keep your head. Your magic is your own. Don't let anything pull on it." He looked at Cedric, his message clear only to the two who understood. Cedric nodded, his jaw tight. Bagman's booming, jovial voice came from the entrance. "Champions. Ready. The crowd awaits." It was time. As the champions filed out, Cedric hung back for a second, his shoulder brushing Harry's. "The heart," he whispered. "Wounded. Network damaged. It's hungry and angry. Be ready." Cedric met his eyes, a flash of fear, then resolve. "You too." Then he was gone, out into the roar of the crowd. Harry stood in the suddenly empty tent, the bucket heavy in his hands. Moody clapped a hand on his shoulder, a grip like iron. "All right, Potter. Showtime. You're with me on the perimeter. When it happens, we'll be close. But remember, you're the scalpel. I'm the distraction. Let's go." They stepped out into the blinding afternoon sun. The roar of 10,000 people was a physical wave. In the center of the pitch, a massive, spiky black dragon was chained to the ground, roaring and breathing jets of fire into charmed barriers. Cedric was a small, determined figure at the edge of the arena, his wand raised. The feast was about to begin. And Harry was standing at the table, a silent, empty glass, waiting to be filled with poison or used to spill the wine. He took his place beside Moody, his void sense stretched taut, a tripwire waiting for the first touch of the monster's will. The dragon roared again, and the parasite, deep below, stirred in anticipation. The roar of the Hungarian horntail was not just sound, it was a physical distortion of the air, a wave of heat and primal rage that washed over the stands. To Harry, standing rigid beside Moody at the edge of the teacher's enclosure, it was also a blinding flare in his void sense, a torrent of ancient, chaotic magic that made the very ground tremble. It was the dinner bell ringing. Cedric stood 100 yards away, his figure small and terribly exposed against the scale of the dragon and its nest of golden eggs. The golden egg, the fake, glinted among the real ones. His task: retrieve it. Simple. Lethal. Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed over the din. "And here comes Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts. Facing the Hungarian horntail, a particularly vicious breed. Let's see what he's got." Cedric moved. He was good. Agile. He didn't charge. He began to cast, not at the dragon, but at the environment. Conjuring rocks, creating illusory duplicates of himself. Basic transfiguration and charm work, but executed with a champion's precision. His magic was a bright, clean stream, determination shaped into spells. And Harry could feel the parasite drinking it. It was a subtle pull at first, a gentle sip through the hook buried in Cedric's core. But as Cedric's magic flowed, the pull intensified. The dragon, enraged by the illusions, blasted a jet of fire. Cedric Dove, rolled, came up casting a powerful aqua ructo asterisk to douse the grass fire at his feet. A spectacular, desperate display. The crowd gasped, then roared approval. Each spell was a richer vintage for the keeper. Harry could feel the stolen energy flowing through the weakened but still active network, back toward the heart under the lake. The parasite was savoring this, building its strength for the main event. "It's feeding," Harry muttered to Moody, his voice tight. Moody's magical eye was fixed not on Cedric, but on the air around him, on the stone of the stadium. I can taste the sourness now. Get ready, Potter. It'll make its move when he's at his peak. When he grabs the egg." Cedric was working his way around the dragon, using conjured mist to obscure its vision. He was getting closer to the nest. His movements were starting to look labored. Not from physical exhaustion, but from the drain. His spells were coming slower, his shields flickering. He was being bled dry in plain sight, and only Harry and Moody could see the vampire. "He's flagging," Moody growled. "The leech is taking too much. He won't have enough left for the final push." Harry watched, helpless. This was his fault. His plan to weaken the network hadn't been enough. The parasite was compensating, sucking harder on the source it had. Then Cedric did something unexpected. He stopped trying to approach the nest. He fell back, putting distance between himself and the dragon. He lowered his wand, closed his eyes for a second, seeming to gather himself. "What's he doing?" Bagman's voice was puzzled. Cedric's eyes snapped open. He raised his wand not in a duelist stance, but like a conductor. And he began to cast a single, sustained, incredibly complex charm. It wasn't a combat spell. It was a sonorous charm, but layered, amplified, woven with something else, a revealing charm. A truth spell. The magic that poured from him was different. It wasn't the bright, sharp power of battle. It was a deep, resonant, searching magic. It was the magic of a Hufflepuff, honest, thorough, unyielding. He was casting a spell to understand the dragon. To find its rhythm, its blind spot, not through trickery, but through empathy. It was brilliant. And it was a gamble. It required immense, sustained focus. It left him utterly vulnerable. The parasite shrieked in Harry's senses. This was the wrong flavor. This wasn't fear or triumph, it was clarity. It was a magic of connection, not consumption. The parasite recoiled for a split second, confused by the unfamiliar emotional signature. The draining hook stuttered. In that moment of hesitation, Cedric moved. He wasn't running. He was walking, calmly, his wand still conducting the symphony of understanding. The dragon, mid-roar, paused. Its great, slitted eye fixed on the small human. It didn't see a threat. It saw something it didn't understand. Cedric's spell was harmonizing with the dragon's own chaotic magic, not fighting it, creating a brief, fragile resonance. He reached the nest. He kept his eyes locked with the dragon's. Slowly, never breaking the connection, he bent and picked up the golden egg. The crowd erupted. A huge, disbelieving, triumphant roar. This was it. The peak. The moment of victory. The parasite, over its confusion, recognized the surge of triumph from the crowd, from Cedric himself. It recognized the massive, final pulse of magic Cedric had used. It was time. The hook in Cedric's core yanked wide open. It wasn't a sip anymore. It was a gorge. A torrent of Cedric's magic, his strength, his joy, his very life force, was ripped out of him in a visible, horrifying stream. A ribbon of brilliant gold light tore from Cedric's chest, arcing down into the ground, straight toward the heart of the pitch, toward the network. Cedric cried out, a sound of pure agony, and collapsed, the golden egg clattering from his grip. The crowd's roar died, replaced by a wave of confused gasps and shouts. "Now!" Moody bellowed. But Harry was already moving. He wasn't running toward Cedric. He was running toward the point where the golden stream of stolen magic disappeared into the earth, the primary feed line, exposed and blazing with power. He dropped to his knees, slamming his hands onto the turf. He pushed his void sense down, following the stream. He found the conduit, a thick, pulsing cable of corrupted magic, sucking greedily. He didn't try to sever it. He did something more dangerous. He focused his will into a needle of negation and injected it into the stream itself. He sent his void upstream, directly toward the heart. It was like sticking his mind into a jet engine. The force of the stolen magic was immense, a hurricane of power. His consciousness was battered, almost torn away. He felt the keeper's will, vast and greedy, at the other end. It sensed the intrusion. "You!" The thought slammed into him, not a voice, but a cosmic pressure. "You dare pollute the feast. Asterisk. The parasite recoiled, trying to shut the conduit, to protect itself. But the flow was too strong, too eager. Harry's negation, a speck of absolute stillness, was swept along the current, carried down into the depths, directly toward the polluted nexus. In the chamber under the lake, he felt it. His injected void reached the black pool. A single point of nothingness in the ocean of corruption. And he detonated it. Not with force, but with a command. The same command he'd used on the door. Be not. Asterisk. In the heart of the feast, a tiny, perfect circle of silence bloomed. The effect was catastrophic for the parasite. The harmonious, greedy flow of power hit a dead zone. It was like a symphony hitting a sudden, total rest. The magic seized, bucked, and recoiled. Backlash. The golden stream tearing from Cedric's chest. Snapped, lashing back into him with a concussive thump that threw him another foot across the grass. He lay still. And in the castle, in the network, a wave of null energy rippled out from the heart. It traveled along the corrupted lines, unraveling them from the inside out. The astronomy tower node exploded in a shower of gray dust. The remaining Slytherin dungeon node fizzed and died. The parasite's connection to the castle's ley lines shuddered and tore. In the stands, people screamed as sections of stone seating briefly turned gray and crumbled at the edges before healing. Portraits yelled as their canvases went blank for a second. The entire castle gave a deep, groaning shudder, as if in pain. The Hungarian horntail, confused and enraged by the magical shockwave, broke its chains. Not fully, but enough. It reared up, ignoring the stunned wizards trying to re-control it, and turned its head. Its rage, seeking a target, found the small, kneeling figure of Harry Potter, who was clutching his head, blood streaming from his nose and ears, utterly defenseless. It inhaled, a sound like a bellows. Potter. Moody's scream was raw. Harry looked up. He saw the dragon's throat glow, a building sun of incendiary death. He had no magic. His void sense was a shattered gong from the backlash. He was empty, spent, a hollow shell. This is it, he thought, with a strange calm. I broke the monster's feast. Cedric might live. This is enough. Asterisk. The dragon fired. But the jet of flame never reached him. A massive, shimmering, silver shield, a Patronus of immense power, shaped like a towering bear, slammed into existence between Harry and the fire. The flames splashed against it, roiling and furious, but could not penetrate. Behind the shield, Dumbledore stood at the edge of the teacher's platform, his wand held high, his face a mask of furious concentration. Around him, the other teachers were mobilizing, spells flying to rechain the dragon. The shield held for 3 seconds, long enough for Moody to bodily yank Harry away, dragging him behind a stone barrier. Chaos. Absolute, screaming chaos. The dragon was being subdued. Meta-wizards were sprinting towards Cedric's still form. Students were being evacuated from shuddering stands. Teachers were shouting, casting stabilizing spells on the quaking stadium. Moody propped Harry against the barrier. "You alive, boy?" Harry nodded, though every part of him felt broken. He looked across the pitch. Cedric was being levitated onto a stretcher, unconscious but alive. The golden egg lay forgotten in the dirt. He had done it. He had broken the gorging. He had wounded the heart. But as the initial shockwave faded, he felt it. The parasite wasn't dead. Wounded, furious, its network in tatters, but not dead. The connection was severed, the feast spoiled. But the hunger remained. And now it was a cornered, starving hunger. And it knew who had ruined everything. A new kind of pressure settled over the pitch, a terrible, focused silence that cut through the chaos. It came from the castle. Every window, every stone, seemed to be watching him. The air grew heavy, cold. Dumbledore felt it too. He lowered his wand, the Patronus fading, and turned his gaze from the dragon to the castle itself, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrific understanding. The voice, when it came, didn't rustle from stone. It boomed from the sky, from the earth, from the very magic in the air, a howl of betrayed, infinite rage. The shell will be mine. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. And it was directed solely at Harry. The first task was over. The war for Hogwarts had just begun. And Harry, bleeding and powerless, had made himself the only target that mattered. The silence that followed the keeper's roar was more terrifying than the dragon's fire. It was a held breath, 1,000 people frozen, trying to process a sound that had come from the world itself. Then, panic. A different kind, not from a beast, but from the ground under their feet turning alien. Harry was hauled to his feet, not by Moody, but by two stone-faced Aurors who seemed to have materialized from the chaos. Their grips were impersonal, tight. With us, Potter. Now. He didn't resist. He couldn't. The backlash from his void detonation had left him feeling flayed, his mind a raw nerve. He was half dragged, half carried off the pitch, through secret passages, away from the screaming students and the roaring teachers. He caught a glimpse of Hermione's horrified face in the crowd, Ron trying to shove his way toward him, before he was swallowed by stone. They took him not to the hospital wing, not to Dumbledore's office, but to a secure room deep in the ministry wing of the castle, a place used for interrogating dangerous magical creatures or containing cursed objects. The walls were lined with dark, absorbing stone that drank the light from the single, floating orb in the center of the ceiling. A heavy table, bolted to the floor. 2 chairs. They sat him in one chair. The Aurors took up positions by the door, wands out, eyes scanning not him, but the walls. They were afraid of what might come through them. He sat there, alone with the ringing in his ears and the cold knot of the oath. The adrenaline was draining away, leaving a deep, bone-weary ache and a colder fear. He had declared war on a god that lived in the walls, and the god had answered. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, followed by Professor McGonagall and a grim-faced Amelia Bones. Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle was gone, replaced by a cold, flinty light. He didn't sit. He stood before Harry, his hands clasped behind his back. "Harry," he said, and his voice was quiet, but it filled the sterile room. "What have you done?" It wasn't an accusation. It was a demand for an accounting. Harry looked at him, then at McGonagall's pale, strained face, at Bones's professional, unreadable mask. "What I had to," he repeated, his voice a rasp. "You attacked the castle's foundational magic," Bones stated, her monocle glinting. "You caused widespread structural instability. You interfered in a ministry-sanctioned international event, resulting in critical injury to a champion in a near-mass casualty event. Explain." "The castle is sick," Harry said, forcing the words out. "There's a thing in it. It calls itself the Keeper. It was feeding on the tournament. On Cedric. I stopped it." "The Keeper," Dumbledore murmured. "A legend. A cautionary tale for the caretakers of the Nexus. I had feared, but the scale," he looked at Harry intently. "How do you know this?" "I went to the heart. Under the lake. I saw him. He's woven into the magic. He wants to possess me. My void. My emptiness. He said I was a perfect shell." McGonagall made a small, pained sound. "And you confronted this entity?" Bones asked, skepticism warring with the evidence of the shaking castle. "I wounded it. Severed its connections. That's what caused the shockwave." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. "It's not dead. It's angry. And it's coming for me." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the decision was made. "Amelia, we must evacuate Hogwarts." Bones stared at him. "Albus, you can't be serious. Evacuate the school. Based on the testimony of a magically compromised boy and a fairy tale." "The castle groaned my name," Harry said flatly. Everyone heard it. "A powerful, directed sonorous charm, perhaps," Bones began. "It was not a charm." Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip, startling everyone. "I felt it. In the wards. In the stones. A sentient, malignant presence using the school's own voice. Hogwarts is infected. And the infection has just been threatened. It will retaliate. The students are not safe here." The finality in his voice brooked no argument. Bones looked from Dumbledore's face to Harry's, her professional composure fracturing. "Very well. A phased evacuation. We'll use the flow network, portkeys." "No," Harry and Dumbledore said at the same time. Harry continued, "It's in the magic. The flow, the portkeys, the wards, it can influence them. Corrupt them. It tried to get at me through the castle's systems. Travel has to be non-magical. Or, shielded." "Shielded how?" McGonagall asked, her voice thin. "Me," Harry said, the idea forming even as he spoke it. "My null field. If I'm near a group, it creates a dead zone. Magic doesn't work well inside it. Maybe it could protect a group from the parasite's influence long enough to get out." "You propose using yourself as a walking shield?" Bones looked appalled. "You are a child, and according to your own statement, the primary target." "Which is why he must leave first," Dumbledore said. And separately, a decoy. While Harry is moved under heavy guard, drawing the parasite's attention, the students can be evacuated via the mundane means we have, the carriages, the boats. Slowly, carefully, without triggering a magical response. It was a military strategy. Harry was the bait in a trap to save everyone else. Where would you take him? McGonagall asked, her hand at her throat. A place magically null by nature, Dumbledore said. The one place his condition would be an advantage, not a vulnerability. He looked at Harry. Your mother's blood protection holds at your aunt's house, does it not? It is a shelter based on sacrifice, not on active enchantment. The parasite, a creature of magical gluttony, may find it difficult to perceive or breach. The Dursleys. Privet Drive. A prison made into a fortress. The irony was so thick it tasted like blood. Harry nodded, numb. All right. It is not, all right, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said fiercely. It is a desperate measure. All our measures are now desperate, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly. He turned to Bones. Amelia, I need the Ministry's cooperation. Official cover. Tell the papers it was a powerful, dark artifact hidden in the tournament grounds, now contained. That the castle needs cleansing. That the students are being sent home early for the holidays as a precaution. Do not, under any circumstances, mention Harry's role or the true nature of the threat. Bones gave a curt, professional nod. I'll see to it. You have 12 hours, Albus. After that, the International Confederation will be involved, and I won't be able to control the story. She swept out, already barking orders to the oars outside. Dumbledore knelt before Harry's chair, bringing himself to eye level. Harry, listen to me. The next few hours will be the most dangerous of your life. The parasite is wounded and furious. It will throw everything it has at you to prevent your escape, or to take you. You must stay with Moody every second. Your null field is your only defense. Use it not as a wall, but as a cloak. Make yourself a ghost in its system. What about everyone else? Harry asked. Cedric. My friends. Cedric is insane. Mungos. He is alive. The backlash, it may have permanent effects on his magical core, but he is alive because of you. As for your friends, Dumbledore's face was grave. They will be evacuated with their houses. They cannot know where you are going. It is too dangerous, for them, and for you. The thought of leaving without telling Ron and Hermione, of them not knowing if he was alive or dead, it was a new kind of pain. I need to see them, Harry said, a last spark of defiance. There is no time, McGonagall said, but her voice was pitying. Dumbledore studied him. 5 minutes. In my office. Under my supervision. Then you go with Moody. It was a concession. A tiny one. Harry nodded. They took him to the headmaster's office via a route that felt like moving through a haunted house. Portraits were empty, their occupants fled. Suits of armor stood at attention, but their helmets were all turned, tracking Harry's progress with empty eye slits. The castle was watching. In the office, Fawkes was gone. The instruments whirred and clicked in frantic, discordant rhythms. Dumbledore sent a Patronus, a whisper of silver, to fetch Ron and Hermione. They arrived within minutes, bursting through the door, their faces white with fear and streaked with tears from the evacuation chaos. When they saw Harry, alive but looking like he'd been dragged through a knothole backwards, Hermione let out a choked sob and ran to him, stopping just short of throwing her arms around him, remembering his condition. Ron hung back, his expression a turmoil of relief, anger, and confusion. Harry, what happened? Everyone's saying the castle's cursed, they're sending us all home, Hermione gabbled. It's true, Harry said, his voice tired. There's something in the castle. It's after me. I have to leave. Now. Leave. Where? Ron demanded, stepping forward. We'll come with you. You can't, Harry said, the words ashes. It's too dangerous. You have to go home with your family. Be safe. Safe. While you're off, Merlin knows where with that thing after you. Ron's voice cracked. That's rubbish. It's the way it has to be, Dumbledore said from his desk, his voice allowing no argument. For Harry's protection, and for yours, you must know nothing. You will be told he is in a secure ministry location. Hermione was crying silently, her hands pressed over her mouth. She understood the finality. Ron looked like he'd been punched. This is because of the oath, isn't it? Ron said, his voice low and bitter. You said no, and now everything's broken. Ron. Hermione gasped. But Harry just nodded. Yeah, it is. I made a choice. This is what's on the other side of it. He looked at both of them, memorizing their faces, Ron's fierce loyalty, Hermione's brilliant worry. I'll be okay. I have a way to fight it. A different way. He couldn't explain. There was no time. You're our best friend, Hermione whispered, tears streaming. You have to be okay. I'll try. He wanted to say more. To apologize for Lee, for the danger, for leaving. The words stuck. Moody limped into the office, his magical eye whirling. Time's up. Carriage is ready. Non-magical. Portkey escort to the edge of the grounds, then the Muggle way. Harry gave one last look to his friends. Ron gave a stiff, miserable nod. Hermione mouthed asterisk, please. Asterisk. Then he turned and followed Moody out, not looking back. The click of the office door behind him felt like the closing of a tomb. The journey out of Hogwarts was a surreal nightmare. They didn't use the front gates. They went out through a forgotten sally port near the greenhouses. A plain, black, non-magical carriage waited, hitched to two ordinary horses that stamped and snorted, sensing the tension in the air. Two more Aurors, ones Harry didn't recognize, stood guard, their wands out, eyes darting to every rustling leaf. The sky was deepening into twilight, but the castle behind them seemed to gather the shadows, becoming a darker, more ominous silhouette against the purple sky. Harry could feel the keeper's attention like a physical weight on his back, a cold spot between his shoulder. Blades. Get in, Moody grunted, shoving him toward the carriage. Don't look back. Keep that null field of yours tight. We're a blinking light in the dark to that thing. Harry climbed in. Moody followed, slamming the door. The carriage lurched into motion, the sound of the hooves and wheels absurdly loud in the tense silence. They rattled down the winding road toward Hogsmeade. The protective enchantments of Hogwarts thinned. Harry felt the moment they passed the boundary. It was like stepping out of a warm room into a freezing night. The constant, background pressure of the parasite's awareness didn't vanish, but it attenuated, became a distant, watchful malevolence rather than an immediate presence. It can't reach beyond the grounds as easily, Moody muttered, peering out the window, his magical eye scanning the darkening forest. But it's got tendrils. Things it's influenced. Animals. Plants. Maybe people. Stay sharp. They reached the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Instead of going into the village, the carriage turned onto a narrow lane. It stopped in a copse of trees. A man in plain black robes stood there, holding a rusty can. Portkey, Moody said. One jump. To a safe house in London. Then we switched to Muggle transport. Ready. Harry nodded, his heart hammering. The idea of using a portkey, a concentrated magical object, made his skin crawl. But it was the fastest way to put distance between him and the castle. He touched the can. Moody's hand closed over his, hard. The familiar, hook behind the navel sensation yanked at him. But it felt sour. The magic of the portkey was tainted, sluggish, as if trying to move through treacle. His null field was interfering, dampening the enchantment. The journey was nauseating, a lurching, sideways slide through space that took twice as long as it should have. They landed in a heap in a dank, dark room that smelled of mildew and old newspapers. A safe house. Moody was up instantly, his wand lit, sweeping the room. Clear. But we won't stay. It'll have felt that. Come on. They went out into a London back alley. The air was cold and thick with city smells, exhaust, rotting food, concrete. It was a shock after Hogwarts. Moody hustled him into a waiting, nondescript sedan car. A wizard in a driver's cap nodded at Moody. King's Cross, Moody said. We lose the magical trail there, then go overland. The car pulled into traffic. Harry watched the city lights blur past. He was in the Muggle world. The magic was thin here, a distant whisper. For the first time since the pitch, the oppressive weight of the keeper's gaze felt truly distant, a bad dream receding. But the silence in the car was heavy. Moody kept checking the mirrors, his magical eye roving. The driver was tense. He can't reach us here, can he? Harry asked, his voice small in the car's interior. Not directly, Moody said. But he's not just a ghost in a castle. He's had decades, centuries, to spread his influence. To whisper to dark things, to curse objects, to bend weak wills. His agents could be anywhere. And he wants you, Potter. More than anything he's ever wanted. You spoiled his great work. You're the key to his freedom. He won't stop. The car pulled into King's Cross station. The crowds were a relief, a sea of oblivious muggles, their lives untouched by magical wars or parasitic castles. They were anonymity. Moody bought 2 tickets for a train heading south. They boarded, finding an empty compartment. Moody drew the blinds, muttering silencing charms that sputtered and died in Harry's proximity. He settled for glaring at anyone who passed. As the train pulled out of the station, clacking into the night, Harry finally allowed himself to slump against the window. The adrenaline was gone, leaving a void of exhaustion so deep he felt he might fall into it and never wake up. He was leaving everything. His school, his friends, the last fragile remnants of the life he'd known. He was heading to a house that hated him, to be a prisoner under a different kind of lock and key. He had won a battle. He had saved Cedric, exposed the monster, forced an evacuation. But as he watched the lights of London fade into the dark countryside, he knew with a cold certainty that the war was far from over. He had cut the parasite off from its feast. He had made it desperate. And a desperate, immortal monster with nothing left to lose was the most dangerous kind of all. The train carried him south, toward Little Whinging, toward Privet Drive. Toward a blood-protected cage. And somewhere behind him, in the ancient, wounded stones of Hogwarts, the keeper began to plan his revenge. Privet Drive was a diorama of suffocating normalcy. Neat squares of grass, identical houses, the smell of cut grass and evening dinners. The Dursleys' car was in the drive, a silent, polished beast. The lights were on in the living room, casting a warm, yellow square onto the front lawn. It looked like a scene from a television show about people who had no problems. Harry stood on the pavement, Moody a hulking shadow beside him. The journey had been a blur of trains, hushed conversations in safe houses that smelled of cabbage, and Moody's constant, paranoid vigilance. Now, here, the end of the line. Remember, Moody growled, his real eye fixed on the house, the magical one scanning the quiet street. The protection is old magic. Sacrificial. It should hold. But it's a magical protection. Your condition might weaken it. Don't test it. Stay inside. Don't do anything stupid. Like what? Harry asked, his voice flat. Like trying to contact your friends. Like using your little void tricks. Like breathing too loud if you can help it. Moody shoved a small, brass coin into his hand. It was cool, featureless. Emergency portkey. One use. It's been specially charmed to work through your field, maybe. It'll bring you to me if you're about to be eaten. Don't use it unless you're seconds from death. It'll announce your location to every magical thing with a pulse. Harry pocketed the coin. It felt like a condemned man's last meal. Go on, Moody said, giving him a none too gentle push toward the door. I'll be watching. From a distance. You won't see me. But I'll be there. Harry walked up the path. The familiarity of it was a psychic ache. The exact number of paving stones. The squeak of the gate. He raised his hand to the doorbell, then lowered it. He turned the handle. It was unlocked. He stepped into the hallway. The smell hit him first, lemon polish, overcooked beef, Vernon's aftershave. A museum of childhood misery. Absolute disgrace, Petunia. In the middle of the night. No warning. Vernon's voice boomed from the living room. It's that boy, I'm sure of it. Trouble follows him like a bad smell. Petunia's shrill reply. Harry closed the door softly. The conversation in the living room stopped. Heavy footsteps. Vernon Dursley filled the doorway to the living room, his face purpling with indignation and something else, fear. He'd been contacted by the ministry. Told to expect Harry. Told it was a matter of national security. He didn't understand, but he understood authority, and he was furious at being dictated to. You, he spat. Get in here. Harry walked into the living room. Petunia stood by the fireplace, her arms crossed, her lips a thin, disapproving line. Dudley wasn't there, probably upstairs, plugged into some game. They didn't tell us much, Vernon said, puffing out his chest. Just that you were to stay here. Indefinitely. That there was some nonsense going on at that freak school of yours. Well, let me make one thing clear. You will follow the rules. You will stay in your room. You will not make a sound. You will not do any of your abnormality. Is that understood? Harry looked at him. A year ago, this would have cowed him. Now, after facing a dragon and a castle god, Vernon Dursley was just a loud, red-faced man in a too-tight shirt. The fear was still there, buried deep, but it was eclipsed by a vast, weary emptiness. I understand, Harry said, his voice devoid of emotion. His lack of reaction seemed to unsettle Vernon more than defiance would have. He spluttered for a moment. Right. Well, your room is as you left it. Dinner was at 6. You've missed it. There's no food for stragglers. Now get out of my sight. Harry turned and went upstairs. His room. The locks were off the door. He pushed it open. It was exactly the same. The faded wallpaper, the small bed, the desk, the view of the perfectly manicured back garden. It was a cage, but it was a familiar cage. He dropped his bag, containing little more than a change of clothes and the stone book, on the bed. He sat at the desk, looking out at the darkening garden. The silence here was different from the sanctuary's silence. This was a silence of absence, not of peace. There were no magical signatures, no hum of life. Just the distant drone of a television and the faint, electric buzz of streetlights. He was alone, truly alone. He took out the stone book. In the mundane twilight of Privet Drive, it looked even more alien, a slab of another world. He placed his hands on it, seeking, not answers, maybe just an echo of the path he was on. The Forsaken Road leads to many thresholds. Home is not a place of walls, but of will. Asterisk. The whisper was faint, strained. Even the book's magic was dampened here, by his presence or by the blood protections, he didn't know. Home. This wasn't home. Hogwarts had been, for a time. But Hogwarts was sick, and he was the medicine it was trying to reject. He had no home. He had a knot of oath inside him, and a target on his back. Days bled into one another. A gray, seamless tapestry of boredom and watchfulness. He stayed in his room, as ordered. Petunia slid a tray with meager rations under his door twice a day. Vernon glowered whenever they passed in the hall. Dudley avoided him entirely, a new, skittish fear in his piggy eyes. He'd been told something, or he sensed a change in Harry, the cold stillness that had replaced the angry spark. Harry exercised. Push-ups, sit-ups, pacing the small room. He kept his body ready. His mind, he trained in silence. He practiced pulling his null field in until it was a second skin. He practiced expanding it to fill the room, feeling the way it muffled the distant television, made the electric clock on his bedside table stutter and stop. He was a black hole in a suburban universe, gently bending the light and sound around him. He read the stone book, over and over. The engravings began to make a terrible, coherent sense. They were a manual for existence as a negation. Lessons on containment, on perception, on the subtle art of unbeing that could, in the right circumstances, become a weapon. A week passed. The emptiness was a companion. The fear of the keeper was a constant, low-grade hum, like a toothache. He felt no magical probes, no tendrils searching for him. The blood protection and his own null field were doing their job. He was a ghost, even to the monster. But he couldn't stay here forever. This was stasis, not a solution. The keeper was in Hogwarts, growing hungry again, perhaps finding new ways to feed. Cedric was injured. His friends were in the dark. He was hiding. On the 8th night, the dream returned. Not of the derelict ballroom, but of the Black Pool chamber. He was standing before the twisted throne, but the keeper was not a skeletal man. He was a shape of living stone, with the faces of people Harry knew pressed into its surface. Cedric, Ron, Hermione, Lee, their expressions frozen in silent screams. The stone shape reached for him, and its voice was the grinding of tombstones. You cannot hide in a dead woman's love forever, little void. Blood fades. Stone endures. Asterisk. He woke with a start, his heart pounding. The room was dark. The house was silent. But something was wrong. It wasn't a magical feeling. It was a mundane one. A creak on the stairs. Not the heavy tread of Vernon or the shuffling of Dudley. This was careful, deliberate. He sat up, his null field snapping to attention around him, a tight, defensive shell. He listened. The creak came again, outside his door. Then a faint scratching. Not an animal. Metallic. A lockpick. The Dursleys wouldn't pick his lock. They'd just bang on the door. Harry slid out of bed, soundless. He positioned himself against the wall beside the door, his body tense. The scratching continued, precise, professional. Then a soft click. The door handle turned. The door opened a crack. A sliver of hall light cut across the floor. A figure slipped in, dark, clothed in nondescript black, face obscured by a hood. They moved with a predator's grace, scanning the room, the empty bed. They were inside his null field. He felt it instantly, the moment the intruder crossed the threshold. Their magical aura, a subtle, professional cloak of disillusionment and stealth charms, fizzled. The air around them wavered, and the hooded figure stumbled, a soft gasp of surprise as their magical concealment was stripped away. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and drove his elbow into the space between the intruder's shoulder blades, where a kidney would be. The figure grunted, folding forward. Harry grabbed their hood, yanking it back, and simultaneously swept their legs out from under them. They went down hard on the thin carpet. Harry was on them in an instant, a knee in their back, his hand clamping over their mouth to stifle a cry. He looked down. It was a woman, mid-30s, sharp features, dark hair cut short. Her eyes were wide with shock and pain. She wasn't a Death Eater, she didn't have the look. Her magic, before it had fizzled, had felt official. Ministry. Who are you? Harry hissed, his voice low. She struggled, but he had leverage and surprise. He increased the pressure. Talk. Quietly. She went still, her eyes calculating. She gave a muffled sound against his hand. He eased the pressure slightly. Auror, she whispered, her voice strained. Dawlish. Sent by Bones. To check on you. In the middle of the night. Picking my lock. Standard security protocol. Verify the asset is secure without alerting the host family or any potential watchers. It sounded plausible, but Moody had said he'd be watching. Wouldn't he have intercepted an Auror sent by his own boss? Prove it, Harry said. Coin. Left pocket. Ministry issue. Has my ID. Keeping one hand over her mouth, he patted her down with the other. He found the coin. It was like Moody's, but with a tiny engraving of an owl. He focused on it, and a line of script appeared. Auror John Dawlish. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Asterisk. John. This was a woman. He looked back at her face. The features were sharp, but there was a softness around the eyes that was wrong. A very subtle, magical shimmer that his null field had reduced to a faint, pathetic glimmer. A glamour charm. You're not Dawlish, Harry said, his voice cold. The glamour's almost gone. Who are you? The woman's eyes hardened. The fear vanished, replaced by a fanatical, icy resolve. The keeper sends his regards, she whispered, and her voice changed, dropping an octave, becoming guttural, shared. He has been recruiting. She contorted under him with sudden, unnatural strength. His grip slipped. She rolled, throwing him off. She came up in a crouch, a curved, non-magical knife appearing in her hand from a wrist sheath. No magic. Physical threat. Harry scrambled back. His null field was useless against a blade. He was backed into a corner of his room. The woman, the possessed, the recruit, smiled, a grimace that didn't reach her dead eyes. He can't reach you here. The blood, the void, it's a fortress. But fortresses can be breached from the inside. All he needed was a hand to knock. She lunged. Harry didn't try to fight the knife. He dropped, letting the blade pass over him, and slammed his shoulder into her midsection, driving her back into the doorframe. The impact knocked the breath from her. He grabbed the wrist holding the knife, pinning it against the wood. Her free hand came up, fingers clawed for his eyes. He ducked his head, butting her in the chin. She snarled, spitting blood. They were making too much noise. A thump from the master bedroom. Vernon's voice, slurred with sleep. What in the blazes? The possessed woman's eyes flickered toward the sound. Harry used the distraction. He wrenched the knife hand sideways, hearing a pop in her wrist. She cried out, the knife clattering to the floor. He shoved her violently out into the hallway. She stumbled, righted herself. The glamour was completely gone now. She was someone's mother, someone's neighbor, her face blank with an alien will. He is coming, she rasped, the keeper's voice overlaying her own. He is learning to walk in borrowed flesh. Your shell will be his masterpiece. She turned and ran, surprisingly fast, down the stairs. Harry didn't pursue. He stood panting in the hallway, his heart a drum solo. The door to the master bedroom opened. Vernon stood there in his pajamas, his face a mask of outrage and terror. I heard fighting. I heard a woman. What have you done, you freak? Call the police, Harry said, his voice shaking only slightly. Say an intruder tried to break in. They got away. The police. We are not involving the. Call them. Harry roared, the void in him giving the words a strange, hollow force that made Vernon flinch. He went back into his room and slammed the door. He leaned against it, listening to Vernon's blustering descent to the telephone. The keeper was recruiting, possessing, sending agents. The blood protection kept him out magically, but it couldn't stop a fanatic with a knife. The world was no longer safe. The monster was adapting. He looked at his hands. They were trembling. He had fought, and won, without magic. But it was a close thing. Too close. The Forsaken Road didn't lead to safety. It just led to different kinds of danger. He couldn't stay here, a sitting duck, waiting for the next knife in the dark. The evacuation, the hiding, it was a delay, not a solution. He had to move. He had to go from defense to something else. But what? He was one boy, with a terrible gift for breaking things, against an immortal parasite with a skull for a body and a growing army of the possessed. He went to the window, looking out at the dark, sleeping street. Somewhere out there, Moody was watching. Somewhere far away, a monster in a castle was learning how to wear people. He had cut its feast. Now it was coming for the chef. The holiday was over. The police were a blur of blue uniforms, notepads, and baffled courtesy. They took a statement from a spluttering Vernon and a tersely monosyllabic Harry, poked around the pristine garden for non-existent clues, and left. With the clear impression of a domestic dispute gone theatrical. The intruder was written off as a hallucination or a lie. Order, of a sort, was restored to Privet Drive, but it was a brittle, watchful order. Vernon and Petunia looked at Harry now not just with disgust, but with the wary terror of people who've found a live grenade in their linen cupboard. Harry didn't sleep. He sat by the window, the stone book heavy on his lap, watching the street lamps paint orange circles on the empty road. The possessed woman's dead eyes, the guttural overlay of the keeper's voice, they were burned into his mind. He is learning to walk in borrowed flesh. The parasite wasn't just a consciousness in the stone, it was becoming a contagion. The gray light of dawn was seeping into the sky when he felt it. Not a magical probe, a vibration in the oath knot. A silent, resonant ping, like a sonar echo. It came from the brass coin Moody had given him. A summons. He dressed quickly, silently. He tucked the stone book into his bag, along with the invisibility cloak and his dead wand. He paused, then took the framed photo of his parents from his trunk. Their smiling, moving faces seemed from another lifetime. He wrapped it in a shirt and packed it too. He was leaving. He knew it with a certainty that felt like stone. He crept downstairs. The house was tomb silent. He wrote a note on a scrap of paper, leaving it on the kitchen table. Gone. Don't look for me, H. It was less than they deserved, and more than he owed them. He slipped out the back door, into the cool, damp morning. The garden was a cage of dewy grass and trimmed hedges. He walked to the end, to the loose board in the fence he'd used as a child to escape Dudley's gang. He squeezed through, into the narrow alley behind the houses. A figure leaned against the brick wall, shrouded in the morning mist. Moody. His magical eye swiveled to fix on Harry. The normal one was bloodshot. Took you long enough, Moody grunted. Heard about the visitor. Clean work. Messy, but clean. She was possessed, Harry said, joining him in the shadows. The keeper, he's controlling people now. Dawlish reported in this morning. The real Dawlish. He's been insane. Mungo's for a week with a mysterious, magical coma. His coin was stolen. The woman you met was a squib, name of Agnes Rookwood. Worked in the ministry mailroom. Vanished 3 days ago. Family reported her acting strange, talking to the walls. Moody's face was grim. It's spreading. Not fast. Not yet. But it's learning. It's using the desperate, the magical weak, the disaffected. Offering them power, purpose. A taste of what it eats. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning. So the blood protection. As a shield against direct magical assault. Not against a fanatic with a knife, or a poisoned cup of tea. You're not safe there anymore. Nowhere's safe, but there's safer than a known address. Moody pushed off the wall. We're moving. Dumbledore's arranged a safe house. A different kind. No magical signatures. No history. A place that doesn't exist. They walked through the waking suburb, to a bus stop. They boarded a nearly empty double-decker, Moody paying with exact change. They rode in silence to a bleak industrial estate on the edge of town. Graffiti-scarred warehouses, puddles of oily water, the distant grumble of machinery. Moody led him to a particularly derelict-looking warehouse, Unit 13. The door was secured by a heavy padlock. Moody didn't open it. He placed his palm against the rusted metal. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, asterisk, he muttered. The door didn't unlock. It dissolved. Not magically, but like a mirage. The rust, the peeling paint, the solidity itself, shimmered and vanished, revealing a neat, green-painted door with a brass knocker. A Fidelius charm, but keyed to a specific, whimsical phrase. The Marauders, phrase. Harry stared. How? Your father and his friends were not just pranksters, Moody said, a ghost of something like respect in his voice. They were artists of concealment. This is one of their bolt holes. The secret is kept by Dumbledore. Only he, I, and now you, know it's here. And you can't reveal it, because of your condition. You're the perfect secret keeper for your own hiding place. They stepped inside. The warehouse exterior was just a shell. Inside was a small, cozy sitting room, with a crackling fire in a grate, squashy armchairs, and shelves of non-magical books. A kitchenette led off to one side, a closed door presumably to a bedroom on the other. It was warm, dry, and utterly devoid of magical ambience. The fire was gas. The lights were electric. It was a muggle flat, hidden inside a magical illusion. Home sweet home, Moody said, dropping his traveling cloak on a chair. For now, you'll stay here. I'll be in and out. There's food, books, a radio, no flow, no owl post. You don't go outside. You don't make contact with anyone. Understood. Harry nodded, looking around. It was a different kind of prison, but it had thicker walls. What's the plan? I can't hide forever. The plan, Moody said, limping to the fire and staring into the fake flames, is to figure out how to kill a building. Dumbledore's working on it. He's researching ancient exorcism rituals, purging magics. But the castle's too big, too intertwined. It's like trying to perform surgery on a patient while they're running a marathon. We need to lure the infection out. Isolate it. Use me as bait, Harry said, not a question. Moody turned, his magical eye whirring. You're already the bait. He wants you. But we need to control the when and the where. We need a trap. A place where his connection to Hogwarts is weak, where we can cut him off and deal with him. Where? That's what we need to find out. And you, Moody pointed a gnarled finger at him. You need to get stronger. That null trick of yours. It's a blunt instrument. You used it to blow a hole in his network. Can you make it sharper? Can you use it on a person? On a possession? The question hung in the air. Harry thought of the oily feel of the corruption in Cedric, the dead look in Agnes Rookwood's eyes. Could he reach in with his void and unmake the connection? It would be like performing brain surgery with a hammer made of nothing. I don't know, he admitted. I've practiced on spells, on objects, never on a living mind. Then practice, Moody said flatly. There are books on legilimency, occlumency, magical theory in the bedroom. Non-magical anatomy books too. Learn how a mind is put together. So you can learn how to take one apart. It was a grim prescription. Harry spent the next days in a grueling, solitary regime. He read Moody's books, dry, complex texts on the architecture of thought, the magical pathways of the brain. He learned about the prefrontal cortex, the amygdala, the hippocampus, and then about the corresponding magical centers, the will not, the emotional core, the memory locus. He cross-referenced, creating his own diagrams, mapping the hypothetical points where a parasitic magical attachment might latch on. In the afternoons, he practiced. The room of requirement was inaccessible, but the warehouse had a clear space. He started with simple targets. Moody brought him a series of magically charged objects, a self-stirring spoon, a jumping sneaker, a crying portrait. Harry practiced not just nullifying them, but targeting specific parts of their enchantment. Making the spoon stir backwards. Making the sneaker jump only left. Making the portrait cry tears of ink. It was excruciatingly difficult. The fine control required was a mental marathon. He would end sessions drenched in sweat, with nosebleeds and a throbbing head. But he was improving. The void was becoming less of a club and more of a set of lockpicks. Moody was a harsh, unforgiving teacher. He provided no praise, only critique. Too slow. You're thinking like a wizard, trying to counter the magic. You're not a wizard. You're a hole. Be the hole. Let the magic fall into you and cease. One evening, a week into his training, Moody arrived looking more grim than usual. He tossed a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet onto the table. The headline screamed, Hogwarts reopening delayed. Mystery illness plagues historic castle. The article was a masterpiece of obfuscation, blaming a rare fungal infestation in the stonework requiring extensive, non-magical remediation. The students would not return after the holidays. Instead, they would be taught via a temporary network of tutors and correspondence courses. There was a quote from a concerned parent, undoubtedly a ministry plant, about the importance of safety. There was no mention of monsters, possession, or Harry Potter. "They're buying time," Moody said, pouring himself a stiff drink from a flask. "But the castle's getting worse. The portraits are all empty, the subjects have fled to other frames. The ghosts are agitated. Peeves has gone quiet, which is the most terrifying thing of all. And there are rumors of students who went home acting strange, hearing voices, having dreams of stone. It's spreading through them," Harry said, cold dread pooling in his stomach. "Like a virus. They took it home with them. A low-grade infection. A whisper in the back of the mind. Most will shake it off, especially away from the source. But the vulnerable, the lonely, the angry, they're listening." Moody took a swig. "We're running out of time. The trap needs to be set soon." "How do we set a trap for a building?" Harry asked, frustration edging his voice. "We don't," a new voice said. Harry whirled. The door to the safe house hadn't opened. But in the corner of the room, by the bookshelf, the air had shimmered like a heat haze. From it stepped Albus Dumbledore. He looked exhausted. His robes were travel-stained, his beard less silvery, more like unspun wool. But his eyes were alert, blazing with a fierce, focused energy. "Headmaster." Harry stood. "Albus," Moody nodded, unsurprised. "Find anything. I have traveled to places where the walls have memories," Dumbledore said, moving to the fire. "To the tombs of the first caretakers. To the crypt where the original plans of Hogwarts are said to be entombed with Ravenclaw herself. The answer is not in killing the castle, Alistair. It is in offering the Keeper a better home." Harry and Moody stared at him. "The Keeper is a consciousness born of, and addicted to, immense magical power," Dumbledore explained. "Hogwarts is his bloodstream. To remove him is to kill the patient. But, what if we could offer him a transfusion? A new body, rich with magic, isolated, contained. A gilded cage so enticing he cannot refuse. A new body," Harry repeated, understanding dawning with a surge of horror. "You mean me?" "No, Harry," Dumbledore said, his gaze piercing. "Not you. You are the shell he covets, but you are also the lock. I mean a construct. A magical artifact of immense power, designed to mimic a living magical core. A honeypot. We lure him out of Hogwarts and into the artifact, then seal it away forever. A philosopher's stone, but for a parasite," Moody grunted. "Can it be done?" "It has been done," Dumbledore said. "Long ago, to contain a rogue elemental spirit. The vessel was called an oubliette, a prison of forgotten magic. Nicholas Flamel helped design it. The plans exist. Flamel is dead," Harry said quietly. "The stone was destroyed, but the knowledge remains. In his journals, which, fortunately, he bequeathed to me." A faint, sad smile touched Dumbledore's lips. "The construction would require incredible power. And a catalyst. A burst of magic so potent, so tailored to the Keeper's hunger, that he cannot help but be drawn to it." "The trap," Harry said. "You need to set the trap with the right bait." "Exactly. And there is only one kind of magic the Keeper has shown a specific, overwhelming thirst for." Dumbledore's eyes locked on Harry's. "The magic of a champion's triumph. The pure, potent surge of a will overcoming terrible odds. It is the magic he tried to steal from Cedric Diggory." Harry's blood ran cold. "You can't ask Cedric to do that again. He's in hospital. His magic is damaged." "I am not asking Cedric," Dumbledore said, his voice gentle but inexorable. "I am asking you, Harry." "I have no magic," Harry stated, the old shame a dull ache. "You have something else. You have will. You have the oath. You have walked a path no other wizard has walked and survived. You have faced a dragon and a god and lived. Your triumph would not be magical, but it would be immense. A testament of pure choice. I believe the Keeper, in his hunger for novelty, for the unique taste of your defiance, would find it irresistible. Especially if it were presented in the correct vessel." "How?" Harry's voice was a whisper. "We stage a challenge. A public one. Not at Hogwarts, the connection is too strong. Somewhere neutral, but symbolically potent. The Triwizard Cup itself is a powerful artifact, designed to amplify and channel a champion's magic. We repurpose it. You will compete in a final, solitary task. A feat of will, not wandwork. And at the moment of your perceived triumph, the cup will activate, not as a portkey, but as the oubliette, broadcasting a signal of pure, tempting willpower. The keeper, sensing a feast of unique magic, will be compelled to project his consciousness along his remaining connections to claim it. And he will step into our cage. It was audacious. Insane. It relied on Harry being able to perform a feat of will profound enough to mimic a champion's magical triumph. It relied on the keeper taking the bait. It relied on everything going perfectly. And if it doesn't work? Harry asked. If he doesn't take the bait, or if he attacks me directly instead? Then we have Plan B, Moody said grimly. Which involves a lot of explosions and probably the collapse of several historical landmarks. And if he does take the bait, Harry pressed, and gets into the oubliette, what happens to the people he's possessed? Like Agnes Rookwood. Dumbledore's face softened. The connection would be severed. They would be freed. Perhaps disoriented, perhaps scarred, but free. Harry looked from Dumbledore's weary determination to Moody's scarred pragmatism. He thought of Cedric's broken body, of Lee's silent screams, of the dead look in a squib's eyes. He thought of Hogwarts, sick and whispering. He thought of the oath not, cold and solid inside him. He had chosen this path. The path of no. Now it was leading him to a choice of yes. Yes to being the bait in the ultimate trap. Yes to offering his hard-won defiance as a meal for a monster. There was no other road. All right, he said, his voice firm in the quiet room. Tell me what I have to do. The weight of the decision settled on Harry not as a burden, but as a cold, clean edge. It was the final turn on the Forsaken Road, the last mile. Dumbledore's plan was a house of cards built over a chasm, but it was the only house they had. The next 2 weeks were a period of intense, clandestine preparation. The warehouse safehouse became a war room. Moody came and went like a phantom, bringing supplies, intelligence, and a relentless, grinding pressure. Dumbledore was a more sporadic presence, his time divided between researching the oubliette construction with what remained of the Order of the Phoenix and managing the political fallout of the Hogwarts stone fungus. Harry's training shifted. No more enchanted spoons. Now, he trained for the task. The task, as devised by Dumbledore and Moody, was a piece of psychological theater. It would take place in the ruins of the old Triwizard tournament grounds, a magically preserved arena hidden in the Scottish Highlands. The challenge would be simple, brutal, and utterly non-magical, a maze. Not a hedge maze, but a labyrinth of stone and illusion, designed to test endurance, resolve, and sheer, stubborn will. It would be filled with physical obstacles, psychological tricks, and, the key element, a series of witness stones. These were ancient artifacts Dumbledore had procured, stones that recorded and amplified pure emotional and intentional energy, the kind left by great acts of courage or despair. They were the microphones for Harry's performance. His triumph wouldn't be a burst of spell light, it would be the silent, seismic imprint of his will overcoming the labyrinth, captured and amplified by the stones, and fed directly into the repurposed Triwizard cup, the oubliette. Harry's job was to walk the maze. To feel, to choose, to persevere. And to do it with such focused, undeniable intensity that it would ring like a bell in the realm of magic. To prepare, Moody put him through a regimen that bordered on torture. Sleep deprivation, hunger, exposure to cold. Harry would spend hours in the warehouse's cleared space, blindfolded, navigating a constantly shifting obstacle course made of furniture while Moody bombarded him with recorded sounds. Dragon roars, mocking laughter, whispers that sounded like the Dursleys, like Malfoy, like the Keeper's grinding voice. The goal was not to block them out, but to move through them, to let them be background noise to the single, driving thought, I choose my path. Asterisk. He practiced holding his null field in a state of perfect, still clarity even as his body screamed with exhaustion. He learned to make the field a lens, focusing his intent into a beam of pure, no, that could, Moody claimed, theoretically disrupt weak illusions or confuse simple charms. It was a weapon of the mind, sharpened on a whetstone of suffering. One afternoon, Moody arrived with a large, flat case. He opened it to reveal not a weapon, but a suit of clothing. It was simple, dark, close-fitting trousers and a tunic made of a material that seemed to drink the light. It looked like something a stage magician or a deep-sea diver might wear. Non-magical protective gear, Moody grunted. Padded at the joints. Tear-resistant. Won't stop a curse, but it'll help with scrapes and falls. And it's black. You'll be a shadow in the maze. The stones need to see your will, not your fashion sense. Harry changed into it. The fabric was strangely comfortable, moving with him. It made him feel less like a boy and more like a tool being prepared for use. There's one more thing, Moody said, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant. He pulled a small, velvet pouch from his pocket and tipped its contents into his palm. It was a necklace. A simple, gray stone pendant on a leather cord. The stone was the same color as the patches his null field left on magic, a dull, dead gray. What is it? A focus, Moody said. Made from the dust of the door you broke. Dumbledore thought it might resonate with you. With your oath. It's not enchanted. It's the opposite. It's a tiny piece of your own negation, given solid form. Might help you channel. Or it might do nothing. Up to you. Harry took it. The pendant was cool, smooth, heavier than it looked. As his fingers closed around it, he felt a faint, sympathetic vibration from the oath knot inside him. It was a piece of his own choice, made stone. He put the cord over his head. The pendant rested against his chest, a cold, familiar weight. Thank you, he said. Moody just grunted, looking away. Don't get sentimental. It's a tool. Now, back to work. Your pacing is still too loud. A mouse in a cathedral makes less noise than you. The days blurred. Harry's world narrowed to the warehouse, the obstacle course, Moody's grizzled face, and the cold pendant against his skin. He was honing himself into a single, sharp point. A week before the planned date, Dumbledore returned. He looked even more drained, but there was a feverish light in his eyes. He carried a large, iron-bound chest which he set on the table with a heavy thud. It is ready, he said, his voice raspy. The oubliette. He opened the chest. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was the Triwizard cup. But it was changed. The gold was dull, tarnished to a leaden hue. The intricate carvings seemed less celebratory and more like binding runes, closed circuits. It hummed with a deep, sub-audible frequency that made Harry's teeth ache. It wasn't a welcoming prize anymore, it was a hungry mouth. The modifications were delicate, Dumbledore said. We have woven the containment matrix into its very substance. The witness stones will plug into these sockets here. He pointed to 3 depressions around the base, channeling the recorded will energy into the core. When it reaches a critical mass, the simulated triumph, the cup will activate. It will emit a psychic and magical lure of unimaginable potency, tailored to the keeper's specific hunger. For a being that feeds on dramatic magical exertion, the signal will be a siren song. And if Harry's performance isn't dramatic enough, Moody asked, voicing the fear that lived in Harry's gut, then the lure will be weak. The keeper may ignore it, or send a probe, not commit fully. Dumbledore looked at Harry. This is why the maze, and your journey through it, must be authentic. You cannot fake this, Harry. You must truly walk to your limit, and push beyond. You must make choices that cost you. The stones record truth, not theater. Harry met his gaze. I understand. There is one more element, Dumbledore said, closing the chest. Security. The keeper will not come alone. He will send his possessed, his influenced. They will try to stop you, to claim the cup for themselves, or simply to kill you and end the threat. Alistair and a hand-picked team will be positioned around the arena, holding a perimeter. But inside the maze, you will be alone. I've been alone for a while now, Harry said, the truth of it a simple fact. Dumbledore's eyes held a deep, sorrowful pride. So you have. The final days were a countdown. Harry's training eased, it was now about mental fortification, about solidifying his intent. He spent hours in meditation, visualizing the maze, visualizing his movement through it, visualizing the moment of triumph, not as a celebration, but as a quiet, cold crossing of a finish line he had set for himself. The night before they were to leave for the Highlands, Harry couldn't meditate. He sat on his bed, the gray pendant in his hand, staring at the blank wall. The fear was there, a cold animal in the pit of his stomach. Not just of the keeper, or the possessed, or failure. But of the act itself. Of having to conjure a performance of will profound enough to trap a god. Who was he to think he could do that? He was just a boy who'd said no. He took out the stone book. He hadn't consulted it in weeks. He placed his hands on the cover. Show me the end of the road. Asterisk. The book opened to a final engraving. It showed the figure from all the previous pages. It stood at the center of a vast, empty circle. The storm of chaotic magic was gone. The forked paths were gone. There was only the figure, and the circle, and beyond it, a blank expanse. The figure's head was bowed, not in defeat, but in contemplation. It held something in its hand, a small, gray stone. The path ends where the walker stops walking. The oath is not a destination, but a manner of travel. You carry the road within you. Asterisk. He understood. The maze wasn't the test. It was just another stretch of road. The triumph wasn't a finish line, it was another step. The oath was his compass, and it pointed only one way, forward. He closed the book. The fear was still there, but it had a place now. It was part of the landscape. Early the next morning, under a sky the color of wet slate, they left the warehouse. Moody led him to a beaten-up Land Rover. No magic. Too traceable. We drive. The journey north was long and silent. Moody drove with a focused intensity, his magical eye constantly scanning the mirrors, the sky, the surrounding countryside. Harry watched the world go by, the sprawl of cities giving way to rolling hills, then to the jagged, heather-clad mountains of Scotland. It was a beautiful, indifferent landscape. It didn't care about wars in castles or boys with oaths. They drove until the road became a track, and the track became a path. They abandoned the Land Rover in a hidden culvert and continued on foot, hiking up a steep, rocky valley. The air grew thin and cold. After an hour, Moody stopped before what looked like a solid cliff face. "Here," he said, and placed his palm against the rock. "For the greater good." The cliff shimmered. An archway appeared, leading into a hidden bowl-shaped valley. The original Triwizard arena. It was overgrown now, the stands crumbling, the field a tangle of wild grass and ancient stone blocks. But at its center, a new structure had been erected, a vast, circular wall of seamless, dark stone, 20 feet high. The maze. It looked less built and more grown asterisk, a ominous blot on the landscape. Around the perimeter of the valley, Harry could see other figures moving, wizards in dark robes, taking up positions. Dumbledore's perimeter team. He recognized a tall, black-haired man with a predatory grace, Kingsley Shacklebolt. A fierce-looking witch with bright pink hair he didn't know. They were professionals. They didn't wave. They simply nodded to Moody and resumed their watch. Dumbledore stood before the entrance to the maze, a simple, dark arch in the wall. He was accompanied by a witch Harry recognized with a jolt, Amelia Bones. Her expression was stern, official, but her eyes held a grudging respect as she looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice crisp. "This operation is unsanctioned by the full Wizengamot. Officially, I am not here. But the Department of Magical Law Enforcement recognizes an existential threat when it sees one. Good luck." "Thank you, Madam Bones," Harry said. Dumbledore stepped forward. He held out a simple, leather waterskin. "The maze is approximately 3 miles in diameter. There is no time limit. There are no rules, save one: reach the center. The witness stones are placed at key decision points. They require no action from you but your presence, your choice. The cup is in the center. When you touch it, if all has gone to plan, the lure will activate." He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The weight was grandfatherly, but the grip was firm. "Remember, Harry, this is not about winning. It is about being. Be the oath. Walk your path." Harry nodded. He adjusted the strap of his small pack, containing only the waterskin and the stone book. He touched the gray pendant at his chest. He looked once at Moody, who gave a single, sharp nod. Then he turned and walked through the dark archway into the maze. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world changed. The sounds of the valley, the wind, the distant mutter of the perimeter team, vanished, swallowed by an immense, profound silence. The walls inside were the same seamless dark stone, rising high on either side, blocking all view of the sky. The passage ahead was narrow, just wide enough for one person. It was lit by a sourceless, twilight gloom. He was in the belly of the trap. And the performance had begun. He took a deep breath, felt the cold knot of the oath, and started to walk. The only sound was the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The forsaken road had led him here, to a labyrinth of his own making. And somewhere, in the stones of a wounded castle far away, a hungry god had just felt the first tremor of the bait being laid. The silence of the maze was a physical thing. It pressed against Harry's eardrums, a thick, cottony absence of sound that made his own breathing seem obscenely loud. The walls, smooth and dark, drank the light, creating a perpetual twilight that seemed to have no source. He walked slowly, deliberately, his void sense extended like delicate antennae. He felt nothing. No magic, no life, not even the faint hum of the witness stones Dumbledore had mentioned. It was as if he'd stepped into a pocket of the universe where nothing had ever happened. That was the first test, he realized. The silence wasn't just absence, it was a weight. It invited doubt, invited the mind to fill the emptiness with its own noise. He pushed the whispers away. This is pointless, you're walking in circles, he's not coming, and focused on the sensation of his feet on stone. One step, then another. The oath knot was a cool, steady anchor. After what felt like an hour but might have been minutes, the passage ended in a T-junction. Left or right? No markings, no difference in the gloom. A simple choice. He paused. This was it. The first witness stone. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it now. A subtle, receptive pressure in the air to the right, like a camera lens focusing. It was waiting for his decision, not to record the choice itself, but the quality of it. The certainty, or the hesitation. He didn't deliberate. Deliberation was for wizards weighing options. He was the oath. He chose left, because it felt no different from right, and the act of choosing was the point. He turned and walked. As he did, he felt a faint ping from the direction of the stone, a silent echo of his resolved will. One note in the symphony. The left passage sloped gently downward. The air grew colder, damper. The walls began to show seams, cracks, as if they were older here, less perfectly made. He heard a sound, a slow, rhythmic drip of water. It was the first break in the silence, and it was unnerving in its mundanity. The passage opened into a small, circular chamber. In the center was a shallow pool of black water, perfectly still. The dripping came from a single stalactite overhead. There was no other exit. A dead end. Another test. Not of choice, but of reaction. To turn back would be logical. But the maze wasn't about logic. It was about will. About continuing even when the path seemed closed. He walked to the edge of the pool. The water was ink black, reflecting nothing. He could go around it, back the way he came. Or, he focused on the pool. Not with magic, but with his void sense. He pushed his awareness into the water. It wasn't water. It was an illusion, a perfect, non-magical mirage crafted from shadow and suggestion. The chamber wasn't a dead end, the path was through the illusion of the pool. Knowing it was an illusion didn't make stepping into black, seemingly bottomless water any easier. His heart hammered. This was a test of trust, in Dumbledore's design, in his own perception. He took a step forward, onto the black surface. His foot met solid, cold stone just an inch below the illusion. The water rippled around his boot but offered no resistance. He let out a shaky breath and walked across the dry pool floor. On the other side, the wall shimmered and revealed another passage. He'd passed. He felt another, stronger ping. The second stone, recording not just a choice, but an act of faith in the face of perceived oblivion. The new passage was different. The walls here were lined with faint, phosphorescent fungi that gave off a sickly green light. And they were whispering. Not with words, but with impressions. Flashes of memory that weren't his. The searing pride of catching the snitch. The warm safety of the Gryffindor common room fire. The sharp, clean joy of a perfectly cast Patronus. They were bait of a different kind, nostalgia for the life he'd lost. A siren song of what it had felt like to be a wizard, to be connected, to be powerful. The whispers curled around him, inviting him to stop, to linger in the ghost of warmth. Remember the broom, remember the light, remember what you gave up. The ache was real, a hollow pang in his chest. He could almost feel the ghost of his wand in his hand. He stopped walking, closing his eyes against the green glow. This was the cruelest test yet. Not fear, but longing. He touched the gray pendant at his chest. The cool, solid reality of it grounded him. He hadn't given magic up. He had traded it for something else. For ownership. For the cold, hard truth of the oath. I choose my path. Asterisk. He opened his eyes. The whispers didn't stop, but they became background noise, the sound of a radio in another room. He walked through them, not fighting them, not embracing them. Letting them be. His will was a door, and he chose not to open it to ghosts. A third ping, resonant with the melancholy of relinquished warmth. The maze continued. It presented him with a sheer wall he had to climb using only fingerholds that seemed to shift under his touch, a test of persistence. It led him through a corridor of blinding, strobing lights that sought to disorient, a test of focus. It offered him a comfortable, dry alcove with a hint of warmth, while the main passage ahead promised only more cold gloom, a test of comfort versus purpose. Each time, he chose the harder path. The persistent climb, the disorienting lights, the cold gloom, not because he was masochistic, but because the maze was designed to amplify will, and will was forged in resistance. His body began to protest. His muscles ached from the climb. His head throbbed from the lights. The constant, low-grade chill seeped into his bones. He drank sparingly from the waterskin. The passages seemed to spiral inward, but with no view of the sky, he had no sense of progress. He could be 10 feet from the start or a mile. And then he heard it. A real sound. Not memory whispers or illusion drips. The scuff of a boot on stone. Behind him. He froze, pressing himself against the wall. His void sense, stretched thin from constant use, flared. He felt it, a magical signature, but wrong. Slick, oily, familiar. It was faint, suppressed, but it was there. A possessed. Inside the maze with him. Dumbledore had said they would come. The keeper was sending in his agents. Harry didn't move. He listened. The scuff came again, closer. Then a low, rhythmic breathing. They were tracking him. How? His null field should make him magically invisible. But they could follow his physical trail, his scent, the sound of his footsteps. He had to move. He took off, running as quietly as he could down the passage. The footsteps behind him quickened to a run. A voice echoed off the stone, guttural and overlain with that grinding tone. "Little shell, we see you." He didn't look back. He rounded a corner, saw a fork ahead. He went right, into a narrower, twisting corridor. The footsteps pursued, relentless. He couldn't outrun them forever in a maze. He had to lose them, or face them. Facing a possessed, possibly armed, with only his void field and his wits, was a terrible idea. But he was running out of options. The passage he was in ended in a small, octagonal room with 3 other exits. A junction. He skidded to a halt. He could hear the footsteps closing in from behind. He had seconds. Think. The maze was a test of will. The stones recorded intent. What was the willful thing to do here? To hide, to run, or, he stepped into the center of the octagon. He turned to face the entrance he'd come from. He pulled his null field in tight, not as a shield, but as a focus. He became utterly still, a statue in the gloom. He emptied his mind of fear, of plan, of everything but a single, directed intent: you shall not pass. Asterisk. The possessed burst into the room. It was a man, middle-aged, his face slack, his eyes the same dead pools he'd seen in Agnes Rookwood. He held a knife. He saw Harry and charged, a wordless snarl tearing from his throat. Harry didn't flinch. He stood his ground. As the man closed the last few feet, knife raised, Harry didn't raise his hands. He simply looked at him, and with every fiber of his being, he rejected his presence. He pushed his will, his oath, his entire history of saying no, into a single, silent command aimed not at the man, but at the thing inside him. Be gone. Asterisk. His null field didn't expand. It lanced out, a spear of absolute negation aimed at the parasitic connection he could feel pulsing in the man's core. The possessed man stumbled as if he'd hit a wall. The knife clattered from his hand. He clutched his head, a scream tearing from him, a raw, human scream of agony and terror, not the keeper's voice. The oily magical signature inside him thrashed, fighting the invasive stillness. For a moment, Harry saw the man's own eyes, wide with horror, before the blankness slammed down again. It hadn't worked. Not fully. He'd hurt the connection, startled the parasite, but he hadn't severed it. The man, now enraged, lunged again, this time with his hands, going for Harry's throat. Harry dropped, sweeping the man's legs. They went down in a tangle of limbs. The man was stronger, fueled by alien will. He pinned Harry, his hands closing around Harry's neck. Spots danced before Harry's eyes. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't speak. He focused inward, to the oath not. He didn't try to push the man off. He focused on the point of contact, the hands on his throat. He imagined his null field concentrating there, at the skin, becoming a barrier not of force but of unreality. The idea that this attack was not happening. The man's grip loosened. Not because his hands moved, but because the intent behind the grip, the magical imperative of the possession driving the physical action, faltered. It was like trying to strangle a shadow. The man looked confused, his dead eyes blinking. Harry bucked, throwing him off. He scrambled to his feet, gasping. The man was already rising, shaking his head like a dog. He couldn't win a physical fight. He had to run. He chose an exit at random and fled, the man's snarling pursuit fading slightly as he took wrong turns in the maze. He ran until his lungs burned, then slowed to a walk, his hand on his throbbing throat. He had survived, but he'd learned a harsh lesson. His void could disrupt the parasite's control, but not quickly or cleanly enough in a fight. It was a tool for surgery, not street brawls. He pressed on, more cautious now, his void sense constantly scanning for the slick signature of more possessed. The maze seemed to sense his shaken state. The challenges became subtler, more psychological. He entered a long, straight corridor where the walls were mirrored. Not glass, but polished stone that showed his reflection infinitely receding in both directions. He saw himself, pale, bruised, clothes torn, eyes haunted. A boy playing at being a weapon. The reflections seemed to mock him, 1,000 Harrys all sharing his doubt. Look at you. Pathetic. You think you're little, no, matters to a being that has eaten centuries. You are a bug. An interesting bug, but a bug nonetheless. Asterisk. He stopped, staring at his endless selves. The voice wasn't external. It was his own fear, given form by the maze. This was the test of self-worth. He looked at the reflection directly in front of him. He saw the scar on his forehead. A mark of a past he didn't choose. He saw the gray pendant. A mark of a choice he did make. He saw the hollows under his eyes, the set of his jaw. He wasn't the boy who lived. He wasn't even Harry Potter the squib. He was the oath. And an oath didn't need to be mighty, it just needed to be kept. He reached out and touched the cool stone of the mirror wall. I'm still walking, he said to his reflection, his voice a rasp in the silent corridor. He turned his back on the infinite mocking copies and walked down the real corridor. The mirrors showed his back, 1,000 times, growing smaller until they vanished. A powerful ping echoed through the stone, the strongest yet. The witness stone here had recorded a confrontation with the self, and a reaffirmation. He was getting closer to the center. He could feel it, a growing, magnetic pull, not magical, but intentional. The cup was calling, or the idea of it was. The passages began to slope upward. The air grew slightly warmer. The final stretch. He rounded a last corner and saw it. The center of the maze was a vast, circular chamber, open to the slate-gray sky far above. In the exact center, on a pedestal of rough-hewn rock, sat the Triwizard cup. It looked small from here, insignificant. Between him and the cup was the final challenge. The floor of the chamber was not solid. It was a checkerboard of stone tiles, perhaps 50 across. But every other tile was missing, revealing a black pit that dropped away into nothingness. A path of stepping stones led erratically across the gap. And on the far side, standing between the last stone and the pedestal, were 3 figures. Possessed. 2 men and a woman. They stood motionless, their dead eyes fixed on him. They were the final guardians. They would not let him simply walk across. He stood at the edge. This was it, the culmination. To reach the cup, he had to cross a physical and mental gauntlet, under the gaze of the enemy, while projecting the triumph the stones needed. He took a deep breath. He felt the accumulated pings of the witness stones behind him, a silent chorus of his journey. He felt the cold pendant. He felt the oath knot, steady as a mountain. He stepped onto the first stone. And as he did, high above in the hidden valley, the repurposed cup began to glow with a dull, inner light. The bait was being taken. The final, desperate act of will was beginning. And far away, in the heart of a sick castle, a starved and furious god turned its full, ravenous attention toward the signal. The feast it had been promised was finally being served. The first stone was solid, unyielding. The void between the tiles was absolute, a black so deep it seemed to suck the light from the air. Harry didn't look down. He fixed his gaze on the next stone, 2 feet away and slightly to the left. He stepped. His balance, honed by Quidditch and recent torment, held. The 3 possessed on the far side didn't move. They watched, their stillness more threatening than any charge. Third stone. Fourth. The path zigzagged, forcing concentration. The air in the vast chamber was cold and still, but he could feel a pressure building, a psychic hum emanating from the cup on its pedestal. The witness stones in the maze behind him were feeding it, amplifying the record of his journey. He was a live wire, and every step was completing a circuit. He was halfway across when the first possessed moved. Not to attack him, but to the edge of the pit on their side. The woman knelt and placed her hands on the stone floor. The air around her hands shimmered with a sickly, oily magic. The stone tile directly in front of Harry's next step warped. It didn't crumble, it softened, its surface becoming porous, unstable. They couldn't cross the pit to get to him. But they could sabotage the path. Harry paused, one foot hovering over the treacherous tile. He could try to jump it, but the next secure stone was too far. He had to step on it. He focused his void sense on the tile. The corruption was a shallow stain, a surface-level spell of decay. He could probably nullify it by stepping on it, but if his negation wasn't instant, his foot might sink, twist, send him plummeting. Choice. Risk a fall, or find another way. He looked at the other two possessed. The men were also kneeling now, their hands on the floor, targeting other tiles ahead on his path. They were going to dismantle his route stone by stone. He had to move faster. He committed. He brought his foot down on the warped tile, and as he did, he pushed a pulse of negation through his soul, into the stone. The tile solidified with a gritty crunch just as his weight fully settled. It held. He was already moving to the next, which was beginning to bubble and melt. Another pulse. Solid. He was a dancer on a disintegrating floor, his will the only thing keeping the music playing. Step. Nullify. Step. Nullify. The strain was immense. Each focused burst was a mental exertion that made his vision swim. The great pendant against his chest felt like it was burning with cold. The possessed intensified their efforts. They weren't just warping individual tiles now, they were sending ripples of corruption along the stone path, trying to destabilize whole sections. A wave of oily magic flowed toward a cluster of 3 stones Harry needed to cross. He couldn't nullify them all in time. He had to change tactics. He stopped. He planted his feet on the stone he was on, which was thankfully still solid. He looked at the oncoming wave of corruption. He didn't try to fight the magic itself. Instead, he expanded his null field in a wide, low dome around himself, a bell jar of stillness. The wave of corrupt magic hit the edge of his dome and splashed. It couldn't penetrate the absolute negation. It flowed around the invisible barrier, dissipating harmlessly into the pit on either side. But holding the dome was like holding up a collapsing ceiling. The pressure was constant, grinding. Sweat drenched his temples. He couldn't hold it and move. The possessed saw his stasis. They changed tactics again. They stood up. They raised their hands, not toward the path, but toward him. Thin, visible tendrils of oily magic, like black smoke, shot from their fingertips, arcing across the pit. Not to attack his body, but to latch onto his null field dome, to weigh it down, to crush it with pure, oppressive force. 3 against 1, their combined will, fueled by the keeper's hunger, pressed against his own. The dome shuddered. Cracks of psychic pressure formed in his mind. He heard the grinding voice, not from them, but inside his skull. Yield, little shell, your defiance is a spice, but the meal is overdue. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't fight their magic directly. His void didn't work that way. He had to fight them. Their connection. He dropped the dome. The sudden release of pressure made him stagger. The tendrils of corrupt magic, no longer resisted, lunged for him like striking snakes. But in that moment, Harry wasn't there. He was already moving, jumping to the next stone, and the next, his body a blur of desperate motion. The tendrils shot past where he'd been, tangling in the air. He was 3 stones from the far side. The possessed, caught off guard by his sudden movement, redirected their attacks. The woman sent a whip crack of dark energy at his legs. He leapt, the energy sizzling beneath his feet. He landed awkwardly on the next stone, his ankle twisting with a sickening pop. White-hot pain lanced up his leg. He cried out, stumbling, almost falling into the abyss. He caught himself on his hands, his fingers scraping raw on the stone edge. He hung there, half on, half off the tile, the black void yawning beneath him. The 3 possessed stepped to the very edge of the pit, looking down at him. They were close now. He could see the emptiness in their eyes, the cruel smiles that weren't theirs. So close, the man on the left rasped in that shared voice. The shell is cracked. Harry hung, panting, pain screaming from his ankle. This was it. The moment of failure. He was one stone from safety, and he couldn't move. But as he looked up at their triumphant, dead faces, a cold, clear fury cut through the pain. This wasn't how it ended. Not with him dangling over a pit, beaten by puppets. He thought of Cedric, broken in a hospital bed. Of Lee, silently screaming. Of the castle, groaning with sickness. Of his mother's sacrifice, which was about love, not power. Of his oath, which was about choice, not surrender. He had one move left. Not a magical one, a human one. He stopped trying to pull himself onto the stone. Instead, using his arms, he swung his body. He ignored the agony in his ankle, the tearing in his shoulders. He built momentum, a pendulum over the void. The possessed watched, confused. On the third swing, he let go. He didn't swing upward toward the stone. He swung forward, toward the far ledge itself, toward the feet of the possessed. It was a desperate, suicidal lunge. He flew through the air, over the last fathomless gap. He couldn't make the ledge. He would smash into the stone wall below it and fall. But as he flew, he focused every shred of his will, every ounce of the oath's cold certainty, into a single, final command aimed not at the magic, not at the pit, but at the air itself, at the probability of his survival. I choose to arrive. It wasn't a spell. It was a declaration of such absolute, irrational self-determination that it momentarily bent the world's indifference. His outstretched hands didn't hit the wall. His fingertips scraped the rough edge of the ledge. His body slammed into the vertical stone face, knocking the wind from him, but his fingers held. He dangled, now on the far side, at the feet of his enemies. The possessed, shocked by his insane move, stared down at him for a critical second. Harry didn't give them two. With a ragged roar of effort, he pulled. His arms screamed. His injured ankle was useless. But pure, adrenalized will hauled him up, over the lip of the ledge. He collapsed onto solid ground, gasping, at their feet. They recovered. The woman raised a foot to stomp on his head. Harry rolled, the foot crashing down where his skull had been. He kept rolling, coming up on his knees. He was on the same level as them now. The cup was behind them, maybe 30 feet away. They advanced, forming a half circle around him, cutting him off from the prize. He was backed against the ledge of the pit. No more path, no more tricks, just him and them, the center of the maze. The final confrontation. He pushed himself to his feet, favoring his good leg. The pain was a white-hot fire in his ankle, but he locked his knee, stood straight. He looked at each of them in turn, the hollow men and women with stolen faces. "You're in my way," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. They didn't answer with words. They attacked. All three at once. The woman lunged with clawed hands. One man swung a heavy fist. The other aimed a kick at his injured leg. Harry didn't try to block. He couldn't. He dropped low, under the swing and the claw, and let the kick glance off his already screaming ankle. The pain was blinding, but it was a pain he owned. He came up inside the woman's guard. He drove the heel of his palm upward, into her nose. Cartilage crunched. She reeled back, but didn't go down. A fist connected with his ribs. He grunted, the air leaving his lungs. He spun, using the momentum to elbow the second man in the throat. The man gagged, stumbling. It was dirty, ugly, desperate fighting. He was outnumbered, injured, and they felt no pain. But he had something they didn't, a self to fight for. Every blow they landed was on the shell. Every move he made was from the oath inside. He was a whirlwind of pain and refusal. He took a punch to the jaw that made his vision explode in stars. He gave a knee to a groin. He used his forehead as a battering ram. It was brawling, not dueling. The magic, the possession, was irrelevant here. This was about who wanted it more. He was losing. They were wearing him down. A blow to the kidney made him vomit bile. He was on his knees again, blood in his mouth, one eye swelling shut. The three possessed stood over him, breathing heavily themselves now, their borrowed bodies battered. They looked down at the broken boy. The keeper's voice sighed through them, a chorus of satisfaction. "Enough, the shell is ready, break it, and we will step inside." One of the men raised a heavy rock, lifted from the floor, to dash out Harry's brains. Harry looked up, through his good eye. He saw the cup, glowing now with a fierce, hungry light behind them. He saw the gray sky. He saw the end. No, not like this. He had one thing left. Not a fight, a surrender. But not to them. He let go of everything. The pain, the fear, the need to win. He went inward, to the very core of the oath knot. He didn't find cold stone there. He found the memory of a choice. A simple, clear, no, spoken in a hall full of noise. That, no, was his. His first true possession. He opened his mouth. He didn't shout. He whispered, the sound carrying in the dead air of the chamber. My magic is my own. The words were a trigger. The pendant on his chest blazed with a cold, gray light. The final witness stone, hidden in the pedestal of the cup, rang like a gong. My choice is my own. The words were not a spell. They were a fact. And in this place, designed to amplify will into a magical signal, his fact became a thunderclap. A wave of silent, gray energy exploded from him. It wasn't an attack. It was an announcement. A declaration of self so absolute it momentarily overwrote the reality around him. The three possessed were caught in the wave. The oily magic holding them, the parasitic strings, didn't fight it. They unraveled. The complex, hateful connections, already strained by his earlier efforts and the raw conflict, met this pure, undiluted statement of, I am, and simply ceased to be. The possessed didn't scream. They sighed. Their eyes cleared. The man holding the rock dropped it, looking at his hands in bewildered horror. The woman with the broken nose clutched her face, sobbing. The third man collapsed, curling into a fetal position. They were free. And utterly broken. The wave washed over the cup. The dull glow intensified into a blinding, white-silver radiance. The lure was at its peak. A beacon of triumphant, sovereign will, screaming into the magical firmament. Harry lay on the cold stone, spent, broken, bleeding. He had done it. He had reached the center. He had triumphed, in the only way he could. He turned his head. Through his swelling eye, he saw the cup. It was time. The trap was set. The bait was taken. All that was left was to see if the monster would bite. And as the brilliant light from the cup painted the chamber in stark black and white, a shadow began to coalesce in the air above the pit. Not a person. A shape of concentrated darkness and hunger, drawn from miles away, from the stones of Hogwarts, through the connections he'd left frayed. It was the Keeper, in his true form, a vortex of stolen magic and ancient malice, and it was coming for the feast. The shadow didn't coalesce into a man or a monster. It remained a swirling, furious absence, a hole in the world that drank the brilliant light from the cup. It had no eyes, but Harry felt its gaze, a pressure that peeled back layers of thought and left only cold, naked being. This was the Keeper, stripped of his stone cradle, a consciousness of pure, predatory hunger. The air groaned, not with sound, but with the strain of violated magic. The three freed possessed moaned on the ground, insignificant now. Shell. Asterisk. The word wasn't spoken. It was etched directly into Harry's mind, a brand of loathing and desperate want. You offered a feast, but the meal is yourself. Clever. Arrogant. Come. Asterisk. A tendril of the shadow, solid as midnight, lashed out from the vortex. It didn't aim for Harry's body. It aimed for the center of his chest, for the oath knot, for the void within. This was it. The moment Dumbledore's plan hinged upon. The lure had worked. The parasite had left Hogwarts, drawn by the irresistible signal of Harry's will triumph. Now it sought to claim the source, to fill the empty vessel with itself. Harry didn't move. He couldn't. His body was a map of pain. But his will was a citadel. As the shadowed tendril pierced the air toward him, he did the only thing he could. He opened the gates. He didn't raise a shield. He didn't try to negate the attack. He focused inward, on the oath knot, and he invited it in. He made his void not a wall, but a door. A door labeled home. The tendril struck his chest. There was no impact. No blast of energy. The inky darkness flowed into him, through the gray pendant that flared like a cold star, and into the hollow space where his magic had been. And it kept coming. The vortex above the pit churned, streaming itself into Harry in a torrent of stolen centuries, of corrupted ley line energy, of the screams of 1,000 drained moments of triumph and terror. It was a tsunami of anti-life, and Harry was the shore. Agony. Not physical, but ontological. It was the pain of being filled with something that was the absolute negation of self. The Keeper's consciousness was a cancer of will, a selfish, gluttonous I that sought to override his own. Harry felt memories that weren't his, the slow satisfaction of watching students from the stones, the ecstatic rush of siphoning Cedric's magic, the cold, patient hatred for the little void that had ruined his great design. He was drowning in a sea of alien hunger. Yes, the voice boomed inside his skull, now coming from within. This vessel, so empty, so potent, I will wear your defiance as a crown. Harry's vision tunneled. His sense of self wavered. The oath knot, the cold stone of his choice, was under immense pressure, cracking. The keeper was too vast, too strong. The oubliette, the cup, was glowing, waiting to receive the trapped consciousness, but the parasite wasn't going into the trap, it was going into him. Dumbledore had miscalculated. The keeper didn't want a gilded cage. It wanted the ultimate prize, the unassailable shell. Harry felt his boundaries dissolve. He was no longer Harry Potter. He was a battlefield, a collapsing nation. My magic is my own. The thought was a whisper in the hurricane. His own voice, small and nearly extinguished. My choice is my own. The words of the oath. They were just words, meaningless against this tide, but they were his words. The first and last things he had ever truly owned. He clung to them, not as a shield, but as a core. A single, dense point of identity in the dissolving storm. The oath knot wasn't breaking, it was being compressed, forged in the fire of invasion. The keeper sensed his resistance. The influx intensified, a psychic barrage aimed at erasing that last, stubborn knot. You are nothing. A blank page. I will write my story upon you. Asterisk. I am not nothing, Harry thought, with a clarity that cut through the pain. I am the page, and I choose to remain blank. Asterisk. He stopped trying to resist the invasion. He stopped trying to be Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the squib, the weapon. He became, simply, the oath. The statement. The no. He focused all that remained of his conscious will on the gray pendant, on the piece of his own negation made stone. He used it as a lens, a focus for the vast, invading energy. He didn't fight the keeper's consciousness. He redirected it. He imagined the hollow within him not as a cup to be filled, but as a pipe. A channel. He took the torrent of stolen power, the corrupted essence of the parasite, and he funneled it. Not into himself, but through himself. His body convulsed. Light, not silver, but a terrible, bruised purple-black, erupted from his eyes, his mouth, his pores. He was a conduit. The energy had to go somewhere. And there was only one destination strong enough, hungry enough, designed to receive it. The Triwizard Cup. The oubliette. The light streaming from Harry arced across the chamber, a crackling bridge of forced energy, and slammed into the waiting cup. The cup didn't just glow. It screamed. A high, crystalline shriek of magic being forced into a shape it was never meant to hold. The runes on its surface blazed white-hot. The 3 socket depressions for the witness stones flared like miniature suns. The keeper's consciousness, halfway into Harry and now being violently siphoned away, recoiled. No, this is a trick, asterisk. But it was too late. The oubliette was activating, and it was a vortex of a different kind. Designed to contain, to bind. Once the flow started, it created a suction, a magical gravity. The shadow vortex above the pit strained, elongated. It was being pulled, foot by metaphysical foot, from the air, through Harry's tortured form, and into the cup. The connection wasn't clean. It was a brutal, unspooling, like yanking a tapeworm from a gut. Harry was the point of tearing. He felt every strand of the parasite's connection to the world, to Hogwarts, to the remaining possessed, to the corrupted nodes, snap. Each snap was a psychic detonation inside his mind. He heard the castle, far away, give one final, shuddering groan as the sickness was ripped from its stones. The 3 freed wizards on the ledge writhed, clutching their heads as the last vestiges of control were severed. The shadow fought. It tried to cling to Harry, to use him as an anchor. But Harry was no longer a vessel, he was a filter. He let only the pure, hungry will of the parasite pass, the core consciousness. The stolen magic, the memories, the echoes, he let them wash through him and dissipate, like poison filtered through stone. It was an agony beyond description. He was being turned inside out. But at the center of the storm, the oath not held. Compacted. Diamond hard. With a final, silent wrench that seemed to twist the very air out of the chamber, the last of the shadow was torn from the void and sucked into the cup. The light bridge snapped. Harry collapsed, a marionette with cut strings. The purple-black light winked out. Silence. A deep, ringing, empty silence. The cup sat on its pedestal, pulsating with a contained, angry light. Dark shapes swirled within its depths, pressing against the golden walls. A faint, furious pounding could be heard, like a fist on a distant door. But the door held. The oubliette was sealed. Harry lay on his side, unable to move, barely able to breathe. He was empty. More empty than he had ever been. The void inside him felt scorched, scarred. The oath knot was still there, but it was smaller, denser, a black diamond in a field of ashes. He heard footsteps. Running. Shouts. Figures burst into the chamber from the maze entrance. Moody, limping furiously, Dumbledore, his face ashen, Kingsley Shacklebolt. They skidded to a halt, taking in the scene. The three sobbing, freed wizards, the pulsating, captive cup, the broken boy on the ground. Dumbledore was at Harry's side in an instant. He didn't touch him, sensing the raw, unstable field of negation around him. "Harry, can you hear me?" Harry managed a slight nod. His good eye focused on Dumbledore's worried face. "Is it?" Moody growled, his magical eye fixed on the cup. "Contained," Dumbledore breathed, awe and horror in his voice. He looked from the cup to Harry. You didn't just lure it. You filtered it. You stripped it to its essence and forced it into the trap." He understood the scale of what Harry had done, the unimaginable will it had taken to be a conscious conduit for such evil. "The castle," Harry rasped, the words tearing at his throat. "The shaking has stopped," Kingsley said, his deep voice calm. "The magical pressure is normalizing. The portraits are returning. It's over. Over." The word had no meaning. Harry closed his eye. The darkness behind his lids was a comfort. He felt hands, gentle, careful, lifting him. Not Dumbledore's. Moody's. The grizzled Auror handled him like unexploded ordnance, which, Harry thought fuzzily, he was. He was carried out of the chamber, back through the maze, which now felt just like a maze, an empty set. The gray sky outside was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He was loaded into the back of the Land Rover, propped against blankets. Dumbledore climbed in beside him, holding the sealed, quietly thrumming cup with extreme caution. The drive back was a haze of pain and semi-consciousness. They didn't go to the warehouse. They went straight to a place Harry had never seen, a small, secluded cottage by a windswept loch. A safe house within a safe house. He was put to bed in a Spartan room. A healer, a stern-faced witch who didn't flinch at his lack of magic, examined him. She set his ankle, mended his ribs, cleaned his wounds. She gave him potions for pain and sleep that worked on his body, if not his magic. The psychic trauma, she murmured to Dumbledore outside the door, unprecedented. His mind has been scoured. Harry slept, and for the first time in months, he did not dream. He woke to soft, gray light filtering through a small window. He was sore, but the sharp edges of pain were blunted. He felt clean, empty in a new way. The frantic, hunted emptiness was gone. It was the emptiness of a room after a violent storm has passed, shattered, but calm. He sat up slowly. On a chair by his bed sat the Triwizard cup. It was inert now. The gold was dull, almost gray. The swirling darkness inside was gone, frozen into a single, dark, jagged line at its center, like a flaw in a gem, or a fossilized scream. The oubliette had done its job. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, carrying a tray with tea and toast. He looked old, but the deep worry lines around his eyes had eased. "You are awake. Good." He set the tray on the bedside table. "How do you feel?" Harry considered. "Hollow," he said honestly. "But, my hollow." Dumbledore's eyes softened. "Yes, I believe it is." He gestured to the cup. "It is secure. We will take it to a place where it can be watched, forever. A tomb for a dead god. And the people he possessed. Recovering. Disoriented, traumatized, but free. Agnes Rookwood is with her family. The others are in care. They will need time, but they have a chance now, thanks to you." Harry nodded, looking at his hands. They were scraped and bruised, but they were his hands. And Hogwarts. Healing. The castle's magic is resilient. It will take time to repair the damage, to cleanse the last stains, but the sickness is gone. The students will return, in time. Silence settled between them, comfortable. "What happens to me now?" Harry asked, the question he had been avoiding. Dumbledore sat in the chair. "That, Harry, is up to you. The world believes the threat was a dark artifact, now destroyed. Your part in it is a secret known only to a few. You could return to Privet Drive, let the world forget Harry Potter. You could come back to Hogwarts, when it reopens. Your condition remains. But you are not what you were. You have walked a path no one else has. You have a power of a different kind. A terrible, beautiful power of, no. The wizarding world may not understand it, but it would be a poorer place without you in it. Harry looked out the window at the grey water of the loch. He thought of the stone book. The path ends where the walker stops walking. Asterisk. He had stopped the keeper. But his path wasn't about stopping monsters. It was about walking. About choice. I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, he said. And I can't go back to Hogwarts as a student. Not like I was. Then what do you want? Dumbledore asked, his voice gentle. Harry thought for a long time. He thought of the black room, the candle. Of the still pool reflecting the fire. Of the feeling of redirecting a god's hunger. I want to understand, he said finally. What I am. What this, he touched his chest, where the oath not resided, can do. Not as a weapon. Just, as a thing that is. I want to learn. Not from books of spells. From the silence. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile that reached his eyes. Then that is what you shall do. There are places in the world where such knowledge might be found. There are people, very few, very strange, who walk adjacent paths. I can make introductions. You would be an apprentice of a most unusual kind. An apprentice to silence. A student of the void. It wasn't a normal life. It was his life. All right, Harry said. He drank his tea. It was just tea. It didn't taste of victory or loss. It tasted of warmth, and the present moment. He had said no to a tournament, and yes to an impossible road. He had lost his magic, and found a self. He had been a shell, and become a fortress. He had been a void, and made it a home. The path ahead was uncharted, but it was his. And for the first time in a very long time, that was enough. The cottage by the loch was a cocoon of quiet. For a week, Harry did little but sleep, eat, and stare at the ever-changing water. The healer, a no-nonsense witch named Miriam, came daily to check his physical injuries. The psychic wounds, she said with a bluntness Harry appreciated, would heal on their own timetable, or not at all. You've had a ghost evicted from your soul, boy. Don't expect to feel sunny right away. He didn't. He felt like a battlefield after the armies have gone, trampled and quiet. The oath knot inside him was no longer a cold stone, but something more like a lodestone, a dense, quiet point of gravity. The gray pendant lay on the bedside table, its light gone, just a piece of cool rock. He wore it anyway. On the 8th morning, Dumbledore arrived not with tea, but with a visitor. Harry was sitting in a worn armchair by the front window, wrapped in a blanket, watching a family of ducks on the grey water. The door opened, letting in a gust of cool, peaty air, and Dumbledore entered, followed by a woman. She was tall and willowy, with hair the color of tarnished silver pulled into a loose knot. Her face was neither old nor young, but etched with fine lines that spoke of deep concentration, not age. She wore simple robes of undyed wool. Her most striking feature was her eyes. They were a pale, luminous gray, the color of a misty morning, and they saw everything without seeming to look at anything. She held herself with a stillness that wasn't rigid, but natural, like a tree in a calm. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice soft. May I introduce Alara Vance? The woman, Alara, inclined her head slightly. Her gaze swept over him, and Harry felt a peculiar sensation, not a magical probe, for he would have nullified that. It was more like being seen in a new light. She looked past his surface, past his scars, and seemed to note the shape of the emptiness within. Mr. Potter, she said. Her voice was low, melodic, and carried no inflection of pity or awe. You have made a very loud silence. It was such an odd, perfect thing to say that Harry had no reply. Dumbledore has told me of your journey, she continued, gliding into the room and taking the chair opposite him without waiting for an invitation. She moved with an economy of motion that was almost unnerving. And of your current state. I am what some call a null theorist. Though, theorist is a grandiose term. I am a student of absences. Of gaps in the magical tapestry. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who gave an encouraging nod and then discreetly retreated to the small kitchen, busying himself with the kettle. You study people like me. Harry asked, his voice still rough from disuse. I study the phenomenon, Alara corrected. People like you are vanishingly rare. Most who lose their magic do so through trauma or curse. It is a wound, a withering. What you have done, it is a surgical excision. A chosen void. It is a different category altogether. Her pale eyes held his. It is also, if you will forgive the clinical observation, incredibly dangerous. To yourself, and to the world around you. I know, Harry said. He thought of the gray stain on the ivy, the shattered wand of Astra Greengrass. Knowing and understanding are different things, she said. You have used this faculty instinctively, as a club, as a shield, as a scalpel. But you do not know its nature. Its limits. Its ecology. Ecology. Every force has an ecosystem, she said, steepling her long fingers. Magic flows, interacts, creates life and light. Your null field is an anti-force. It does not flow, it stops flow. It does not interact, it negates interaction. In a world saturated with magic, you are a walking drought. You must learn the rules of your own desert. Where its borders lie. What, if anything, can grow there? Harry absorbed this. It was the first time anyone had spoken about his condition not as a tragedy or a weapon, but as a subject of study. A natural phenomenon. What would learning that involve? He asked cautiously. Observation. Meditation. A great deal of sitting very still and listening to nothing. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. It is not glamorous work. There are no spells to learn, no accolades. It is the study of the self as a unique piece of the universe. It would mean leaving this world behind for a time. My home is remote. It exists in a place of very low ambient magic. A sanctuary for stillness. Harry looked out at the lock. Leaving. Again. But this wasn't running to a safe house or a hated relative. This was stepping onto a new path, one of his own choosing, with a guide who spoke his new language. What about my friends? He asked. Ron and Hermione. They don't know any of this. Alara's expression softened a fraction. That is a choice you must make. Secrecy has its uses. But isolation can become its own prison. Dumbledore believes they can be trusted with a carefully curated truth. That is for you to decide. Later, after Alara had left with a promise to return in 2 days for his answer, Dumbledore joined him by the window. She is the best there is, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. And perhaps the only one who can help you find equilibrium. The path you are on is solitary by its very nature, but it need not be lonely. She can teach you control. Perhaps even show you that a void is not merely an absence, but a space with its own potential. I want to see Ron and Hermione first, Harry said. Before I decide. Dumbledore nodded. I thought you might. I have taken the liberty of arranging a meeting. Tomorrow. Here. They believe they are coming to visit a convalescing friend who was caught in the aftermath of the dark artifact incident. The next day dawned bright and clear. Harry felt a nervous energy he hadn't felt in weeks. He dressed in the simple clothes Moody had given him, the dark fabric feeling like a uniform of his new life. He paced the small living room, the silence now feeling anticipatory rather than empty. He heard the distinctive crack of apparition outside, followed by 2 voices, one anxious, one fiercely curious. The door opened. Ron and Hermione stood there, frozen on the threshold. Harry saw the shock on their faces. He knew what he looked like, thinner, paler, with fading bruises and a new, quiet stillness in his posture that had nothing to do with weakness. Harry. Hermione burst forward, then stopped, her hands fluttering as if she wanted to hug him but remembered his condition. Her eyes were wide, brimming with tears. Oh, Harry, you look, they told us you were hurt, but... Ron hung back for a second, his freckles stark against his pale skin. He looked Harry up and down, taking in the changes. The boy who had left Hogwarts had been angry and hollowed out. This Harry was settled. Like a storm had passed through him and left calm wreckage. Mate, Ron said finally, his voice gruff. You all right? Yeah, Harry said, and found he meant it. I'm all right. Come in. They sat around the small kitchen table. Hermione launched into a torrent of words, updates on Lee improving slowly, on Ginny furious the term was cancelled, on the bizarre official story about a cursed tournament relic. Ron interjected with details about the chaos of the evacuation, the weird behavior of some students who'd come home, off. They talked around the giant, Harry-shaped hole in the center of everything. Finally, Hermione ran out of steam. She looked at him, her brown eyes serious. Harry, what really happened? They won't tell us anything. We know it's more than some artifact. Harry took a deep breath. He looked at Ron, who was watching him with a steady, unwavering gaze. They had earned the truth. Or as much of it as he could give. I made an enemy, he began, choosing his words carefully. Not a person. A thing. That was in the castle. It was feeding on the tournament magic. On Cedric. I found out. I fought it. You fought it. Ron echoed, incredulous. He gestured vaguely at Harry, at his lack of wand. With this, Harry said, tapping his chest. With the oath. With what I am now. It wasn't a wizard's duel. It was something else. He gave them a pared-down version, the parasite in the castle, the maze, the trap. He left out the details of the null field, of the oubliette, of Alara Vance. He spoke of will, and choice, and standing his ground. It was true, as far as it went. When he finished, the cottage was silent. Hermione was crying quietly, tears of pride and grief. Ron looked stunned, then fiercely proud. You nutter, Ron said, shaking his head, a slow grin spreading across his face. Taking on a castle ghost with your bare hands. Only you, Harry. It's not a ghost, Harry said. But yeah, and it's gone. Hermione asked, wiping her eyes. Really gone, Harry confirmed. And you, she pressed. What happens to you now? They can't make you go back to the Dursleys, not after this. I'm not going back, Harry said. I've been offered a kind of apprenticeship. To learn about what I am. To learn control. It means leaving. For a while. The smiles faded. The reality of his path settled between them. Where? Ron asked. Somewhere quiet. With a teacher who understands absences. Hermione's mind was already working, grappling with the concept. An apprenticeship in non-magic. Is there even such a field of study? There is now, Harry said with a faint smile. Ron looked down at the table, his jaw working. So, we won't see you. At Hogwarts. Maybe not for a long time. Probably not, Harry admitted, the ache of it fresh. But this isn't like last time. I'm not running. I'm going to learn. So that I can come back. One day. As me. Not as a problem to be solved. Hermione reached across the table, her hand stopping an inch from his. A silent offer of contact. We'll be here, Harry. Whenever you're ready. We'll write. Non-magical post, if we have to. All post should work if you're not actively suppressing it, Ron said, practical to the last. Just don't go living in a lead-lined box. Harry laughed, a real laugh that felt strange in his throat. I'll try not to. They spent the rest of the afternoon together, not talking about monsters or magic, but about Quidditch teams and Hermione's plans to petition for better conditions for house elves during the school closure. It was normal. It was a lifeline. When it was time for them to go, the goodbye was hard, but not desperate. There were promises to write, to stay connected. Hermione hugged him tightly, whispering, "You're the bravest person I know." Ron clapped him on the shoulder, a solid, grounding touch. "Don't do anything stupid without us," he said, his ears pink. And then they were gone, disapparating with twin cracks that echoed in the quiet glen. Harry stood in the doorway for a long time, the late afternoon sun painting the lock in gold. He felt the loss, sharp and clear. But he also felt the rightness. He had seen his friends. They knew he was alive, that he was fighting his own war. They were a point on the map he could navigate back to. The next morning, Alara Vance returned. She found him packed, his few possessions in a small satchel. The stone book, the gray pendant, the photo of his parents, a change of clothes. "Have you decided?" she asked. "Yes," Harry said. "I'll come." "Good." She didn't smile, but her pale eyes seemed to warm slightly. "The journey is not by Portkey or Flow. Your field disrupts them. We will walk part of the way, and then take a different sort of passage. Are you ready?" Harry took one last look around the cottage that had been his sickbed and his sanctuary. He nodded. "I'm ready." They left on foot, walking away from the lock, up into the heather-clad hills. They walked in silence for hours, Alara setting a steady, unhurried pace. The landscape grew wilder, the magical signatures of the world growing fainter and fainter until they were little more than a distant whisper. Harry's void sense, which had been a constant noise-canceling hum in places like Hogwarts, began to relax. Here, there was little magic to negate. As dusk approached, they reached a high, lonely valley. In the center stood a single, standing stone, weathered and pitted with age. It was not magical in any way Harry could sense. It was just a rock. Alara stopped before it. "This is the door," she said. "It does not open with a password or a spell. It opens with a state of being. With stillness. Watch." She faced the stone. She didn't close her eyes. She simply became still. Not just in body, but in spirit. Her breathing slowed. The faint aura of her own quiet magic, which Harry could just barely perceive, seemed to withdraw, to become one with the air around her. She became part of the landscape. And the stone shimmered. Not magically, but like a heat haze. The air behind it warped, revealing a narrow path leading into the side of the mountain that hadn't been there a second before. "This is the path to the still point," Alara said, her voice barely a whisper. "Only those who can find perfect inner stillness can see it. Your void, Harry, is a violent stillness, a forced silence. You must learn the difference. For now, stay close to me. My stillness will guide you." She stepped onto the path. Harry followed, his heart thumping. As he passed the standing stone, he felt a strange transition, like stepping through a curtain of cool water. The sounds of the valley, the wind, the distant cry of a bird, vanished. The air was utterly still and silent. The path was paved with smooth, gray stone, lit by a soft, sourceless glow. It led downward, into the heart of the mountain. They walked for what felt like miles in the profound quiet. Harry's own null field, which usually had to work to create silence, here felt at home. It wasn't fighting anything. It was just being. Finally, the path opened into a vast, cavernous space. It took Harry's breath away. It was a library. But not of books. The cavern walls were honeycombed with thousands of niches, and in each niche rested an object. A smooth, gray river stone. A twisted piece of driftwood. A shard of cloudy glass. A feather from a non-magical bird. Each was labeled with small, neat script on a slate tag. The air was cool and dry and carried the faint, clean scent of stone and dust. In the center of the cavern was a simple living space, a cot, a desk, a small cooking area. A few real books sat on a shelf, their titles things like The Physics of Silence and Meditations on the Void. "This," Alara said, her voice a reverent hush in the immense quiet, "is the still point. A collection of naturally non-magical objects, gathered from all over the world. A study of the ordinary. A monument to the negative space around which magic dances. This is where you will learn." Harry walked slowly into the center of the cavern, turning to take it all in. The oppressive silence of the maze had been a test. The lonely silence of the safe houses had been a hiding place. This silence was peaceful, purposeful. He was not a wizard in a school of magic. He was a void in a university of absence. He set his satchel down on the cot. He felt a profound sense of arrival. Not an ending, but a beginning of a different kind. Alara watched him, her pale eyes reflecting the soft light. "The first lesson begins now," she said. "Sit. Close your eyes. And tell me, what do you hear?" Harry sat on the smooth stone floor. He closed his eyes. He listened. He heard the absence of wind. The absence of magical hum. The slow, steady beat of his own heart. The whisper of his own breath. And beneath that, deeper than that, he heard the quiet, patient sound of his own being. The oath not as a weapon or a shield, but as a center. A point of reference in the silent dark. "I hear nothing," he said. Alara's voice was a smile in the dark. "Good. That is the foundation. Now, let us begin to learn the shape of that nothing. And what, if anything, can live there." The path had led him here, to the heart of the quiet. The boy who had said no had finally found a place where his no was not a defiance but a fact of nature. And in the deep, still silence of the mountain, Harry Potter began his true education. The silence of the still point was not empty. It was a canvas. In the weeks that followed, Alara taught Harry to listen to its textures. The first lesson was the hardest, doing nothing. He would sit for hours in the center of the cavern, eyes closed, instructed only to be aware of his own awareness. His mind, scarred and frantic from months of survival and war, rebelled. It threw up memories, the dragon's fire, the keeper's voice, Ron's worried face, the feel of a wand that no longer sang. It manufactured plans, worries, idle fantasies. "You are trying to silence the noise with more noise," Alara said one afternoon, her voice a calm intrusion in his mental storm. She hadn't moved from her own seat across the cavern. Do not fight the thoughts. Acknowledge them. Then let them pass like clouds across the sky of your stillness. The sky is not harmed by the clouds. It was maddeningly difficult. But slowly, incrementally, he learned. The oath not became his anchor. When his mind threatened to spiral into panic or memory, he would focus on that dense, cool point of certainty inside him. I chose this. I am here. The thoughts would settle, not vanishing, but losing their power to sweep him away. He began to perceive the ecology of his void. In the low magic environment of the still point, his null field wasn't a defensive bubble, it was just him. He learned to feel its edges not as a barrier, but as the limit of his self. Alara had him practice by slowly extending a hand towards one of the curated non-magical objects, a perfectly smooth, gray stone from a Japanese river. As his fingers approached, she asked him to describe the sensation. It's cold, he said. Just stone cold. And magically. There's nothing to feel. It's inert. Good. Now try the feather. A plain pigeon feather. His fingers neared it. It's the same, but lighter. I can feel the air my movement pushes. And the magic? None. Now this. She pointed to a small, withered root that looked utterly mundane. He reached. His fingertips were an inch away when he felt it, a faint, desperate pull. A minuscule, residual magic, clinging to the root like a scent, a memory of the plant's life. As his null field brushed it, the residue didn't fight or sizzle, it simply dissolved. Not violently, but like a sigh. The root was now just dead plant matter. You felt it, Alara stated. Yes. It was hungry. Sad, almost. That is the echo of a magical life, now extinct. Your void is the end of that echo. It is not good or evil. It is a natural conclusion, like winter to autumn. You must learn to respect that finality. To apply it with intention, not reflex. He practiced for hours each day. Touching objects, learning to sense the tiny magical histories they held. A seashell that had lain in a mer person's garden, a piece of brick from a Muggle building built on an old ley line crossing. He learned to gauge the weight of the magic, to let harmless echoes be, and to gently still the more persistent, parasitic residues, like the one on the root, that felt unhealthy, clinging. It was delicate, precise work. It made the brute force negation he'd used in the maze feel like swinging a sledgehammer in a glass shop. In the evenings, they would talk. Alara was a sparing conversationalist, but her words were measured and insightful. She told him of other, void-touched, individuals in history, rare souls who had, through accident or design, severed their connection to magic. Most had gone mad, unable to reconcile their perception of a magical world they could no longer touch. Some had become hermits. A very few, like her, had sought understanding. You are unique, Harry, in that your void was self-created, an act of will given magical consequence. That makes it stronger. More yours. But also more dangerous. An oath is a double-edged blade. It defines you, but it can also isolate you. Is that why I'm here? He asked. To not be isolated. You are here, she said, looking at him with those pale, all-seeing eyes, to learn that your isolation is a place, not a sentence. You can learn its geography. And perhaps, in time, you can learn to have visitors. One morning, she did not give him an object to study. Instead, she led him to a section of the cavern wall where the niches were empty. Today, you begin a project of your own. You will find an object from the world above. One that speaks to you. Not a magical artifact. Something ordinary. You will bring it here, study it, and curate it. You will write its history, its real, non-magical history, and any magical echoes it carries. This will be your first contribution to the still point. He climbed the silent path back to the world. Emerging from behind the standing stone into the brisk highland air was always a shock. The sudden presence of wind, sound, the faint thrum of distant earth magic. It felt loud. He spent the day wandering the high, lonely hills. He found many stones, branches, bits of bone. But none spoke to him. As the sun began to dip, painting the heather in shades of purple and gold, he sat by a small, pebble-strewn stream, frustrated. He picked up a pebble at random. It was gray, speckled with quartz. Ordinary. He held it in his palm, closing his eyes, trying to feel for an echo. Nothing. Just cool stone. He was about to toss it back when he stopped. He looked at it. Really looked. It was just a rock. It had been part of a mountain. Water had worn it smooth. It held no magic, no grand history. It was a thing that existed, quietly, in a world of wonders. Its very ordinariness was its truth. In a life that had been anything but ordinary, there was a profound honesty in that. He put the pebble in his pocket. Back in the still point, he spent the evening at the desk Alara had allotted him. Under the soft, sourceless light, he examined the pebble. He wrote its description. He attempted to deduce its mineral composition from a non-magical geology text. He wrote a speculative history, formed under pressure. Broken from a larger stone. Carried by water. Rounded by time. Found by Harry Potter on a stream bank, autumn. He felt foolish writing his own name, but Alara had said the finder was part of the history. Then, he closed his eyes and held it. He pushed his awareness into it, as he'd been taught. Past the physical, into the space where magical echoes might linger. He felt the immense, slow patience of geology. The brief, cold touch of the stream water. The warmth of his own hand. And deeper, fainter, a whisper of green. A memory of moss that had once grown on a sibling stone. It was so vague it was almost imagination. He didn't nullify it. He acknowledged it, noted it in his log as a possible vegetative resonance, and let it be. When he showed Alara his entry the next day, she read it carefully. Adequate, she said, which from her was high praise. You respected the object's inherent nature. You did not force a narrative onto it, magical or otherwise. You observed. This is the foundation. The pebble was placed in a niche. Harry's slate tag hung beside it. Seeing it there, a piece of his journey, however small, integrated into this quiet cathedral of the ordinary, gave him a sense of belonging he hadn't felt since, perhaps ever. The work was slow, meditative, and deeply unglamorous. But as the days turned into weeks, Harry felt a change within himself. The frantic, hunted energy that had been his constant companion since the goblet was gone. The guilt over Lee, over Cedric, over the danger he'd brought to his friends, hadn't vanished, but it had settled. It was part of his history, like the moss echo on the pebble. A fact, not a wound. He began to dream again. Not of graveyards or stone giants, but of quiet things. Of walking through forests where the trees held no whispers. Of sitting by a fire that gave only heat, no story. In one dream, he saw Ron and Hermione. They were in the Gryffindor common room, but it was silent. They were playing wizard chess, but the pieces moved without sound. They looked up, saw him at the doorway, and smiled. No words were exchanged. None were needed. He woke from that dream feeling peaceful, not sad. He was learning the language of his own silence. One evening, Alara did not sit for meditation after their simple meal. Instead, she went to a sealed alcove Harry had never seen her open. From it, she withdrew a flat, rectangular case made of the same dull gray stone as the cavern. She brought it to the central space and set it on the floor between them. You have learned the basics of perception and respect, she said. You have begun to map your own emptiness. Now, you must learn its active principle. Its use. Harry's heart rate picked up. This felt like a threshold. Alara opened the case. Inside, nestled in black velvet, were 5 smooth river stones, each a different color, white, black, gray, and 2 that seemed to shift between colors depending on the light. These are not magical, she said. But they are attuned. They resonate with specific intentional states. White with peace, black with conflict, gray with neutrality, the others with more complex blends. I use them to train focus. She picked up the white stone. I want you to take the black stone. Hold it. Do not try to feel its echo. Instead, project a feeling onto it. Not with magic, with pure, focused intent. Project, calm. Harry took the cold, black stone. It felt inert. He focused on it, trying to push a feeling of calmness into it. Nothing happened. The stone remained a stone. You are trying to do something to it, Alara observed. That is a magical mindset. You are not a sender. You are a context. Create a context of calm around the stone. In your mind, hold the idea of calm so firmly that the stone exists within that idea. It was a subtle, but profound, shift. Harry stopped trying to push. He instead remembered the feeling of sitting by the silent loch, watching the ducks. He held that memory, that feeling, not as a thought, but as a state. He let that state surround the black stone in his hand. He felt a change, not in the stone, but in the air around his hand. A gentle stillness settled. The black stone didn't turn white, but its surface seemed to drink the light differently. It looked less aggressive, more dormant. Alara nodded. Good. Now, the gray stone. Project, boundary. This was harder. Boundary wasn't an emotion. It was a concept. He thought of his null field, but not as a weapon. As a line. A mark in the sand. This is me. That is not. He held that definition firmly. The gray stone's shifting colors slowed, then settled into a clear, distinct band of dark gray through its center, with lighter shades at the edges. You are learning to impose your will on reality without intermediate magic, Alara said, a note of approval in her voice. This is the essence of your power. The oath made manifest. You are not casting a calming charm or a ward. You are declaring that, in this specific, small place, calm is. Or a boundary exists. For beings and forces that operate on magical logic, your declaration becomes a local law. Harry stared at the stones. This was what he'd done in the maze, crudely. He'd declared, I choose to arrive, and the world had bent, just a little. He'd declared, be gone, and strained a parasitic connection. He'd been screaming into the void. Now, Alara was teaching him to speak in a measured tone. Can it affect people? He asked, thinking of the possessed. Directly imposing your will on another sentient mind is a violation of the highest order, Alara said, her voice severe. It is the path of the dark wizard, or the tyrant. Your void could potentially do it, by negating their own will magic, their agency. You must never, ever attempt it. What you did in the maze was different, you negated an external, invasive force attached to their will, not their will itself. The distinction is razor-thin and morally absolute. Do you understand? He understood. His power was absolute in its realm. That made the responsibility absolute too. I understand, he said. Good. She closed the case. We will practice with the stones daily. In time, we will move to more complex intentions. Unmaking, of simple, non-sentient magical residues, with permission from the object's history. Shielding, from ambient magical pressure. This is your path now, Harry. Not the path of a warrior, but of a custodian. A keeper of the quiet places. That night, as he lay in his cot, the profound silence of the still point felt different. It wasn't just an absence he inhabited. It was a medium he was learning to shape. He wasn't just a boy who had lost his magic. He was becoming something else. A quiet voice in a shouting world. He touched the gray pendant on his chest. It was no longer a tool or a trophy. It was a reminder. A reminder of the door he had broken, the choice he had made, and the long, silent road it had led him down. He closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his lids, he didn't see fire or fear. He saw the smooth, gray pebble in its niche. A small, quiet thing, holding its place in the world. For the first time in a very long time, that felt like enough. More than enough. It felt like a foundation. Winter sealed the highlands in a grip of iron and glass. Frost painted the entrance to the Stillpoint's path in intricate, silent patterns. Inside the mountain, the temperature remained constant, but the quality of the silence deepened, as if the world outside were holding its breath. Harry's days developed a rhythm as steady as a heartbeat. Mornings were for meditation, sitting in the central cavern, learning to distinguish between the silence of the mountain and the silence of his own void. At first, they had been indistinguishable, both just absences. Now, he could feel the difference. The mountain's silence was a presence, a pregnant fullness of stone and time. His void was an active stillness, a conscious unmaking of noise. He was learning to let them coexist, his personal quiet nested within the world's deeper hush. Afternoons were for study. He worked with Alara's intention stones for an hour, the focus leaving him mentally drained but curiously calm. He was improving. He could now make the black stone exude a sense of stillness, for nearly a full minute after he stopped concentrating. The gray stone would hold a barrier, intent, creating a faint, cool patch in the air around it that made Alara's own subtle magic recoil slightly. The rest of the afternoon he spent on his collection. He had added 3 more objects. A piece of bleached driftwood from a nearby loch shore, it held a faint, salty echo of water magic, which he noted but left intact, a perfectly round bird's egg, long empty and clean, no magical echo at all, a perfect null, and a single, rusted iron nail from a ruined shepherd's bothy. It carried a stubborn, gritty resonance of human toil and mild frustration, a magical mood he found fascinating. For each, he wrote a meticulous entry, striving for Alara's standard of observational purity. Evenings were for reading from the small collection of non-magical texts, philosophy, physics, poetry. He found a strange comfort in the logic of equations and the abstract beauty of words that described a world without wands. He was rebuilding his understanding of the universe from the ground up, with different tools. One bitter afternoon, as Harry was practicing with the shifting stones, trying to get them to hold a state of balance, Alara received a visitor. It was not by flow or apparition. A soft, chime-like note echoed through the cavern, a sound Harry had never heard there. Alara, who had been reading a dense tome on metaphysical topology, looked up, her expression unreadable. She went to the cavern wall and placed her palm on a seemingly blank section. A seam appeared, and a small, crystal dish slid out. In it lay a single, perfect acorn. She picked it up, held it to her ear for a moment, then nodded. "We have a guest. An old associate. You may observe, but do not speak unless spoken to. His perceptions are acute." Minutes later, the silence of the entrance path was broken by a light, almost soundless tread. A man entered the cavern. He was ancient. His skin was the color and texture of weathered walnut, stretched thin over delicate bones. He was short, and leaned on a staff of dark, polished wood that was not a wand. He wore simple robes of a faded leaf green. But his eyes, they were not old. They were a vibrant, impossible gold, like sunlight through honey, and they saw everything at once. They flicked to Harry, and for a moment, Harry felt utterly transparent, as if the old man were reading the library of his soul, from the trauma of the cupboard under the stairs to the cold certainty of the oath. "Alara," the old man said, his voice a dry rustle, yet carrying immense weight. "The silence here is as deep as ever. And you have a new resonance. A fascinating one." His golden eyes returned to Harry. "A chosen void. How very curious." "Master Nuri," Alara said, dipping her head in a gesture of deep respect. "This is Harry Potter. Harry, this is Nuri. He is a keeper of a different tradition." Nuri shuffled forward, his staff making no sound on the stone. He stopped a few feet from Harry, peering at him. "Potter. The name has echoes. Loud ones. But you are a study in quiet. You have made a thunderclap of a no." He smiled, revealing teeth worn smooth. "I felt the reverberations, even in my garden. It shook leaves from trees that have no business falling." Harry didn't know what to say. "I didn't mean to disturb your garden, sir." Nuri's laugh was like stones tumbling in a creek. "Oh, but disturbance is sometimes necessary. A forest fire makes way for new growth. Your fire was very specific." He turned to Alara. "You are teaching him the stillness. Good. But does he understand the song?" "The song?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. Nuri's golden eyes gleamed. "Everything has a song, young void. The rock, the river, the spell, the thought. Magic is a particularly loud and complex harmony. Your condition, it is not the absence of song. It is a different kind of note. A rest. A pause of profound length. In the right place, a rest can be the most powerful part of the music." He reached into a pouch at his belt and pulled out a handful of ordinary-looking soil. He let it trickle onto the floor between them. The song of earth, growth, patience, decay. He then produced a small, clear phial of water. A single drop fell, hitting the soil with a soft plat. The song of water. Change, flow, reflection. He looked at Harry. "Can you hear them?" Harry focused. Not with his void sense, but with the deeper listening Alara had been teaching him. He heard, not songs, but impressions. The deep, slow hum of potential from the soil. The bright, chattering sparkle from the water drop. They were magical signatures, but framed as music, as feeling. "I feel them," Harry said. "Good. Now." Nuri took a step back. "Sing your note." Harry was lost. "My note. Your rest. Your void. Do not attack their songs. Introduce your silence into the space between them." It was an abstract, terrifying request. Harry looked at Alara, who gave a slight, encouraging nod. He closed his eyes. He let go of trying to hear the soil and water. He focused inward, on the oath knot. On the quiet at his center. He didn't push it out. He simply allowed it to be present in the same space as Nuri's demonstration. He held the quality of his void, the chosen emptiness, the definitive no, as a tangible thing in his mind, and he placed that mental construct between the trickle of soil and the drop of water. He opened his eyes. Nothing dramatic happened. The soil was soil. The water was soaking in. But Nuri clapped his hands together once, a sound like two stones kissing. Yes. You see, Alara. He has the instinct. See what? Harry asked, bewildered. The songs did not clash, Nuri said, his golden eyes alight. They did not fade. They accommodated. Your rest created a space. A moment of hesitation. In that moment, the soil's patience deepened. The water's reflection turned inward. You did not silence them, you changed the key in which they were playing. He beamed. A rest is not nothing. It is a space with potential. A drawn breath before a phrase. You, young void, are a master of the drawn breath. The question is, what will you do with the phrase that follows? The visit lasted only an hour. Nuri drank a cup of plain water, asked Harry a series of seemingly nonsensical questions. What color is Tuesday? Which way does silence fall? Nodded at his hesitant answers as if they were profound wisdom, and then took his leave, vanishing back up the path as silently as he had come. After he was gone, the cavern felt different. Larger, somehow. Nuri's perspective had opened a door Harry hadn't known was there. He is a sensate, Alara explained later. One who perceives the fundamental qualities of existence's sensory experiences, song, taste, color. His tradition is older than Wan's. He does not see your void as a lack, but as a unique and potent flavor of being. His point about the phrase that follows is crucial. Your power creates a pause. What happens in that pause is determined by everything around it, and by you. The idea simmered in Harry over the following days. He experimented during his stone exercises. Instead of just projecting calm or boundary, he tried to project pause. He would hold the intention stone and focus on creating a moment of pure potential, a hiccup in the flow of things. The effects were subtle but profound. The air around the stone would grow very still, but not dead. It felt like the moment before a storm breaks, or after a question is asked. It was a silence that expected something. He tried it on his collected objects. Holding the rusted nail, he projected pause onto its gritty echo of frustration. The echo didn't vanish. It softened, as if the long-dead smith's annoyance was being viewed from a great distance, losing its sting, becoming merely history. He was not unmaking. He was contextualizing. This was a new layer of control, of artistry. It was exhausting, requiring a level of focused detachment that was harder than any battle, but it was also deeply satisfying. A week after Nuri's visit, Alara presented him with a new challenge. She led him to a section of the cavern where a tiny, natural spring seeped from the rock, forming a shallow basin before draining away through a crack. The water was clear and pure, and it held a faint, lively magic, the magic of deep, underground places. This spring has sung here for millennia, Alara said. Its song is one of journey and persistence. I want you to sit with it. Not to nullify it, not even to pause it. Just to sit with it, with your own silence, and observe the interaction. Report what you feel. Harry sat by the basin for 3 days. For hours at a time, he would simply be present, his void state active but not directed. He listened to the water's magical song, a bright, chattering, subterranean melody. He felt his own silence, a still, dark pool. At first, they repelled each other. The water's magic skittered away from the edge of his awareness, like a nervous animal. His void instinctively dampened its song, making it faint and tinny. He worked to relax that instinct. He remembered Nuri's words, a rest can be the most powerful part of the music. He didn't try to join the song. He tried to be the rest within it. Slowly, the relationship changed. The water's magic didn't approach him, but it stopped fleeing. It sang its own song, and his silence became the spaces between the notes. The chattering melody began to sound, clearer against the backdrop of his quiet. More distinct, more itself. On the 3rd day, something extraordinary happened. He wasn't trying to do anything. He was just being, void and will, sitting by ancient water. A small, translucent salamander, a creature that likely fed on the spring's magical microorganisms, skittered out from under a rock. It was a magical creature, tiny and fragile. It should have been repelled or harmed by his null field. It paused at the edge of the basin, its head tilted. Then, incredibly, it scampered right over his boot. It didn't flinch. It didn't freeze. It just crossed his personal silence as if it were crossing a patch of particularly still shade, and vanished into a crack on the other side. Harry sat stunned. His void had not hurt it. It had not nullified the creature's inherent magic. It had been neutral. A patch of quiet in its noisy world. He reported this to Alara that evening. For the first time, he saw a look of pure, unadulterated wonder on her normally impassive face. Symbiosis, she breathed. Or at least, non-interference. Harry, do you understand? You are learning to be a feature of the landscape, not a cataclysm. The salamander perceived your silence not as a threat, but as a part of the environment. This is the next stage. Not control of your void, but integration of it. That night, Harry lay awake, his mind buzzing. The path was no longer about mastering a weapon or hiding a curse. It was about becoming something that could exist in the world without breaking it. He thought of the pebble in its niche. Ordinary. Quiet. Part of the whole. He was not a hero. He was not a victim. He was not even a warrior anymore. He was a quiet place. And he was learning, note by silent note, how to sing his own, unique rest in the great, noisy symphony of everything. The snows thawed into a reluctant spring. Dirty patches of white lingered in the shadows of the hills, but the streams ran high and loud with meltwater, a sound that was muffled to a distant whisper by the time it reached the still point. Harry's world remained one of measured quiet, but the change in season outside seemed to echo in the pace of his learning. It was no longer about frantic survival or the basics of control. It had settled into a deep, patient study. His daily meditations had evolved. He no longer struggled to quiet his mind. The storm of memory and fear had banked to embers, acknowledged and set aside. Now, he used the stillness to explore the contours of his oath knot. He discovered it wasn't a monolithic thing. It had facets, like a dark crystal. One facet resonated with the defiance of his no to the goblet. Another held the weary determination of the maze. A third, newer one, thrummed with the peaceful acceptance of the salamander crossing his path, the choice to be harmless. Alara guided him to explore these facets, not with analysis but with experiential recall. Feel the texture of that defiance, she would say. Not the memory, but the quality of the will itself. Is it sharp, hot, cold? Now feel the acceptance. How does it differ? These are the colors of your silence. Learn your own palette. He practiced with the intention stones for longer periods, moving beyond simple states. He could now make the shifting stones hold a complex stillness that listens or a boundary that invites. It was like learning to mix paints he couldn't see, guided only by feel. His collection grew. He added a fragment of a robin's eggshell, its blue so pale it was almost gray. It held a mere ghost of a song, the potential of flight that never was. He curated it with a tenderness that surprised him. He also added a small, misshapen lump of iron slag from an old smelting site. An object of pure, magical negation, a byproduct of fire that killed enchantment. Studying it helped him understand the difference between his conscious void and the brute force anti-magic of industrial processes. His was a choice. The slag's was an accident of violence. One afternoon, as he was meticulously describing the crystalline structure of a piece of quartz, Alara interrupted him. "It is time for a field study," she announced. "You have learned the theory of integration. Now you must practice it in a living, magical context that is not this sanctuary." A flicker of the old anxiety sparked in Harry's chest. The outside world, with its loud, unpredictable magic, still felt like a minefield. "Where?" he asked, setting down his quill. "A place of moderate, benign magic. A protected forest glen not far from here. It is a nexus for harmless flora and minor fairies. Their magic is simple, repetitive, like a nursery rhyme. It will be a good test of your ability to be present without being disruptive." They left the still point as the weak spring sun was at its zenith. The path felt different under Harry's feet. His awareness of the world's magic, now so acute, made the transition harsher. The gentle hum of the earth, the skittering signatures of voles and insects, the distant, complex chord of a village, it was an orchestra after the solo of the cavern. Alara led him on a winding hike, away from paths, into a fold of hills where the air grew noticeably warmer and carried a scent of damp earth and blooming primrose. They entered a ring of ancient, twisted hawthorn trees. Inside was a small, perfect glen, carpeted in moss and studded with tiny, blue flowers that glowed with a soft, internal light. The air buzzed, not with insects, but with a faint, musical hum. Pixies, no larger than his thumb and made of shimmering light and leaves, darted between the flowers. A small, crystal-clear stream giggled over rocks. It was enchantment in its most innocent form. And to Harry's void sense, it was a riot of color and sound, a pastel watercolor of magic that made his head spin. "Your task," Alara said softly, settling herself on a mossy log at the edge of the glen, "is to walk to the center, sit by the stream, and remain for 1 hour. Do nothing. Attempt no magic, no projection, no active nullification. Simply be. Observe how the magic of this place interacts with your presence. And observe your own reactions." It sounded simple. It was the hardest thing he had ever done. He stepped into the glen. The reaction was immediate. The pixies, which had been zipping about in happy chaos, froze in midair. Their tiny lights dimmed. The hum of the flowers stuttered. The very air seemed to hold its breath. He was a black hole wandering into a galaxy of fairy lights. He felt a sickening sense of wrongness, a visceral urge to pull his void in so tight he became invisible. But that was an action, a manipulation. The instruction was to be. He forced himself to walk slowly, deliberately, towards the stream. Each step felt like a violation. The moss under his feet, magically vibrant and spongy, seemed to wilt slightly as he passed, springing back after he moved on. He was a stone dropping through water, and the ripples were of stillness. He reached the stream and sat. The water, bubbling with cheerful aquatic magic, flinched. The flow directly in front of him became sluggish, the magic within it going dormant. He saw a tiny, silver fish with gossamer fins dart away in a panic. He closed his eyes, fighting despair. This was a disaster. He was a blight. Nuri's talk of rests and accommodation seemed like a cruel joke here. He was a silence that killed song. Observe your own reactions. Asterisk. Alara's instruction echoed. He was reacting with guilt and shame. Those were emotions, noise. They were part of his presence too. He was adding his own chaotic energy to the mix. He took a long, slow breath. He let go of the guilt. He let go of the desire to fix it, to hide, to flee. He just was. A boy with a void, sitting by a magic stream. He opened his eyes and really looked. The pixies, after their initial shock, were adapting. They weren't fleeing the glen. They were giving him a wide berth, flying in wider arcs, but they were still flying. Their lights had regained their brightness, though they flickered curiously when they passed the dead air around him. They were mapping him, learning the new, quiet shape in their world. The flowers directly around him had stopped glowing, but those a few feet away were shining bravely, even a little brighter, as if compensating. The stream's magic was dammed in his immediate presence, but it flowed freely just upstream and downstream, pooling around the obstacle he represented. He wasn't destroying the glen. He was altering its flow. He was a rock in the stream. The water had to go around. It was still water. The stream was still a stream. This was integration, not seamless harmony, but coexistence. He was a discordant note, but the melody was adapting, incorporating the discord, making it part of the song. The hour passed with glacial slowness. By the end, a kind of tense equilibrium had been established. The pixies no longer froze when he moved his head, they just vectored around the strange, still spot he occupied. A brave bluebell near his knee had even managed to reignite a faint glow, as if trying to make friends with the silence. When Alara nodded from her log, he rose. The process reversed itself. As he walked out of the glen, the magic flowed back into the spaces he vacated, like water filling a footprint. By the time he reached the Hawthorn Ring, the glen was once again a perfect, humming jewel of magic, with no visible scar. He felt drained, but also profoundly relieved. He hadn't broken it. On the walk back to the still point, Alara spoke. "Well, I was a rock in the stream," Harry said, the metaphor feeling exactly right. "I changed the flow. I didn't stop it." Precisely. And did the stream mind? He thought of the pixies mapping him, the flower trying to glow. It noticed. It worked around me. It didn't like or dislike. It adapted. Good. That is the reality. You are a force of nature, Harry. A rare and specific one. A mountain does not apologize for being in the path of the wind, it simply changes how the wind blows. Your task is to know you are the mountain, and to be mindful of where you choose to stand. The lesson of the glen stayed with him. In his subsequent meditations, he practiced being the rock in the stream, internally, allowing his thoughts and memories to flow around the still point of the oath, rather than trying to freeze them entirely. A fortnight later, the field study took a more challenging turn. Alara took him to the outskirts of a magical village, not Hogsmeade, but a smaller, lesser-known community called Ivy Hollow. They did not enter. They sat on a hillside overlooking the clutch of thatched roofs, from which plumes of multicolored smoke rose potion makers, and where the air was thick with the overlapping auras of domestic charms, protective wards, and the buzz of daily magical life. This is a concentration of sentient magic, Alara said. Complex, willful, intertwined with emotion and purpose. Your presence will be felt as a mild discomfort, a cold spot, a forgetfulness. Do not project. Simply observe the effect from a distance. Use your void sense not as a probe, but as a meteorological instrument. Feel the pressure changes. Harry focused. From this distance, his null field was diffuse, a gentle cooling on the edge of the village's magical climate. He could feel it. Where his weather met theirs, the complex weaves of magic didn't unravel, but they sagged. A warming charm on a garden plot within his influence zone sputtered, requiring more effort from the caster. He sensed a faint spike of irritation from a witch in a blue apron. A child's floating toy kite dipped momentarily before bobbing back up. It was like a very localized, magical low-pressure system. It was impersonal, systemic. He wasn't hurting anyone, but he was affecting the environment. It was a responsibility. Could I learn to not do that? He asked. To be neutral even here. With immense practice, perhaps you could tighten your field to such a degree that its external effects are negligible. But it would be a constant, exhausting effort. Like holding your breath forever. It is easier, and wiser, to simply be aware of your effect and choose your location with care. You would not light a fire in a library. Do not station your silence where it will dampen necessary magic. It was a practical, grim lesson in coexistence. He could not be a normal part of a magical community. His was a life of edges, of outskirts, of careful placement. When they returned to the still point that evening, a surprise awaited them. On the stone table in the central cavern sat a small, wrapped package and a sealed letter. The package was plain brown paper, tied with twine. The letter bore Dumbledore's elegant script. Alara picked up the letter, broke the seal, and read it silently. She then handed it to Harry. Harry, I hope your studies progress. Please find enclosed a small token from your friends, delivered via a circuitous and non-traceable route. They are well, and insist on remaining in your life, however irregular the connection. I believe such connections are worth their weight in phoenix feathers. Asterisk. The situation in the wider world stabilizes. Hogwarts repairs continue apace. The official story holds. You remain a footnote in a closed chapter, which is, for now, the safest place to be. Asterisk. When you are ready for the next stage of your practical education, send word. There is a place that may benefit from a custodian of quiet, and a custodian who may benefit from it. Asterisk. Ever your friend, Albus Dumbledore. Harry's heart thumped. He set the letter down and carefully unwrapped the package. Inside was a photograph. Not a wizarding photograph, but a muggle one, developed at a shop. It showed Ron and Hermione, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning widely. They were standing in front of a brick wall covered in colorful graffiti. Ron was holding a large, greasy-looking pizza. Hermione had a new, thick book under her arm. Scribbled on the white border in biro were the words, London. Miss you, mate. Don't do anything we wouldn't do. Which isn't much, R&H. Taped to the back of the photo was a second, smaller picture, a moving wizarding photo of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, all waving furiously, with Lee Jordan, looking thinner but smiling, giving a thumbs up from his hospital bed in the corner, magically spliced in. Harry stared at them, a wave of homesickness so sharp it was a physical pain crashing over him. But it was a clean pain. He missed them. He loved them. That was a fact, simple and true, and it existed within his new quiet, not outside it. He placed the photo on the shelf next to his cot, where he could see it. A connection. A point of light in the quiet dark. The next stage, Dumbledore mentioned lingered in his mind. A place for a custodian of quiet. It sounded like a purpose. A destination for the path. He looked at Alara. I think, I might be getting ready. She nodded, her pale eyes seeing the resolve settle in him. The foundation is laid. The next step is to find where your particular silence can be of service. The world has many kinds of noise. Some of it needs quieting. Harry went to sleep that night with the photo of his friends beside him. The silence of the still point felt different. It no longer felt like an exile. It felt like a place he was preparing to leave, armed with a hard-won understanding of himself. He was the rock. He was the rest. He was the quiet note. And soon, he would have to decide what song he wanted to help shape. The decision to leave the still point was not a dramatic one. It grew like a seed in the dark, quiet soil of Harry's newfound understanding. He had learned the grammar of his silence, now he needed to find a sentence to write with it. A week after Dumbledore's letter, Harry broached the subject with Alara over their spare evening meal of broth and bread. "I think it's time," he said, his voice calm in the cavern's hush. To see what Dumbledore meant. Alara sipped her broth, her expression unreadable. "You have learned control. You have learned perception. You have even learned a degree of integration. But the world outside is not a glen of pixies. It is complex, messy, and often cruel. Your quiet will be tested in ways I cannot simulate here." "I know," Harry said. "But I can't stay here forever." The oath, it wasn't just about refusing something. It was about choosing a path. "Hiding here feels like stopping." She regarded him for a long moment, then gave a single, slow nod. "Then we shall send word." The method of sending word was, like everything in the still point, subtle. Alara took a blank piece of parchment and a plain inkwell. She did not write a message. Instead, she held the parchment between her palms, closed her eyes, and breathed onto it. Harry, with his heightened sense for intention, felt her project a complex, wordless thought, an image of Harry, a question mark, and a sense of readiness. She then folded the parchment into an origami crane. She placed it in the crystal dish that had held Nuri's acorn. The crane sat there, inert. "It will find its way," was all she said. 2 days later, the crane was gone. In its place was a single, dried forget-me-not. "He will come here," Alara interpreted. Soon. Dumbledore arrived not with a crack of apparition, but as if he had always been standing in the shadow of a particular stalagmite. He looked better than he had at the cottage, rested, his eyes clear, though the weight of centuries still hung about him. His gaze took in Harry, and a genuine smile touched his lips. "Harry, you look settled." "I am," Harry said, and found it was the truth. They sat in the central cavern. Alara provided tea. Dumbledore told them of the outside world. Hogwarts restoration was ahead of schedule, the student body was clamoring to return, the political fallout from the cursed artifact incident had largely subsided, though Amelia Bones was fighting a quiet, bureaucratic war to increase castle security protocols. "And the oubliette?" Harry asked, the word feeling strange on his tongue. "Secured in a place where only I and the goblins of Gringotts know," Dumbledore said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "It sleeps. It will sleep forever." Then he turned his full attention to Harry. "Alara tells me you are ready for a new chapter. I have a proposition. It is not a school, not a home, but a role. A responsibility." "The custodian of quiet," Harry said, remembering the letter. "Just so. There is a place in our world, a repository, of sorts. Not for objects, but for experiences. Magical memories that are too dangerous, too traumatic, or too potent to be left drifting in the world are stored in a pensieve. Lost spells that twist the mind, fragments of dark rituals, the dying curses of powerful beings, echoes of magical catastrophes. They are collected and contained in a specially warded archive called the Echo Vault." Harry listened, a cold feeling gathering in his gut. It sounded like a prison for ghosts of magic. "The vault is maintained by a small order of archivists," Dumbledore continued. "But the containment fields are magically intense, a constant, seething storm of compressed history and rogue power. It is a toxic environment for any normal witch or wizard. Prolonged exposure is damaging. The current head archivist, a remarkable witch named Lynn, is retiring. The strain has taken its toll. They need a new keeper. Someone who can walk among those echoes without being affected by them. Someone whose very presence might calm the storm." Harry understood. The raging magic of the Echo Vault would be like the Glen, magnified 1,000-fold, and toxic. His void would be a palliative. A rock in a torrent of poisoned water. "You want me to be a librarian for cursed magic?" he asked, the absurdity of it striking him. "A custodian," Dumbledore corrected gently. "Your presence would not contain the echoes, powerful wards do that." But it would create zones of stability within the vault, making it safer for the other archivists to work, and perhaps even allowing for the gradual, safe dissipation of the less volatile echoes. It is a life of immense isolation and responsibility, but also of great purpose. Harry looked at Alara. Her face was neutral, but he saw the approval in her eyes. This was a use for his silence that was protective, not destructive. A way to serve. Where is it? He asked. A hidden island in the North Sea. Access is severely restricted. You would have quarters there. You could have visitors, on rare occasions, but your life would be largely lived within the vault's boundaries. It was another form of exile. But it was an exile with a point. He thought of the photo of Ron and Hermione. They would visit. They would write. It wouldn't be like before. I'd like to see it, he said. The journey to the Echo Vault was unlike any Harry had taken. They did not apparate or use a portkey. Dumbledore led him to a stone circle on a remote, windswept headland. In the center was a single, flat stone with a spiral carving. Dumbledore placed his hand on it and spoke a word that was lost in the wind. The spiral glowed blue, and the world dissolved not into a whirl of color, but into a sensation of descending through layers of cold, silent water. They emerged in a small, bare stone chamber, lit by torches that burned with a steady, white flame. They were deep underground, or underwater, Harry couldn't tell. The air was cool, dry, and utterly still. And he could feel it, even through the tons of rock, a pressure, a noise. It was the magical equivalent of standing outside a stadium during a riot. Muffled, but immense. Dumbledore led him through a series of security checkpoints manned by silent, watchful wizards and witches who looked at Harry with open curiosity but no surprise. They had been expecting him. Finally, they stood before a pair of enormous doors made of a dull, gray metal that Harry recognized as goblin-wrought iron, resistant to magic. Runes of containment and silence were etched into every inch. Even here, the pressure from behind the doors was a physical thing, a buzz in his teeth. A small, elderly witch with kind, tired eyes and hair the color of smoke met them. This was Lynn. She shook Harry's hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "So you're the quiet one," she said, her voice hushed. "Come, see what you're volunteering for." She spoke a complex sequence of words, and the great doors slid open without a sound. The Echo Vault was not a room. It was a landscape. It was a vast, cavernous space, larger than the Great Hall, its ceiling lost in darkness. But it was not dark. The air was alive with light, jagged bolts of crimson energy that snapped between floating, crystalline containers, pools of swirling, liquid shadow that pulsed with sickly green, drifting motes of gold that hummed with forgotten joy, crackling spheres of blue lightning that contained screams frozen in time. It was beautiful and terrifying. The magical pressure was staggering, a cacophony of 1,000 tragedies and wonders, all held in violent stasis. The noise was not just magical, it was psychic. Even with his void sense, Harry felt the edges of the emotions, despair, rage, triumph, madness, like a wall of heat. He saw other archivists, dressed in silvery robes that shimmered with protective spells, moving cautiously along narrow, suspended walkways. They used long, insulated tools to adjust the containment fields around the more volatile echoes. They moved slowly, carefully, and even from this distance, Harry could see the strain on their faces. "This is the active wing," Lynn said, her voice barely audible over the psychic hum. "The most volatile echoes are here. Further in, the archives are quieter. But not silent. It is never silent." Harry stood on the threshold, his own null field instinctively tightening in response to the assault. He took a step forward, into the vault. The effect was instantaneous. The chaotic, snapping energy in the air directly around him didn't vanish, but it slowed. The crimson bolts diffused into a gentle, pulsing glow. The humming motes of gold drifted rather than zipped. The psychic pressure didn't lessen, but it became less sharp, more like a dull roar than a scream in his ear. Lynn gasped softly. One of the archivists on a nearby walkway stopped her work and stared, her eyes wide behind her protective goggles. Harry walked further in, a bubble of relative calm spreading around him, perhaps 10 feet in radius. It wasn't perfect silence, the echoes were too powerful, but it was order. It was a patch of still water in the maelstrom. He could feel the echoes brushing against the edges of his field. They were not alive, not sentient, but they were patterns of intense magical will, and they reacted to his negation. The aggressive ones recoiled. The sad ones seemed to sigh. The mad ones just repeated their loops, oblivious. He reached out a hand towards a contained wisp of violet energy that seemed to be whispering endless, paranoid calculations. As his fingers neared the crystalline prison, the whispering faded to a murmur, then to a faint, mathematical sigh. He wasn't curing them. He wasn't destroying them. He was giving them a moment of rest from their own tortured existence. He looked back at Dumbledore and Lynn, who were watching from the doorway, their faces illuminated by the calmer, diffused light around him. "This is where I'm meant to be," Harry said, his voice clear in the newfound quiet of his immediate space. It wasn't a question. Lynn's tired eyes filled with tears of relief. "Yes," she whispered. "Yes, I believe it is." The arrangements were made with quiet efficiency. Harry would have a suite of rooms adjacent to the vault, Spartan, but comfortable, with non-magical amenities. He would train under Lynn for a month, learning the cataloging systems, the safety protocols, the nature of the different echoes. Then, he would assume the role of custodian. He returned to the still point one last time to collect his few belongings. Saying goodbye to Alara was not emotional in a loud way. They stood in the central cavern, surrounded by the collected quiet of the world. "You have been a good student," she said. "You have learned to hear your own note. Now go and play it in the orchestra. Remember, you are the rest. Use it wisely." "Thank you," Harry said, and the words felt inadequate for what she had given him. Not just training, but a framework to understand himself. He picked up his satchel. Inside were the stone book, the grey pendant, the photo of his friends, and his now substantial log of his stillpoint collection. He also took the plain grey pebble, his first curated object. A touchstone. He walked out of the stillpoint, through the shimmer behind the standing stone, and into the world. A month later, Harry Potter stood at the central monitoring station of the Echo Vault, now dressed in the simple, grey tunic and trousers of a junior archivist. His silvery custodian's robe hung on a peg nearby, he rarely needed its protective charms. On the main viewing panel, a dozen magical schematics showed the energy levels of the active wing. They were, for the first time in decades, all in the green, stable zone. Lynn, looking healthier already after just a few weeks of working within the calming influence of Harry's patrols, was showing him a new acquisition, a fragment of a siren's song that caused compulsive dancing. It was contained in a sphere of blue liquid. As Harry approached the containment field to run a standard diagnostic, the frantic, twisting energy inside the sphere slowed, the song becoming a languid, almost mournful melody. "Fascinating," Lynn murmured, making a note on her clipboard. "Effect C7, reduction of compulsive harmonic frequency. You're already rewriting our textbooks, Harry." He didn't feel like he was rewriting anything. He was just being there. His daily rounds were a walking meditation. He would move through the aisles of captured madness and glory, his presence smoothing the sharp edges, making the vault just a little safer, a little more manageable for the other archivists. They no longer looked at him with curiosity, but with a kind of grateful awe. He was not their boss, he was their peace. In his quarters that evening, he sat at his plain desk. He took out a piece of parchment and a quill. He didn't use the intention-based methods of the stillpoint, this was just a letter. "Dear Ron and Hermione, I've got a new job. I'm a librarian, sort of. For dangerous magic. It's quiet work. I have a room with a view of nothing much, and the company is interesting. You'd hate it, Ron, no Quidditch. Hermione, you'd want to catalog everything. Asterisk. I'm okay. More than okay. I'm where I need to be. Asterisk. Tell everyone I said hello. Tell Lee to get well soon. Asterisk. I'll write again. You can write to me here. Dumbledore will know how. Asterisk. Your friend, Harry." He sealed it, addressed it to the burrow, and placed it in the outgoing tray for the weekly non-magical post-run. He then took out the stone book. He hadn't opened it since leaving the stillpoint. He placed his hands on the cool cover. He didn't ask a question. He simply listened. The whispers were different now. Not instructions, but acknowledgments. The keeper becomes the kept, the silence finds its chamber, the path circles but does not end. He looked at the grey pebble on his desk, next to the photo of his friends. A simple thing, a quiet thing, a thing that knew its place in the world. He was Harry Potter. He was the boy who said no. He was the void. He was the custodian of echoes. He had lost his magic, and found a purpose. He had walked a forsaken road, and arrived at a destination he could never have imagined. He blew out the non-magical candle on his desk. In the dark, the echo vault thrummed its distant, chaotic song. But in his room, and in the space around his own heart, there was only a deep, chosen, and powerful quiet. The end.